life, every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. It is finally here, the final game of the 2022-2023 NFL season is upon us. We are just mere hours away from Super Bowl 57. My name is Alan Perales. This is the Super Bowl special here on Let's Talk Sports. We've already got two people in here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is going to be, this show is going to go on for the entirety of the day. There's going to be a lot of people coming on and jumping in. So many people, so many guests are going to be showing up today. Dan's got such a great show planned up, today, and he does, shout out to Dan first and foremost. Such a great, you know, such a great producer, such a great host, such a great, guy in general, setting all of this up. Uh, it's going to be one hell of a day, guys. It's going to be awesome. We're going to start things off with the Sunday morning sit down. I'm going to have an interview show to start the day off. Unfortunately, it does not look like my guest is here quite yet. So, until then, I guess we can just, talk a little bit, see what's going on. So what's going on, everybody? Oh, hang on. There she is. Let's add her in.
Hi,
And
sorry, I'm
hello.
a female, so I'm going to be just a little bit late.
Oh, no, you're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Fox, my guest for the Sunday morning sit down here to kick things off on the Super Bowl special for here at Let's Talk Sports. Lisa, how you doing this morning?
And it's Super Bowl Sunday, so I'm a little bit under the weather, but I'm feeling fantastic otherwise.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. I mean, yes, being under the weather is not that good, but Super Bowl Sunday, it's a great day. A day that should be a national holiday, or at least here in America, anyway. But
I agree. It's just the medicine I need. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm. So I got to ask first and foremost, scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you about tonight?
You know what? I was nervous 2 weeks ago, but my nervous level has been going down surprisingly. I think it's just, I'm just so overwhelmed that I just can't really process what's happening. I mean, all I can do is hope for the best and just expect our guys to play the best they can play. So as far as nervousness, I know it'll go back up, but right now I'm good. I'm good. I feel very confident about our guys. So I'm good. Yeah.
Oh, so do you do, like shows and stuff here on Let's Talk Sports as well, or are you just how did you get involved with the community here?
Well, I was doing my own little Kansas City show, but my schedule got in the way, so I haven't been really able to do that recently. So when I was asked to join in this weekend, I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to talk about my Chiefs. So here I am.
Yeah, always good to meet new people. This is the first time we've obviously met, so it's wonderful to meet you first
Same
and
here.
foremost. And I just want to say,
I appreciate
welcome on.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me. I'm excited.
Yeah, no problem. So when did you first become a Chiefs fan?
I've been a Chiefs fan forever. I mean, I'm born and raised in the middle of Kansas. We don't have any real, professional sports in the middle of Kansas. So I grew up watching. I mean, we're a football family. My brothers played football. I played football when I was younger. My brothers played football collegiately, and I actually have a nephew who's a professional football player right now. So we've just been a football family. We've been a sports family, but mainly a football family. So I've been a Chiefs fan forever. I mean, I grew up watching them.
Mm-hmm. If you don't mind me asking, who's your nephew
I'm not
play
going
for?
to tell you.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, don't.
I guess I can. I just really don't spread it around too much. It's Jabril Cox. He is the linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys.
I am a Cowboys fan first and foremost, so I'm happy to hear that. So
okay,
don't let the shirt fool you. This is a punishment for me this week. So
okay, that I like. Okay,
so,
I like that.
So yeah, for those who don't know, a friend of mine who's an Eagles fan, and he and I, before the season started, we made a bet that either of our teams made it to the Super Bowl, the other person would have to wear, the other team's merch. So I have the NFC Championship shirt from the this year's Philadelphia
There you
Eagles team.
go.
Uh, I've had to wear it. This is the fourth day in a row that I've worn it now. So
Oh, poor
got,
you.
I've got
Poor
three
you.
more. I got 3 more days with this on, and
I need to send you
as
some Chiefs gear.
I don't know if that would be any better. I
Oh,
mean,
oh, after tonight, it'll be better. Trust me.
I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, so this is literally killing me having to wear this thing. So,
Oh, I completely understand. I can't imagine. Trust me.
uh, oh, it's definite. So, who are some of your favorite players in Chiefs history that gotten to watch over the years?
I mean, my absolute favorite is Derek Thomas. I mean, I had a crush
Mm,
on that man. He was just an incredible player. I mean, his sack record still stands. I mean, he was just to watch him. He played with such passion. He was just, I mean, one of the best I've ever seen. Jamal Charles. I mean,
mhm,
I think somebody, I saw something this morning that said that he may be eligible or he's up, I don't know, for um, Hall of Fame or something. I have to double check that. But man, there's never been a runner. I mean, and Kansas City's been known for its running backs before Mahomes and Reed got here. We were known for our running backs. We always had
mhm,
an incredible running back. And Jamal Charles is probably one of the best we've ever had. He's just his fluid movement, the way he could juke, but I mean, it wasn't like a fast juke. It was just enough to get away, and he always found the holes, and he was absolutely incredible, you know. And then Eric Berry, he was a D back who
mhm.
suffered, you know, some setbacks when we found out he had cancer, and then when he came back, it was just not never quite the same. But when he was there in his short time, I mean, nobody did it better. So those are just some of my favorites.
Yeah, when I first started, watching, football as a kid, this was like early 2000s. The Chiefs were getting, very, very popular at that time. They started, starting to get some of their, top tier guys in there. Priest
Yeah.
Holmes is a guy that I love.
Uh,
I loved watching. You
I do
know,
too.
I'm a special teams guy myself, so I loved watching Dante Hall. He was
Uh,
such an electric player. Jamal Charles, of course. You mentioned him earlier. Loved watching him play. So, some of these Chiefs teams in the past, unfortunately, didn't get to see many of the '90s teams. So, Derek
oh,
Thomas wasn't a guy that I got to see a whole lot of, but I've seen some of his highlights. I've seen just how dominant he was, back
well,
in
you
his day.
know,
So.
you didn't miss much if you didn't see him in the '90s. So we had some rough times. You know, we went through a lot of rough times, and luckily we bounced back here and there. But you know, when Andy Reid showed up 10 years ago, everything changed. So we don't look back anymore. Well, we do, you know, because we still are our team, but we don't look back on those sad times. We, you know, with Tyler Thigpen as quarterback, we look forward, and with Patrick Mahomes as our quarterback, and just yeah, we're just we feel like we deserve it because we have been through the rough times. You know, we've been through the 2-14. So
Mhm.
we feel like, you know, we went 50 years and we're going to just celebrate this as long as it lasts.
100%. So, what was it like in 2013 when Andy Reid first got to Kansas City?
Well, before that, it was just really sad because I believe that was our 12-14 season. And then when he, you know, he came the next year and we were actually winning, it was just really exciting because every time we got a new coach, I was like, oh yeah, I'm really excited about this coach. I hope he wins. But then when I heard about Andy, I just felt like he was, you know, on a whole new level. And then just everything he brought, even you know when Alex Smith was on our team and he took us to the you know postseason. That was so exciting. We didn't get there, but it was so exciting. And then when Patrick Mahomes came in, I honestly thought they were pushing him too fast. I was like, no, let's wait another season because I was a big, you know, Alex Smith fan, but I was quickly proven wrong. And it's just taken off from there. Just his leadership, the way he's just transformed this whole franchise. I mean, the Hunt family, I mean, they set the tone but Andy Reid bringing, his self, his crew, and his commitment to football, it's just changed everything. And it's just a blessing, and it's really great to see, and fun to be a part of.
What was the reaction? I know some, outsider fans were kind of shocked by the move. What was the Chiefs Kingdom reaction when they traded up in 2017, traded up to number 10 and took Patrick Mahomes at number 10?
Well, there were a lot of people who were not happy because we didn't really know about, a lot about him because he wasn't one of the top tiers that we were expecting. And some people were like, why are we, drafting a quarterback? We've got Alex Smith. There's no reason to draft a quarterback right now. And, we could have used that, we could have used that as a better pick and things like that. But there were also some who were surprisingly really all in. And so it was kind of, I don't even know if it was half and half. It might be maybe 60-40 all in. And I don't know if it's because they actually watched this film, because I never watched this film. So I didn't really know much about him at all. So it was about 60-40. But when Alex Smith was still there and he was doing well, everybody was fine. And then we saw him play in that final game in, what was it, 2018 against the Denver Broncos. And yeah, everybody pretty much understood at that point that, yeah, we're probably moving forward with Hines.
I did get to see him a little bit, being a guy in Oklahoma. I got to see a little bit of Patrick Mahomes, when he was at Texas Tech. Obviously, the system he had with Cliff Kingsbury back then, didn't really have many of weapons around him.
Oh,
Had the one big game, that I got to watch personally against Oklahoma, where they put up 55 points.
Oh yes,
in that shootout between him and Baker Mayfield, that was fun to watch. But
yes, I heard about that one. I've seen the highlights.
It is the one thing that I really think about when I think of Patrick Mahomes, the college player, rather than Patrick Mahomes, the NFL player. So, Texas Tech is not that high profile of a school. He did show flashes here and there. And obviously the Chiefs liked him enough to where, hey, let's go up and get this guy. This guy's going to be a, generational talent. At the time, no, most of us probably didn't know that, but, here he is now, 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. He's been an MVP twice now. He's been, Super Bowl MVP. He's gotten the monkey off the Chiefs' back, 50 years later, but, he's done so much, not just for the team, but for the community of Kansas City as a whole.
He's done so much for the Kansas City community. People just have absolutely no idea. I mean, seriously. He helps the children with his foundation, 15 and the Homies. He's always out with the kids, treating them the stuff or showing them stuff, or, building a playground in the middle of the community for the kids, and, taking them to see movies, giving them tennis shoes, things like that. But then also, he's a big Whataburger guy, so he brought a couple to the community. So he's making jobs, and he's just done so much. He's invested in the Royals, so he's a Royals co-owner, and now he's invested in the Sporting KC, which is our soccer club, and now he's even invested in the women's KC Current, the women's soccer club, which his wife is co-owner of. Well, she actually brought them here to Kansas City, and they've actually also built, or are building, the first outdoor soccer area for women. So for professional soccer women, we have the first outdoor arena for professional soccer women right here in Kansas City. So we love our Chiefs and we love our football, but we're becoming a pretty big soccer community as well.
Yeah, the entire Midwest, Southwest region, I feel, is huge on soccer. I know Oklahoma has a big soccer following. Maybe not as big as like softball, some of that, but I know that the soccer community here is starting to grow. Tulsa's getting a new team, a new professional team. Oklahoma City Energy FC is still having some issues, but still kind of going strong. And I'm not that big of a soccer buff, but I hear about it all the time. It's a growing community here. There have been talks of bringing professional football here. Oklahoma City.
Oh,
Obviously, we have
really?
the
Okay.
Thunder.
Yep.
Seattle fans may hate me for saying that word, but uh, it is what it is.
It
But
is what it is.
it is what it is. Let's jump forward here. 2019 Super Bowl against the 49ers. Super Bowl 54.
Yeah.
50 years
50 years.
50 years after their last Super Bowl victory in Super Bowl 4. What was that feeling like when they finally won that game?
That was pretty exciting. It's hard for me to watch a game when I know we're going to lose. And I didn't feel like we were going to lose, but I just felt like, it had been 50 years and nobody thought we were ever going to make it to the Super Bowl again because we've had such we've gone through such bad seasons in Kansas City. And to actually get there, I was just, I was just like, okay, I can't even remember the scores. I'm sorry. I wish I had them in front of me. But I was like, okay, it was a good run. We didn't look great, but it was a good run. Patrick Mahomes made it to the Super Bowl, and it was, and I'm proud of him and I'm proud of our team. And then all of a sudden, we scored a touchdown. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're still in this. And then we scored another touchdown. And then when Williams scores that final touchdown, he just runs it in when we're just trying to get a first down. I mean, I couldn't even scream. I was just jumping up and down in my living room with my arms up. I mean, I was just jumping up and down, and I was trying to scream, but I couldn't, and because it was just so surreal. I just never expected that in a million years. And yeah, we're Super Bowl champs, and nobody can ever take that away from us. As much as they try, it doesn't matter if Jimmy Garoppolo would have made that pass or not. We still would have won because we scored after that. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. And you look at that playoff run as a whole, falling down 24-0 to the Texans, that was a huge blow there, but they came back and won that game. AFC Championship game the next week. I believe they had to come back and win that game as
Yeah.
well. And then obviously the 49ers game, they came back and won that game. So they were the kings of the comeback that year. And, it felt like destiny, because like we've mentioned, 50 years since the last Super Bowl, since
Exactly.
the, Super Bowl 4, which was oddly enough the final year of the AFL, if we want to get into real history here. So, it was such a great moment, and Scott Cope here. Good morning, Scott. 24-17, the 49ers Super Bowl is what they're, and then he has to bring up the Buccaneers Super Bowl,
And that's
of course,
cool.
the
I mean,
following year. So
people do bring that up, and that's cool, because we had unprecedented, injuries on the O line, and I mean, it was what it was. We knew it was going to be tough going in, and Mahomes had, the turf toe that he had to have operated on 3 days later. So we were really suffering. But I think, and everybody says Mahomes played poorly. Mahomes didn't play poorly. We played poorly as a team, but I was just really impressed with his showing, that performance that he put on, because he did everything in his power to do whatever he could. So yeah, I mean, we lost, but we still made it to the Super Bowl. So that's this is 3 out of 4 years. So I'm not crying.
as Scott mentions here, it wasn't the real Chiefs team against Tampa in that Super Bowl. As you mentioned, the injuries, Mahomes with the turf toe. Although I believe that was the year where he had the throw where he was like falling down
Yes.
sideways, and he was still able to complete a pass. That this kid is just insane with what he can do. At any time you think you've figured Patrick Mahomes out, he just he changes the whole playbook. So
It's really funny because you mentioned that, and he did something else. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I don't remember what it was, but he did something else. And we were talking on Twitter, and we said, it's really unfortunate that some of his most fantastic plays are incompletions. So because that one was an incompletion, hit him in the face mask, but nevertheless it was an incompletion. So
yeah, I still remember the Monday night game against Denver when he had the left-handed touchdown pass.
Yes.
That was amazing. I love that.
It's incredible. Go ahead.
And it's fun to see players like that. I know that the Chiefs nowadays are kind of considered the villains of the NFL, but Patrick Mahomes is just an exciting player to watch.
I mean,
you can't hate the guy. You can't hate him at all.
He is is just incredible. He's an incredible guy. I mean, he's an incredible dad and family man. He's an incredible player. And I mean, we're from the Midwest. We're all friendly and happy and stuff. And we're
Hmm.
just really proud of our team and our city and Patrick Mahomes and just how they've stepped up and they're playing for the in the city too, and that's really exciting for us because we're not New York and we're not Texas and or Florida. We're little old Kansas City and all the spotlights on us. And I know sometimes I get a little bit hate and but that's okay. We're trying to live with it because we are friendly folk down here. But it is weird that we're the bad guys when we don't really feel like we're the bad guys. People are putting it on us. So we say, if that's how you feel about us, well, then we'll put on the coat if that's what you want us to do. But we're not going to back down because this is our team, and we're very proud of where we've been and where we've come. Because those are some dark days, some dark days.
Yeah. Yeah, I've lived some of those days over the past 27 years since 95 and whatnot. So
There you
not
go. Yeah.
it's been rough, but I've been to Kansas before. It's like nothing but flat land. It's as far as the eye can see. So
Okay.
I feel people are very kind because they have nothing to do up
Don't
there.
there's a lot to do, and don't mistake Kansas with Kansas City because the Chiefs are actually in Missouri on the Missouri side, and Kansas City, Missouri is a thriving community. Let me tell you, we
Mhm.
it's a hidden gem. So it's a lot of fun, and there's still stuff to do in the middle of Kansas too. I'll have you know.
Mhm. I mean, yeah. I mean, I personally haven't been to that part in Kansas. I've been to the southern part of Kansas,
Ah, no,
before. So
no. You need to
I'm
go
I'm
up. Yeah.
I'm an Okie boy. I
Yeah,
think
you
the
need to go
furthest.
up to the middle and then to the well, yeah, go up to the middle and then to the east. The middle and you'll be fine. Anything other than that.
Unfortunately, the farthest I've been has actually been Denver, Colorado. So
Oh, okay. Then
that's the farthest north I've ever been. So
that's
yeah,
okay. You made it through central Kansas then, so you should be okay.
yeah. I mean, it's not too bad.
Thumbs
I,
up.
I I was a kid back then, so I didn't get to experience much of the landscape there. So I couldn't take in the pleasures of the scenery and whatnot.
Well,
I got to.
Come to Kansas City sometime and we'll show you around. It's a beautiful city. We've got everything you have, just fantastic food and more than barbecue, by the way. Fantastic food, fantastic scenery. The city's just gorgeous and football is king.
Hmm. Definitely. Maybe the next time the Cowboys go to Arrowhead, maybe I'll go head to Kansas City for the game.
You should.
It'll be a lot cheaper than going to AT&T Stadium for sure.
I know you're absolutely right about that. But yeah, absolutely, you should come. I would love to have you. We'd have a great time. You would love Arrowhead. It's a fantastic venue.
So I got to ask you. Obviously I'm wearing this because I'm being punished, but uh, what are your thoughts on the team that you're playing against today in Philadelphia, coming from Philadelphia?
I think that it's a very good team. I mean, it's a good team. They are well rounded. They are solid in every single aspect. They've got the defense. They've got the offense. They've got the best O line in football. They've got one of the best defensive lines in football. And yeah, we do have great barbecue. And it's gonna be a tough road to hoe. I'll give you that. It's gonna be a tough game, but I think that our Kansas City Chiefs are up for it. I think really people are really emphasizing that defensive line and then kind of trying to go back to what happened in the Tampa Bay game that I think Kobe brought up earlier. It's not the same O line. It's a completely different O line. One of the best in the NFL. I think they ranked it third best, but I beg to differ. And they want to protect Mahomes. They don't want to repeat. Andy Reid does not want to repeat of what happened in the Tampa Bay game. So that defensive line it's gonna be an interest. It's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a battle. So we're gonna see, does the defensive line win or does the Kansas City O line win? And I guess we'll see what happens.
To me, I feel like this is a matchup between two teams that are pretty much literally mirror images of each other.
Really?
aside from maybe on defense, both you look at the game stat wise, both offenses are are top in their respective conference. They have almost identical stats
Yeah,
across the board, which is really nuts
that's
considering
true.
both teams have really good offensive line play. You
Hmm.
know, while you say while we say the Chiefs don't have as good a defense as Philadelphia, you look at what they've done over the course of the last couple games. Games against a red hot Jacksonville team and a really good Bengals team and Joe Burrow. They've basically showed up and showed out in both of those games. They've definitely improved as the season has gone on. And you mentioned that there's five rookies on this defense. There's five rookies that are playing, and that means they're not only are they going to be staples going forward, but they're
Yep.
going to get even better.
That's true, 100%. And a lot of people are underestimating our defense. When they talk about defense, they talk about Chris Jones, obviously, because he's fantastic. And they talk about Frank Clark a little bit because Frank, the Shark Clark, comes alive in the postseason, and we're rooting for him, to get a ton of sacks today because we want him to climb up that ladder because he may not be here next year. But that's another story. We don't really want to talk about that. But the rest of the guys on our defensive line have really stepped up as well. Even people coming in, Mike Dana has just had an incredible postseason, and he's just come in when people really didn't expect, to hear a lot from him. He's, really doing great in sacks. Um, George Karlaftis, the rookie defensive end. I mean, he's just really come along in the second half of the season and doing very well. Carlos Dunlap. I mean, he's just swatting balls down left and right, and he obviously has over 100 sacks now in his career. He was able to get his 100th with us, and he's just been an incredible addition to the line, to our defensive line. Not to mention, we have two of the best linebackers in the league. I mean, we have Nick Bolton, who's one of the leaders in tackles, and then we have Willie Gay, who is just a ball of energy. He's the juice man. He is just a ball of energy. He's running all over that field. And then you mentioned the young guys in the back. They've just really stepped up, along with Juan Thornhill, which will be interesting to watch because Juan Thornhill got injured when we went to the Super Bowl. He got injured in the game before the Super Bowl, so he wasn't able to participate in the Super Bowl when we won in 19. And so now he's back and he has a chance to actually win a Super Bowl. So he's healthy and we'll see if he can step up. I expect him to step up.
Hmm. And you mentioned Nick Bolton. I'm familiar with Nick Bolton being a Sooner
Mm.
fan. Coming from
Yes.
Oklahoma.
Yes.
It's weird because the defenses we had here when he was here. He was one of the lone players that was like a shining star. So
Mm.
I figured once he got to that next level, he was gonna be a breakout star, and he's done that and more for Kansas City, as you've mentioned before. Good question here from Scott. What do you think about Clyde Edwards-Helaire coming back today?
There are a lot of Clyde haters in the Kansas City Chiefs fandom and kingdom. I don't mind it at all. And I think that before Clyde went down, he was having a really good season. He was really helping us in the red zone. And he's a sneaky he's a sneaky weapon, I think, because he's been out for so long. I think we might be able to use him and get, and do some damage in the red zone with Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So I'm not mad about him coming back at all. He might even get a snap or two, in the open field and maybe break one, but I expect Pacheco to get most of those. But yeah, I'm not mad at Clyde Edwards-Helaire coming back at all.
No, and I'm the same way. He didn't really get much of a chance this season. Obviously, the injury kind of derailed him a little bit, but he
Mhm.
was playing very, very well. I think him coming back can actually put this running game on par with what Philadelphia does. So you got that 1-2 punch, obviously, with with Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell in
Yep.
Philadelphia. I feel like you can get the same thing here with Pacheco and CAT. So it's it's definitely going to be interesting to watch.
Well, and
I,
considering
I'm
And considering that, their defense has been known to be lacking a little bit in the run game. So if we can use Clyde Edwards-Helaire in there along with Pacheco and get some nice yardage, that would be fantastic. Our defense, we're pretty good in the run game. So hopefully we'll be able to stop them. It's going to be tricky, though, because that's a tricky run game. You don't know where it's going. So, but I have faith in our fellas. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire in that run game might be just what we need.
Mm-hmm. Got another comment here. Another compliment for you, representing Chiefs Kingdom well.
Thank you. I love my Chiefs.
It's kind of weird because around here there's a lot of Cowboy fans, there's a lot of Chiefs fans. I did not expect there to be so many Eagles fans around this area because I was out last week. I mentioned I'm having to wear this shirt because I lost a bet, but I was going out to try to find like a beanie or a hat to kind of match, to kind of make the outfit full and intentional. But every place I went to, all the Eagles gear was completely sold out, which is weird. I know Eagles fans are crazy, but I didn't know they were that crazy.
Really, I'm a little surprised. But a lot of people are picking the Eagles over the Chiefs because everybody's talking about their defense and their offense because it's so hard to defend, with the run pass option and you also have Jalen Hurts who can run the ball so well, and you just never know. And then you got AJ Brown and Devontae Smith out there, so they've got the weapons and their records, but when he's in, it was 14-1, and so. And their O-line is great, and so I completely understand why people seem to think that, but people are I don't know. I think they're really underestimating the Kansas City Chiefs. A, Patrick Mahomes, we have him. B, our offense is not theirs in that it's not theirs is so regimented. You have the run, pass, but I think if we break up their route running, maybe we, just a little, push at the line, bump at the line, or we break up their pass route, I think we're really going to disrupt their pass game as well. So if we can stop the run and then break up that route to disrupt their pass game, and then that way we can get some pressure on Jalen, I think we could absolutely do that. That's not out of the question. And then with Patrick Mahomes on the field, man, I mean, I think that they have a great defense, but we've faced great defenses before. We faced the 49ers. We've faced the Denver Broncos. We've faced the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back when they were good early in the season. So we've faced them all, and we've come out, on top. So I think people are underestimating our Chiefs, and that's okay. They can wear the Chiefs gear all around if they want to. But in the end, it all depends on who has the most number of scores at the end of the game.
Yeah, and here Scott's agreeing with you about Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and having him back in the lineup is definitely going to help the Chiefs overall. Also, comment here from Dan saying great job to the both of us, and for helping out and whatnot. And no, we're not making the shirt permanent, Dan. I'm sorry. I can't wear this. Otherwise, I may end up in the hospital after the end of the week. So
if by some crazy chance that the Eagles win, like if our entire wide receiving core goes down or something and the Eagles end up winning, you won't continue to wear it?
I mean, I've only got 3 days left. I've got 3 days left, and then I'm taking it off. I'll be honest. I am picking Philadelphia because I picked them at the beginning of the year. They're part of our division. I always support our division. Tom Brady actually did that to me, unfortunately, when they had to play the Giants twice and the Eagles. So I can't believe I actually had to root for the Giants at one point. But it's not a pleasant thing. But I do root for our division because of overall how dominant this division has been. This will be the 22nd time out of the 57 Super Bowls that the NFC East has been involved in a Super Bowl, which is amazing. I don't know how this division does it, but also say hi to Alex Simpson here. Scott saying, I'll give you a sneaky player in the game for the Chiefs. Noah Gray.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Noah Gray could be a sneaky player in here, and I'm going to give you another one. what about Justin Watson? He didn't play
Justin
in the
Watson.
AFC championship game because he was ill. And then when he also played. Let's see, last time I'm trying to think of. He played one game. I want to say it was against the Seahawks. He didn't play well at all because it was cold and he missed every single catch. But I think he's going to actually step up and he's going to be one that people don't see coming.
Yeah, I got one too. I'm going to keep an eye on MVS today. I think if he's able to stretch the field and kind of get that passing game going, it's going to open up the intermediate routes for Travis Kelce, who I feel like is going to have a big day against this defense. But if MVS has a good day, I think the Chiefs offense is going to be clicking on all cylinders today.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because MVS is one of those that you said opens up the field. So is Justin Watson. So after MVS's performance 2 weeks ago, I think they're really going to be looking for him. So he may get a double team, leaving Justin Watson open. So look for that too.
Mm-hmm. And they got so many weapons. You're going to have Juju, play a big role as well. He might not have the numbers that you would typically see from a Juju type of player, but he'll definitely fill his role well. Pacheco, we mentioned out of the backfield. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. They're just, and another guy that I really, really love, Blake Bell as well. I think Blake Bell could, come in and kind of, make a play or two. So
I need to check on Blake Bell because he was injured and then he didn't come and then he came back and he played against the Broncos. But I need to see what's going on with him. I should have done my homework before I got here, but like I said, I've been sick. But I was watching Travis Kelce in an interview, and he said something about the three of us in the tight end room. Well, you've got Travis Kelce, you've got Noah Gray, you also have Jody Fortson, who people are maybe sleeping on because he got injured recently. He was on IR. He injured his elbow. So if he's back, look for him too because he is an incredible catcher. He's a wide receiver turned tight end. Took him a while to get on the team, and now that he's here, he's just been doing great. And then Blake Bell. So that's 4. So maybe he meant me and the 3 others because I'd like to see all 4 out there. I'd love to see 14 personnel out there and see what the Eagles do against that.
All right. So I'll kind of put you on the spot here. Who has to have the biggest game today for the Kansas City Chiefs to win today?
The biggest game? Honestly, that's really hard to say because on any given weekend, it's somebody new. So I expect them to do everything they can to take away Travis Kelce. We didn't really mention McKinnon either, Jerick McKinnon. He's been really impressive in this season, especially in the red zone. So I think they're going to be trying to take him away. So I'm going to say Pacheco.
Yeah. McDuffie or Snead, those are good picks as well.
I was going offense. I should have gone defense. Yeah, I'd have to say Snead on defense for sure.
I was going to say, if it's defense, I would actually say Chris Jones. If Chris Jones has a performance like he did against Cincinnati 2 weeks ago, who are you going to get to stop this guy? I know the Eagles are one of the best offensive lines in football, and Alex Simpson agrees here. Chris Jones.
He's incredible.
It's like, who are you going to get to stop this kid? He's phenomenal. He's even getting those, Aaron Donald comparisons as well, which well deserved. He's one of the best defensive players in football.
Oh, absolutely. And he has a chip on his shoulder, from last year and how he played last year. And you can just see it. Even when he came in, there was something during preseason. There was something during training camp. And I always said, it would really be cool to see us go to the Super Bowl, without, Tyreek Hill. It would really be cool because everybody's counting us out. And we have these, these wide receivers that people are calling mid. And it would really be cool to see us, go to the Super Bowl because I believe in these guys. And then there was just buzz in training camp. And so this entire year, I just felt like it was our year, even when things, we weren't playing maybe our best or we weren't blowing people out like we used to. It just felt like there was something about this year. And even Andy Reid said, he was having fun. This is a great bunch of guys. And it feels like he has a renewed, appreciation for the game and a renewed, he seems to relax and a renewed sense of, of I don't want to say wonderment because that's a little bit much, but, So I just feel confident. I do. I feel like it's our year, and I hope I'm right. But yeah, I don't. I think that we have a really good shot at winning, and I don't. I think that people who've just not seen us play or don't understand how Mahomes is so special or how our game is so much different than other people, they don't really understand how it works. But yeah, I think that this is going to be a fantastic game. I think that the best team's going to come on out on top, and I think that some people are going to be in for a shock. I don't want to say a rude awakening, but definitely in for a shock.
Couple more questions before I let you go here. Who on Philadelphia uh will worries you the most? Who in the Eagles locker room worries you the most coming into the night?
Overall, I would have to probably say I don't want to just say Hassan Reddick because that's just too easy. So I will just say the defense, the rush, the pass rush. I would say that worries me a lot. As long as our tackles, I mean, I feel really great about our interior offensive line, but our tackles, they're not up to what the interior line is. I don't want to, call them out or anything, but we could be a little bit stronger in our tackles. So yeah, that does worry me a lot. I know that we're going to have help on the outside with, the pass rush, but yeah, Hassan Reddick is probably, if I had to mention one person, I'd have to say Hassan Reddick.
Mm-hmm.
True. And I think Wiley will be replaced after this year, but he's stepped up. He wasn't supposed to be there initially, so he stepped up and he's doing the best he can. And that's all I guess we can ask of him. It's not been easy.
Alrighty, last question before I let you go today. What is your final score prediction, and who do you feel is going to win MVP?
Okay, I can't predict because I did that one time and it was disastrous. So I can't give you a score prediction. I think that you asked who was going to be the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard not to say Patrick Mahomes. Pacheco said that his what was his guy? His representative said that he was going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. I don't know if that meant the MVP of this Super Bowl or the MVP of a Super Bowl, but I will say that the defense of the Eagles, their weakness is the rush or the run. So he could be the MVP, but it's hard to go against Patrick Mahomes. So I think Patrick Mahomes breaks the curse. He's going to be the MVP of the NFL, and he's going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. So
I think if Kansas City wins, I think it'll be Travis Kelce getting MVP. I think Kelsey's going to have a huge game. Alex predicting a blowout, 32-10. I think it's going to be a lot closer than that. I think the Eagles are just too good to get blown out. But it's going to be a great game regardless. I think it's going to be probably one of the more anticipated Super Bowls, in recent memory for sure.
Let me ask you a question. So if it is a blowout, do you think it's more likely to be a blowout by the Chiefs or a blowout by the Eagles?
If I had to say, it would be a blowout by the Eagles because I think they're more.
That. That's okay.
And it's no disrespect to the Chiefs. They have a great team. I like what they're doing, and I like what they're the pieces that they have. But if I've learned anything this season is that Philly can go from 0 to 100 in a snap. They put up 34 points in a loss to Dallas in Dallas. So I know how well this team, and that was with Gardner Minshew at quarterback as well. So if they have Jalen Hurts there, they probably win that game. So.
And I think you did mention last when we went to the Super Bowl, we had that run and that we were down 24-0 and we were leading by halftime. I mean, the Eagles can come, go from 1 to 100, but so can Patrick Mahomes. So keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. That's all I'm going to say.
Would not surprise me at all. I honestly don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be probably one of the better Super Bowls we see, in recent years. So, Lisa, thank you again for hopping on this morning. It's been a real pleasure. It's been a real pleasure getting to know you, and we hope you have a great day today. And good luck to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me on. It's really been fun. And go Chiefs! Yeah.
Before you leave, would you like to plug any of your shows or content or whatnot?
I don't do anything anymore. My schedule my schedule is such that I really can't even participate anymore, and I'm really sad about that. I'm hoping it'll ease up, but right now, yeah, my real job has got me working hard.
Alrighty, no, that's all right. Well, we'll still bring you on, as a guest and whatnot anytime you can. So
I will always talk about my Chiefs. I'll be happy to talk about my Chiefs because I know my Chiefs.
Alrighty, well, thank you again for hopping on. You have a wonderful day.
Thanks so much. You too. Enjoy the day.
You as well. Alrighty, as we get ready, we got Nick jumping in. Hello.
What up, y'all? Here's the number one Chiefs fan right there, Nick Bodkin.
Hey,
hello.
Johnny
Nick,
D.
I'm right there with you, man.
Contract negotiations are over. He's signed.
Yeah, man. I had to renegotiate after all that talk I was getting last week, man.
Just in the nick of time, Johnny got a Super Bowl bonus.
Yeah, got the T-shirt I had been asking for months. So now I'm back on the show. It's good to talk to you guys, man. It's been a crazy week, man, but I'm so glad to be back. I'm glad I'm feeling well enough to do this, and I've been looking forward to this all week. I felt like a little kid last night. I barely slept. So yeah, I've been anxious for this. So I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
And it is going to be fun, boys. Let's break it down. We started this journey way back in late summer. 32 teams hopeful to win a Super Bowl. We battled week in and week out. As the seasons changed, we got into fall. We saw touchdowns. We saw fumbles. We saw records getting broke. We saw Patty Mahomes doing Patty Mahomes things. We saw Josh Allen leaping over folks. We saw a sighting of Daniel Jones that we never saw, we thought we would see, and he became alive, and the Giants were something. We saw a guy who was the talk of the town about banging moms, get kicked off his team, and his team no longer wanted him. And then as the winter months became, and now we went from 32 to 16 to 8 to 4, and now we're down to 2. On one side, it's the Kansas City Chiefs, who have been there and done that, led by their quarterback and Patty Mahomes and Andy Reid and Travis Kelce from Kansas City, home of the Chiefs. And on the other side, it's the Philadelphia Eagles, led by their coach and their backup and their Jalen Hurts, who was runner-up to the MVP, and their absolute dog mentality. It all comes down today. Who's going to win? Is it going to be the Chiefs? Is it going to be the Eagles? We're only a few hours away, folks, and you can catch it all, the pregame, right here on LTS Network.
Holy
Somebody
shit.
please take this thing off of me. I'm dying.
Hold on. What time's the Patriots-Dolphins game today? Anybody know? I've been looking for it. I can't find it anywhere.
Isn't other people playing today too?
That's what I thought, but I guess not.
Speaking of Daniel Jones, when's the Cowboys-Giants game today?
Hey,
props,
I went on the retreat last night trying to find Aaron in his darkness salvation mode. So trying to get him to come back.
He's going. Nick, at least you don't have to wear any Bears, Vikings, or any of your division teams. I'm over here wearing this ugly green, and it's killing me.
Tanner, I give Nick full credit for this. He's going to the end with this.
Yes,
I give him full credit.
I'm a man of my word, y'all. Like when I pay my debts to society. That's why I've been to jail a few times. No, I'm just kidding. I've never been to jail.
Lord.
I did get handcuffed one time to a chair. That's as furthest as it got.
Cheeky.
Right?
We saw Josh Allen choking yet again.
Hey,
has anybody heard from Ronnie lately?
I have not heard from Ronnie or any of those guys.
Is he all right? We should do a wellness check on Ronnie.
We can do a check-in next week.
Oh man. Yeah, I've definitely missed this.
We got 5 here, and 3 of us are wearing red. So that that means something.
Hey, I'm not making I come on the last hour of the show.
Right,
That's when I'm
right,
making my pick.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'll be
making
on
any
too.
predictions until then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alan,
And I'll be.
who you got? Who you got today?
I'm actually going to be back at 1,
okay.
2:00 later today, so I'll be doing that later. So
All right.
as well. So, but yeah, this is literally killing me right now having to wear this Eagle green. Ugh. This goes to show you never make a bet that you can't live up to.
So you get fired again, huh?
Is that Tanner with the sound effects?
Yeah, it's
Tanner put $1,000 on the Eagles today, so we're all set.
Hey, I didn't see this.
too. So
This just came across the wire. Adam Schefter's reporting Vic Fangio signed a 2-week contract with Philly after the NFC Championship game to help them prepare for the Chiefs. Outsource network, huh?
He's
all for it. Whatever they got to bring in.
he's going to the Dolphins right after the game, I think, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
But
signed
that-
sealed with
that's-
the Dolphins, right?
Hey, that's really where Johnny was at
That's
all
what
week,
they
rolling out
said.
the red carpet for Vic Fangio, right? I mean,
Absolutely,
we
man.
kept
Absolutely.
saying it was the contract dispute, but really you're out there, rolling out the red carpet for Vic Fangio.
Yes, absolutely.
Nick, they
Jesus,
went on a
hopefully
darkness
something.
retreat together.
Yeah, that's what it felt like, man. Seriously, but no, it's cool. Now I'm happy to be back. Like I said, it's been a long time coming. And Nick, props to you, man, because the bet was to wear Kansas City stuff. It wasn't to be all supportive too. And you are saying you are
Or the-
representing. You're saying you're representing well. You're saying so.
The bet was to wear Kansas City stuff, and I had to say home of the Chiefs every show.
Right, but I mean, you're embracing the whole fandom of the whole.
No, I am not embracing it, John.
Well, that's what it looks like, man.
I'm living up to the bet that was laid down upon me.
And I'm giving you your props, man.
Well, I appreciate it, but I'm not embracing it.
I watched the lead in. I watched the lead into our show, and Alan definitely is embracing this Eagles. Sure.
Is it bad that I have Fly Eagle Fly on repeat in my head right now?
That's a bad sign, bro.
That's
It's
pretty
terrible. Terrible.
Tanner, any nerves today?
What was that?
Any nerves today?
Yeah. All weekend actually.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's gonna. There's a lot of people. I had AK from the Eagles on my show on Wednesday, and I just saw Alex Simpsons. He says it's a Chiefs blowout. AK from the Eagles was saying he thinks that the Eagles are going to blow them out. I don't see this game really being a blowout.
I don't see it being a blowout. No way.
I think both teams are too good. I mean, but I didn't see the Bucks Chiefs being a blowout. And then, you look back at that box score and it was like, man, that game was a blowout.
I would have told you it would be a blowout because of the way the offensive line looked.
Right.
When we lost Fisher and Schwartz.
In the AFC championship game. Yeah.
We were already with it was basically the Bengals situation, right? So you're already with 2 backup linemen, then you lose both your tackles on top of that.
Right.
Tough go.
I mean, the Chiefs are fully loaded today. Nobody thinks CEH is going to do anything. I think he's going to do something today.
I think he's going to score a touchdown.
Yeah,
I think Pacheco and McKinnon have so far passed him on the depth chart. It's not even.
You know the way Reed likes to run other guys in. Remember, either.
Here's the thing I heard this morning. Okay, remember CEH got benched the week before that. He had 22 touches, and then he just up and got benched the next game. Don't be surprised if Reed plays him 40% of the snaps today or something like that. Something strange is going to happen. with him.
That's one thing about Andy Reid is nothing would surprise me.
Nope.
I mean, he's gonna pull out whatever he can to try to win this game. So you got the total team against a very good, obviously Kansas City team, but with the awesome quarterback.
Yeah.
Has Patrick gotten to the point where it's hard to just bet against him? Has he reached that already?
I would say so.
Yeah, I think so too. I really do.
I mean,
Crazy, man.
Like
2 weeks two weeks trying to figure this out with Andy Reid and him. I wouldn't bet against him. I don't bet against him.
I wouldn't bet against him either. I mean, I'm not gonna tip where I'm going for the game or whatever.
Right.
But it seems like that's it. Like you got the Eagles team where they're stacked all over the place against the best quarterback in football right now, and it's like it shouldn't even be like it should just be okay. Well, the Eagles are the better team. That's it. But not with Patrick Mahomes. No, you can't say that. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, man. I'm just hoping for a really good game. I don't think it's gonna be a blowout either. But if it is a blowout, I would honestly have to lean Eagles if it's a blowout. But I don't anticipate a blowout. I think it's gonna be a really good. It's probably gonna be one of the better games.
I hope it's a close game and Rihanna's titty falls out. That's all I hope for.
That would be awesome, bro. That would be awesome.
We talk about the three running backs for Kansas City. They also have a three-headed monster at running back for Philadelphia as well. I think Boston Scott's going to have a big day for sure.
Yeah. A big goal line guy. That's where
I think you got to worry about Jalen Hurts running more than Patty. I mean, Patty is a good scrambler, but Hurts is a burner.
Yeah.
If he gets out in the open field, he can hurt you. Where Patty he's elusive. But he'll kind of, extend the play with his legs as well. But he's not quite as fast as Jalen Hurts, where Hurts could run for over 100 yards if you let him.
I think Mahomes is close to 100% today. Yeah. I really do. I think he's past the sake. I'm tired of ESPN saying it depends on Mahomes' ankle. I'm tired of it. It's over.
Scott, they got to have something to talk about.
Right,
I know.
That sort of storyline.
But listen,
they got to fill 2 weeks worth of stuff, man.
Yeah, he's 90% going into this game at least. So
I think the 2 week layoff helped the Chiefs more than the Eagles, and I'm just to get all fully healthy.
We needed it. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, I think after the game you're going to hear Hurts needs surgery on his shoulder. I think that's what's going to come out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that would suck.
Well, guys, looks like our man's in here, so let's bring him in. So, prediction time. Remember last time he was against a lot of us. We're gonna see if he's with us this time. Bring in Ash. Ash,
what's up?
Ashton, what's up, my man?
That's really.
Ashton, how you feeling about the game today right now?
Pretty good, actually.
I see you got some red on, and what's that? What is that? An inkling of how you're feeling? I thought it was a Chiefs logo there for a second.
Nah, but I am cheering for the Chiefs.
All right,
there you go. Tanner will take it.
That's what I like. What I like, Ash.
Ash, what do you see as today's keys of the game?
I think it's mostly going to be a passing game because they now have Mahomes, so they're probably going to be using him a lot.
Okay.
I agree.
Like,
take the ball out of Mahomes' hands.
Kelsey 2 touchdowns today, Ash?
Yes, I do think Kelsey will.
I'm on that too. I think Travis Kelsey has a big game in this one too.
He could. It could be somebody like Tony having a good game.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't surprise me. Ashton, so you're predicting the Chiefs are going to win this game, Ashton?
Yeah, 37-34.
Nice.
Ooh, Ashton's got hitting the over. He's got a high scoring game here.
Yes, and exciting sounding too.
What's your big bold prediction, Ashton, for this game? You got a big bold prediction?
37 to 34.
Okay. That's the
That's the
who you
bold
got Super Bowl MVP?
Super Bowl MVP, I have Kelsey.
Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Listen,
I don't know
Ash's
if
catch
it's
two
ever
bets
been
already.
Super Bowl MVP. That might be the.
Well, I do have a fact. The team with Kelsey on it will win the Super Bowl.
Not as low.
Well done. Well done.
Who on the Eagles do you like
Amen
today,
to that.
Who on the Eagles I like today? Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
What about AJ Brown today? Do you think he
Yes.
got the big game?
I do think he'll have a big game too.
Okay. I think they're going to be pretty pass heavy there in Philadelphia today. A little bit more. They're going to put Jalen Hurts is going to have the ball in his hands just a little more than usual.
Yeah.
Jason Kelsey.
MVP.
How many yards does Hurts run for today, Ash?
What?
How many yards does Hurts run for today? Over under 50.
Then about 30.
30? Okay,
Yeah.
so under.
I'm about with that. I think the over under was 34 for him. So
Yep.
as of yesterday. So I'll take that.
Holy cow, I left without saying goodbye. That's my bad. Oh,
You're good, bro.
I was trying to figure this out because it just says end on here, and I'm like, wait, what? I'm not used to that.
You're good. You're good.
You're good, bro.
So, Ashton, Ellen, if you gotta go, man, we can catch you later for sure. So
Yeah. What time you coming back, bro?
I'll be back at 2:00 Eastern. It'll be me and Ashton Nix. Actually, it will be us two hosting the segment
Right,
for about an hour.
right.
So
All
I'll be
right.
back y'all later, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
you too,
All
man.
right,
Alan, take care.
See ya.
Yeah, Dan out here rocking the Eagles. Great show, guys, and thanks, Ashton. Great to see you back on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ashton, I owe you one, man. I had to cancel because I was under the weather, but I'm gonna make that one up to you.
Don't let them get away with it, Ash.
Ash, if you need anybody to co-host your show, Johnny Cruz is available for you.
But hey, it's a fine fee, Ashton. I mean, Johnny Cruz is top of the code. I mean, you got to have a couple K in your bank account to pay Johnny Cruz.
Nah, everything's free for you, bro. Everything's free for you, Ashton.
Hey, Ashton, that's how it starts out. And then a couple shows in, he's asking you to DM him some money because you're low on your payment fee, or he's gonna have to go host the Scott Cope show and a couple other shows.
He gets in your show and just roots in there. And then
Listen, my show in the green room, we have great food, which Nick ate all of last time he was on. And we have checks hidden underneath the couch in the green room. So Johnny,
I didn't. Hey, Scott, I'm still waiting for my appearance fee for that.
Ash, what's your favorite food on Super Bowl?
Favorite food on Super Bowl? Probably wings.
Wings.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Ash, what's the routine for today? What are you thinking? How do you get ready for the game today?
How I get ready for the game?
Or how should I get ready for the game? Because I'm gonna be super nervous as we get closer. My Chiefs.
Get a lot of Super Bowl snacks. Get a soda. Chill on the couch. And then watch it.
Ashton, what I like to do is I like to get on Madden. I like to play the Super Bowl out on Madden. Do you do that?
I don't do that because my Madden's downstairs downstairs and my dad's mind upstairs. So instead, I go on my tablet and then I play like a football game.
Okay.
Nice.
Twofold needs some tips too. Looks like I haven't been nervous about this. I haven't been nervous of this game at all, which is lifelong Chiefs fans may worry me more. I'd be a little worried about that too.
Right.
This is a big legacy game for Andy and Patty. I feel like
Legacy game.
Legacy game.
Probably
You can't.
more Reed.
If Patty Mahomes is supposed to be this next Tom Brady and break all these records, the pressure is on Patty and Andy to win this game. The closer this game is, I feel like the tighter the Chiefs are, because I know the Eagles are so-called favorites, but it's a legacy game. You can't go 1-2 in Super Bowls, because then you're starting to become the bridesmaid again, which Andy always was the bridesmaid, which means always a bridesmaid, never the bride. He finally got the one ring, but here they are. This would be, Andy's third loss if they lose, and Patty's 1-2 at that point in time.
I kind of hear where you're coming from with that, Nick. I mean, I've heard some people talk about that.
Yeah.
I think he's been so dominant the first 5 years of his career. I mean, everybody expects that there'll be more opportunities, but I hear what you're saying as far as you don't want to start off 1-2. I wouldn't go quite as far as legacy yet, but there are going to be people that are going to talk crap about the fact that he's 1-2.
There's a reason why LeBron James can never be number one in the NBA, because 6-0 is better than whatever, the 3 losses that LeBron has.
Right.
So
I mean,
it doesn't matter how many times you go. It's just
right. I mean, if Patrick Mahomes winds up going to 5 or 6 and wins 3 or 4, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I think his whole body of work. I mean, he's only been in the league 5 years to start talking legacy. I hear you, but yes, people are gonna start, wanting to nitpick the fact that he's 1-2 in Super Bowls, even though he's been the most dominant quarterback since he started.
Look at Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly could have been the greatest quarterback of all time if he wins all 4 Super Bowls, because nobody.
That's
4-0.
I hear you. That's facts.
In that Bills team. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a big. I feel like this is a big legacy game for the Chiefs. They've got to win to be 2-1 is better than me 1-2, because then you're just the team that gets there and is starting to lose. And then maybe you look back at that, especially if it's a blowout. If the Eagles blow them out, and it's a blowout, that's 2 bad losses in a Super Bowl for
in
Andy
a row,
Reid.
and that'll be in a row too.
And then you look back at the 49ers game, they were losing all the way into that game. And if Jimmy can just drop it into a bucket to George Kittle, game's probably over. So that, again, I feel like the closer if it's a blowout, it's going to get real loud about maybe Andy and Patty aren't as good as we once thought they were.
Well, here's the counter to that. And I heard this on Friday from Mike Tannenbaum. Do you realize Jalen Hurts in the second half of games has thrown 22 passes all year long? 22.
Wow.
So if the Chiefs are up by more than 7 going into the fourth quarter, Jalen Hurts is going to have to throw the ball. And he hasn't had to do that all year long.
Bro, so that's crazy stat.
Yeah. The Chiefs go into halftime and they're up like 21-7. The Eagles are going to say, uh-oh, what do we do now? So the Eagles need to jump on the Chiefs early in this game and have a lead in order to run the ball. When I heard that stat Friday, it blew my mind.
That's wild.
That is beyond. That's crazy.
What do you think, Ash?
Yeah.
You think it's a big game for Patrick Mahomes and for his career, or
Yes.
or maybe more on Hurts?
It will be a big game on Patrick Mahomes because I heard that he's now 100%, so I think he can be a really big part of this game.
True.
I agree.
Ash with the insight right there. He's got who's your insider, Ash? Who you talking to on the Chiefs to know that Mahomes is 100%? Who's your you gonna reveal your source there?
Nick Bodkins.
Never reveal your sources, Ash. Never.
Yes. A broadcaster never reviews its sources.
There you go.
There you
man.
go.
Good man.
All right, Ash. What's your final prediction before we let you go here?
Final prediction?
Yeah.
I'm not changing it. Anything. It will be a big game for Patrick Mahomes with his throwing arm, and the Eagles will mostly run it probably. So I'm not changing anything. 37-34, wins by a field goal. Then he gets his Vince Barry trophy. Then he eats his $1 million cheesesteak, accidentally drops it, but I get some money and buy a new one. Then he turns to the camera and says, I'm going to Disney World.
Nice. That was awesome, bro.
That's great. That's great.
All right, Ash. We'll let you go, man. Have a good game today. And
All right, bud.
See you, Ashton.
Bye, Ash. Take care.
Thanks, Ash.
Welcome.
That was Ash, everybody. It's always great having him on.
Yeah.
So here we got Rich Sports here. Shout out to us UK fans have to stay stupidly late. Yeah, that's true.
Hey,
Yes.
if you're like me and you're a UFC fan, you have to stay up super late in the UK, like 4 a.m, because it's like 1. But I went to bed at midnight, and then you got to turn around, and stay up late again. That's like super back-to-back nights for those UK guys.
Is midnight the end of the UFC, or does it go past midnight?
It was past midnight, I think, by the time it actually ended. And that's Central Time Zone. So 1 Eastern, East Coast.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's like 4 or 5 in the morning there.
That's what it felt like. Yeah. It was late last night.
So before we get Philly in here,
Rob Logan's a smart man, by the way.
I know. I'm listening.
God, I want to comment what you said about the Eagles haven't ever really played from behind at all season. Like
No,
they've been dog walking people. They dog walked their way into the super to get here to the Super Bowl.
Thanks,
Of course.
Thank you, Lisa.
Of course. Thanks for letting me
Anytime,
come on.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a better, you always bet against the Eagles' second half line because they never came through because they just ran the ball all the time. They didn't
That's when
flip the
teams
score.
come
They
back.
just flipped the grind clock.
That's still
So,
crazy.
I mean,
bro.
if you really look at it, they only have one loss all year with Jalen Hurts started and finished the game.
No,
And that
right.
was it.
the Washington
That was the
game, right.
Commanders game.
And don't
Right.
forget, in college, it wasn't Jalen Hurts that led Alabama to the national championship. It was Tua Tagovailoa. Jalen Hurts got benched in the championship game. So this is big for Jalen. Just as big for Jalen Hurts.
To that counter reaction, though, I mean, he's also the reason they got there the second time because Tua got benched in
Tua
the
got
SEC
hurt.
championship game.
Tua got hurt. Yeah.
And then Jalen came in the SEC championship game and got him there the second time.
Right.
So
I mean, for everybody that says this is big for Patrick Mahomes' legacy, this is just as big for Jalen Hurts too. This game.
I feel like the Eagles are playing with house money, though.
I agree with Nick on that. I think the pressure is more on Kansas City than it is on Philly.
And the reason I say that is because you look at the Eagles at the beginning of the year, everybody knew it's going to be the Chiefs were going to still kind of be right there.
Right.
Jalen Hurts was like the biggest question mark for the Eagles.
Right.
I said the two quarterbacks that have the most pressure on them this year is Tua and Jalen because their teams went all in. Hey, it's your time. It's your team. Show us what you got. Can you take us there? And both of them, I mean, now Tua's going to have to answer a lot of health issues, but Jalen had knocked off every box there was and then some. Hey, I'm the guy that we can go all the way, take this team to the Super Bowl. Yeah. And by God, he's done it. And then some it could have been MVP had he played those last two, had not got hurt and played 2 of those games.
And don't forget, what was the talk at this time last year? The Eagles have 3 first-round picks. They're going to get a quarterback. Jalen Hurts is not going to be the quarterback. And look what he did this year.
Because you look at that team when they got beat by the Bucs. It was like that kid can't throw. He can't put it when they need it. And then this year he's answered those questions. They went out and got the big time wide receiver in AJ Brown. Already had Devontae Smith, and then they have Dallas Goedert. Like that team has all the weapons. Could he answer the all the questions? Check all the boxes. The kid's done it. Like I feel like they're playing with house money because of that. They're on their second year team with their second coach with Sirianni. They weren't supposed to be here. Now, most of the season, they were the best team in the NFC. And it's like, okay, they're for real. And now we're going to find out. I feel like this is their toughest challenge because they haven't really played they didn't play Dak, twice. They haven't played they didn't go through the gauntlet like the Chiefs have, but they beat everybody that was on their schedule.
Right.
I'm going to Philly's on today, right, Tanner? Is Philly on today?
What?
Is Philly on today?
Yeah, Philly. We're about to get him in here. Philly Sports Talk. Nick, I'm going to come back to that MVP comment. I don't see how he gets MVP playing 2 more games.
You don't think so? I think if he plays 2 games, I think he was runner up.
No, what would you say? Like he had only 3,701 passing yards outside of 2 games.
Yeah, but like Nick said, nobody was expecting the Eagles to be that good. And I think unfortunately, I think unfortunately Mahomes he's gotten to that level where it's expected of him.
Just like Aaron Rodgers. He's reached that Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers. Where
I'm going to agree with Tanner on this point. They trade Tyreek Hill in the offseason. His receivers are quote unquote not up to where they should be. Mahomes carried that team.
He's still got the best tight end in the league, though.
Understandable, but the pieces around him after Kelsey were not that good. Juju was back and forth all year. Everybody else is terrible.
Right.
I agree with the receivers, but Travis Kelsey is the best tight end in the league.
Agreed.
Let's bring in Philly here. Philly Sports Talk. What's up, man?
I don't think he's Tone.
I was gonna say, is he there? What's up, Tone?
I don't think it's Tone. It's I can't remember the names. I was on there Tuesday.
Oh,
okay, I got you.
Right, we'll see if he hops in.
Philly Sports. That's Philly Sports Rap is Tone. Philly Sports Talk. Too many Eagles fans.
Everybody Philly Sports.
I'll ask you guys this question: was AJ Brown to Philadelphia the biggest trade in the offseason?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Here's why I'm saying this. Devonta Smith took off to another level because A.J. Brown was there, and he became the number 2 and had less coverage. I think it made Philly's offense that much better with that trade.
I agree.
So I'm going to say A.J. Brown was the biggest trade this offseason.
Is that bigger than Devontae leaving Green Bay to go to the Raiders?
Yeah, because I think Philly's offense became much more
with the decrease of what happened in Green Bay is what I would say to that, right? Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean.
So it's 1 and 1A, I think, to be honest.
Well, I can see where I see your point as far as like AJ Brown, and they needed that guy and they got him. And now they're in the Super Bowl. I guess if the Raiders had been in the Super Bowl, that like that would definitely.
I'd say definitely AJ Brown over Devontae's trade. Just for the fact of where their teams are and how they finished.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Obviously, Devontae wasn't enough to keep Derek Carr in Vegas, so
that's crazy.
Are
you guys hearing the same thing about?
He's going to the Saints. Derek Carr's
Pro Bowler Derek Carr, by the way.
Yeah. Well, so is Tyler Huntley. So I mean, the Pro Bowl don't mean shit.
I know it doesn't. Derek Carr's going to the Saints. The Jets might get shut out here for quarterback.
Yeah, they might.
They're hoping Aaron comes out of that darkness retreat and says, "Hey, yeah, let's go to New York."
I think he's going to Vegas with Devontae. I
think it's Green Bay or retirement. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think he stays. I think he stays in Green Bay.
There's no way he leaves. No way he leaves, guys.
$60 million says a lot.
Right.
In the
not only that, but they would have to trade it to the Raiders. If they trade him to the Raiders are gonna have to give up assets. So you're decreasing, saying how good the Raiders are gonna be, which they're not gonna be that great anyway. So I don't see Aaron Rodgers wanting to go.
They still got to pay, and if they get Aaron Rodgers and he reworks his deal, they still got to pay Darren Waller. They still got to pay Jacobs.
They got to upgrade that defense too. That defense,
offensive line is awful.
I'm pretty sure Jacobs is going somewhere else. So
I don't see. I think if there was a team in play, the Jets make sense because I feel like they're the most Super Bowl ready. But if I'm Aaron, why would I want to go to the AFC? because I mean that's the creme de la creme of quarterbacks and teams. That's the gauntlet. You're going to have to go through the gauntlet to get there.
Right.
You stay in the NFC. If he leaves the NFC, who is in the NFC? The Eagles. That's it.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the only team.
He should.
He should
I guess, you know.
He should want to go to Tampa Bay. That's where he should want to go. Tampa Bay.
That team makes sense. He goes to Tampa, and they got all them weapons still.
Just get him an offensive line. Be fine.
That's it.
Do you think he'll feel some kind of way about following Brady to Tampa? You know what I'm saying? Do you think Rodgers thinks that way? Like, I don't want to do the same thing he did.
He said he wants to play this year so he doesn't go in the Hall of Fame the same year as Brady.
He didn't say that, Scott.
Yeah, he did.
He did it. I watched the damn interview with him and Pat. He didn't say that shit. He said, hey, that would be cool to go in with Tom, me, JJ, and Tom. That's the greatest Hall of Fame class of all time.
You want to know where I heard that from? It's Dan Harris on Let's Talk Sports. Breaking news. Aaron Rodgers.
Dan Harris is a source.
Shout out to Dan, by the way.
Shout out to Dan.
Dan went into the darkness retreat with Aaron. They're both sitting in the dark and hallucinating together.
They got the laptop on. Dan's typing up in all the show's comments. And Aaron's going,
hey, Dan's got to slide out of the darkness and saying, I know I'm supposed to be in here for 4 days in this darkness, but I got to go rework Johnny Cruz's contract to get him back, make sure he's on the Super Bowl special.
I was going to say, you better, Nick, you better let Dan know so he can try to convince Aaron just to stay.
He's trying to convince him to go to the Jets. That's what Dan's trying to do.
Yes, he is. He is.
Just think, man, Elijah Moore, Wilson.
They got defensive rookie of the year and offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah,
the Jets did.
Which I was a rookie.
Brees Hall in the backfield. I mean,
that would suck.
I saw
if he went to the Jets.
It would.
Suck, bro.
I saw a bet slip. Guy nailed every pick besides offensive the rookie year. He bet $3. Would have won himself $4,000. He put money on Olave, which Olave was a smart choice, and Garrett Wilson got it. Oh man,
I don't know. I think Garrett Wilson was not the right pick for that.
Kenneth Walker
was my pick because
I thought Kenneth Walker was my pick too. I thought
Walker would have had it easy, but they went Garrett Wilson, but he wasn't effective when Zach Wilson was in. Like there were games that he disappeared.
Right.
I had him on the team, so I know.
Walker was a big part of why Seattle made the playoffs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What would you say about Brees Hall?
Is it Hall or Walker if Brees Hall doesn't get hurt?
Ooh.
Because of the way the Jets offense works, it's probably still Walker. Because remember, Walker lost Penny, Chris Carson essentially retired. So I'd still go Walker, but I think if Brees Hall is healthy, he's definitely getting majority of that workload, and he's right on the tails. Like Garrett Wilson wouldn't be even a factor if Brees Hall was healthy.
Right. If Hall's healthy, the Jets made the playoffs this year.
Yes. Yes. That running game at the end was a disaster.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't even get like positive yards the last game or whatever it was, last 2 games or whatever it was. It was so bad.
No doubt.
There's a lot. There's a lot to come into play here.
Was there any other than offensive rookie there? Was there any other picks that you guys were surprised or
coach of the year? I think it should have been Doug Peterson.
I think Doug Peterson.
I like Dabble. I like Brian with Dave.
I would have either one. I felt like it was kind of you could have gave it to Peterson. You could have gave it to. I felt like Dayball as well.
I think between those two, it was somebody second. Shanahan was second in voting, which I none of us ever put Shanahan in that play for coach of the year.
Yeah.
I mean, he did a great job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just look at the reason I would say Dayball over Peterson is just talent level. Like I felt like the Giants have less talent, especially on the offensive side of the football, than the Jaguars. Because I mean, give me Trevor Lawrence over Daniel Jones.
Right.
Give me
Christian Kirk over any receivers they have.
Yeah, any receiver, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram over anybody that the Giants have by far.
Don't forget Calvin Ridley's there next year.
Yeah.
They're gonna be
I think the Jaguars
more
could own that division. That NFC, AFC, both South divisions are really going to be absolute
Up for
dog
grabs.
shits, I think, next year. So, I mean, unless something that changes.
Wow.
Well, that's surprising to me.
That is surprising.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not overly surprised.
Who got defensive player of the
Bosa?
Okay.
But to not get one vote.
And just unanimous. Like that's how far apparently all the voters thought that Bosa and Parsons were from apart. So obviously it wasn't close enough to make a difference for them. Bosa can eat a satchel of
Let me ask you guys this. The 49ers have done a lot of chirping back about that Eagles game. CMC, Brandon Ayuk, they've all said, hey, the Chiefs are going to blow them out. Like that's not the team. What do you got? Is that just sour grapes, or do they got a legit argument here?
I mean, they were on the field with them. That's all I'm gonna say. Like they were on the field. I would say it's not a valid argument, but they were also playing against this team and saw this team, up close and personal on how they could do stuff. They were legit a quarterback away from making it an actual game. So I'll give them credit.
Don't forget, until Josh Johnson turned that ball over, it was 14-7.
Yeah, it was a close game. And then when that fumble happened, where he didn't catch a snap, it just took momentum from there. Is what the Eagles needed to blow it out. So, but I was on I kind of counteracted this argument too. Is like I was like, well, because the 49ers defense didn't show up and they gave up 30 some odd points. But I said to the counter argument, it was like their offense was going 3 and out. They're just getting tired. Like, I mean, what else do you want them to do? When you're on the field for over 30 minutes, it's kind of hard to stop somebody.
And when your offense is just going 3 and out because they don't have a quarterback, and then Brock Purdy's in there, he can't throw the damn ball. You know what you can do? You can just pin your head, ears back, and just go get him.
Just go at it. That's all you can do at that point.
Yeah, because the Eagles' defense has not played a bad game other than the Dallas game since Washington, since Hurts lost.
Yeah.
So they're due to play a mediocre game on defense. I just don't know if it's today, but if it is today, Mahomes is going to exploit the crap out of that defense. So,
Scott, what's the matchup though that he can exploit? What do you think in there? Is it Travis Kelce, or what do you expect them to exploit there?
I think they can run the ball against this Eagles front, and I think they're going to try to early in the game. I think with Pacheco. And then McKinnon's going to be the pass catcher. But I think Pacheco has played really well down the stretch here. So I think CEH is going to affect this game somehow, some way.
So. It just seems weird to activate him this final week. So
the other guy that's a sleeper in this is Noah Gray.
Yep.
I think that if Mahomes can find him on a couple of plays in the middle of the field and take the pressure off of Kelce a little bit, I think the Chiefs are going to be just fine. So
yesterday on Barstool, the over-under for catches for him were 0.5. So I would go that over. His yards receiving prop is like 12.5 or something. Yeah, I'm taking that. There's just way too much talk about Noah Gray and CEH for them not to be any factor in the game. And as Tanner said, CEH getting activated the week of the Super Bowl is a strange thing for me. How convenient, and a healthy running back ready to go. Yep. And who hasn't played since like week 6. So I think Kansas City's going to have success running the ball early in the game. Oh. And I think they're going to put Philadelphia on their heels because Mahomes will throw to Kelce, will throw to Tony, will throw to McKinnon out of the backfield. I think Mahomes is going to be just fine today. I think he's going to score close to 300 today.
No,
so.
I'm in for it. All right, let's bring in our next guest here. We'll bring in Ted here. Ted, what's going on?
Morning, fellas. How we doing?
Good.
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Can't complain.
Well, I think, Ted, you can complain because you got to feel like the team could fucking be in the Super Bowl if they would have had a quarterback could stay healthy, right?
Well, I mean, we would have had a shot, but the Eagles are a really good team. I mean, I'm not going to say we would have won with Purdy, but I think it would have been a close game.
Your team is saying that though. Like I don't know if you caught us just before that. That's what I was just alluding to right before you came on air. Is the 49ers are saying, hey, like we should have been there. We could have beat them if we just were. If Purdy could have just not got blown his elbow out in the first play of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the same thing. We could have. I'm not going to say we would have. Eagles are a really good team. They are better than us on the O line, better than us on the D line, better than us at quarterback. I liked some of our matchups. I thought we were better at linebacker, but watching some of the film from the game of how they put Warner into conflict, where he was guarding the third receiver going right, and then Sanders going left, and he just got stuck flat-footed. I imagine the Chiefs will have even more trouble with that unless their D-line can compensate, because obviously their D-line had more sacks than we did this season. That would be the Chiefs' only hope, in my opinion, defensively against the Eagles' offense.
So the reason why Philadelphia ran the ball so well is because the San Francisco offense couldn't get first downs, and their defense was on the field continuously. So no, I mean, we got the Niners defense got tired and they got frustrated. Certainly, there's some of that, but the first 2 touchdowns in the game were walk-in touchdowns by Sanders. So that was before they got tired. So and one came obviously after the the Devonta Smith catch. That clearly was not a catch.
Hey, Dez's catch was more of a catch than that catch. That's for dang sure. Way back in the day.
Yes, it
could have changed everything for sure. I also felt like the refs, once Purdy was out, the refs made sure that we weren't going to make it as a Purdy-less team in the Super Bowl to face either, we didn't know if it'd be the Chiefs or the Bengals at that point, but they didn't want us there. It didn't seem like at that point. But ultimately the Eagles are a really good team. And while I'm not rooting for them today, I hate the Chiefs a lot from our Super Bowl experience with them and since. But I'm rooting for the Chiefs today because I've learned to hate the Eagles more. The Eagles fans have really, they've been so distasteful, and just the way they treated this whole game, like as if they beat our team at full squad, as if it was some, great, affirmation of their team. That they were much better than us. I mean, they got the win, but I don't think they beat the team that got us there, is sort of the way I look at it. It's sort of like an incomplete in my mind. And, ultimately, part of that is them winning more games in the regular season and getting that home field advantage. I think that was big for them in the game. So
there's 2 things that I really don't like about the Eagles' chances today. Number one is Nick Sirianni mugs to the camera way too much. And he's not coaching. He's looking for the first camera he could see to mug to it. And secondly,
Andy Reid has got that dog mentality, Scott. You got dogs do that. Dog mentality.
And secondly, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes with 2 weeks between games are a deadly combination in any game to play against because they can figure things out really easily. So I think the Eagles a lot of trouble today against the Chiefs.
What was it? Read off a bye week? I thought I said it on one of our
23-4 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
23-4.
Does that include the Super Bowl though? I mean, he's got 2 of those losses in a Super Bowl.
Think it is. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is. It's 23-4 after the bye. So
Ted, let me ask you about your team and the future of your team. Is it? Yeah. I think Jimmy is gone. Is it gonna be? Is it next year? We start the year with Brock Purdy, who's coming off of like Tommy John type surgery, or is it going to be Trey Lance, who's coming off the ankle surgery? What would you like to see, or your inclination of how it's going to go?
I mean, I said before the Purdy injury that I thought Lance would end up being our QB1 eventually. I really like Brock Purdy. I love what he did for us this season, but the butt on him is he's 6'1.5" and doesn't have a lot of arm strength. And what worked for us to win this season will not work as well after we pay Nick Bosa north of $30 million a year this offseason. So we're not going to have as many weapons, or if we have the weapons, our O-line won't be as good, or if the O-line's as good, our defense won't be as good. Something's got to give when you pay a defensive end QB money, or these low end QB money. Lance is obviously going to get pretty much all the OTAs. I think all of training camp. They're saying 6 months best case scenario. Well, that's the end of August. That's August 22nd is when you're talking about. So that's almost the end of preseason, really. And that's best case scenario. Now, then they're coming out and saying, well, maybe it's a hybrid. Maybe it's a 9-month recovery, or maybe it is the full Tommy John, which is more like 9 to 12, or sometimes 12 to 18 months.
So a year of Tommy John.
We'll find out a lot on February 22nd after the surgery. I talked to Dr. Nirav Pandya, who is out of UCSF and does a lot of work for 95.7 The Game, a local radio station here. He's their injury expert for the Warriors and the Niners. And he was saying basically, you can do all the MRIs you want, but until you open it up and get in there and see what you're working with, you don't know if you can do this repair, this internal brace that they've been talking about. There may not be enough material there to do it, in which case they'll have to do either that hybrid, which is the next step, or the full Tommy John, which is the longest recovery time. So, I mean, Trey Lance is going to get a really good opportunity to show what he can do this season. For him, I think it really just comes down to, can he stay healthy? Because he's had his fair share of health injuries. And can he approach his ceiling? Can he learn to do some of the things that Brock Purdy does so well? Brock Purdy has great accuracy. He has great pocket presence. He has great decision-making. He has great footwork. Brock's a little quicker. Trey's a little faster. But ultimately, I think there's a lot more likelihood that Lance can learn to do what Purdy can do than Purdy can learn to be 6'4" and have a cannon of an arm. So that's really what it comes down to for me.
So the 49ers are looking at signing, quote unquote, like an Andy Dalton type of backup quarterback just in case. You think?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that.
Yeah. I think we'll sign sort of a veteran backup type QB. I don't think we'll spend a lot on that role. And then I think we'll draft another quarterback as well, too, if we're smart. As far as the backup I'd like to see somebody who's more like a Trey Lance. So maybe like a Mariota, maybe
Jameis confirmed for 2020.
Oh, I'm not a big Jameis fan. But, he did have a good 2021 there. He was on track for a good season in 2021 before he got injured. But, I mean, somebody who we don't have to scrap the whole offense if Trey Lance gets hurt, like how we had to do with Jimmy. There was a huge conversion switching from Trey Lance to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
So I don't want to see that again, ideally. So I would not like to see like a Matt Ryan I guess an interesting one is the Commanders talking about Carson Wentz being released. At least he's mobile, but I mean,
he can't stay healthy either.
Yeah, that's true. No, I mean, as far as that goes, I don't know who the answer would be. I mean, I like Ty Huntley, but I guess with him making the Pro Bowl this season, that'll probably price him out of our range.
He might be out of your pay
Huntley,
range.
I guess he's calling himself these days, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see who we pick up. Maybe Jacoby Brissett, who I've often called Jalopy Brisket. I'm not a huge fan, but we're talking about a backup, hopefully our third string QB, hopefully. So I don't want to invest too heavily in something like that. Obviously more than a Josh Johnson, but I think we won't go as deep as some of the guys that could be actual starters in the league.
I want to ask you about the locker room, because to me, from the outside and not being like, really into the 49ers tea leaves there, it seemed like that team rallied around Brock Purdy and like he became their guy. And I never seen it. The only thing I ever heard was like Shanahan went to some of the veterans and say, "Hey, put your arm around Trey." Did any of that happen? Or, is it like Brock's? Because sometimes a team just rallies around a guy and it seems like he's their guy. Will that push Brock forward if he's not out for the year long with the Tommy John?
Yeah. I mean, if Brock's healthy, he's got to be the de facto starter. No matter what Trey Lance does in, OTAs, camp and preseason, that's not going to compare to 6 regular season wins and 2 postseason wins. I mean, Purdy won every game he finished. So that's got to count for something. You've heard Kittle say it, it's his job to lose. I just don't know if he'll be ready. That's the big question mark, is his health. He makes great decisions. He's great throwing in that 10 to 20 yard range. He's a little bit better than Lance Short, but really good in that 10 to 20 yard range. And that's where he really shines over Trey Lance. Lance is a little bit better deep, but we don't throw that many 30 plus yard passes. So I don't think that's quite as relevant. The one thing I'll say, all right, when people are trying to compare Trey Lance and Brock Purdy, the important thing to keep in mind with Trey Lance is that he never played with Christian McCaffrey. And we saw what a huge difference he made on our team this year. The guy is an absolute X factor and an amazing check down. He used to play quarterback. He knows where to go to be open for his quarterback as that last read, that dump off. And Lance also played very little with Kittle. It was basically just the Texans game. And so when Lance lost, our team was struggling. We started out 2021 3-5. We started out 2022 3-4. When our team was not struggling, Lance won. And granted, it's the Texans, I get that, but nonetheless, those are the things that I ask people to keep in mind when they're trying to compare these two young quarterbacks. Also, Purdy got to play 8 games in a row, and Lance played 4 games over the course of 2 seasons, especially in 2020, highly spaced out. He played half a game against the Seahawks, a full game against the Cards the next week in week 5. And then he didn't play till week 17 or 16 against the Texans. Then the monsoon game where against the Bears, where when we needed to come back and score and we had to throw the ball, the sky opened up and like nobody was throwing anything either direction once that happened. Yeah. And that game was not lost by Lance. I mean, that game, in my opinion, as a Niner guy, was lost by our defense. We had almost 100 yards in penalties, including a drive extending penalty on every single scoring drive by the Bears. So 2 were third downs and 1 was a second down and goal. And then, Debo had a lost fumble inside the 20 that cost us 3 to 7 points. So Lance didn't play great, but he did make 3 really nice throws during that game, and he showed some promise. And so I would just say, like, for people saying, "Oh, you lost to the Bears," well, I think there were bigger reasons that we lost besides Trey Lance for that. Right. I'm not going to say he's top 3, but the D and Debo were more to blame, in my opinion.
So that was a monsoon. I mean,
right.
That game was an absolute monsoon.
All right, we got some breaking news, guys, for coaching stuff here. Alan has it first here. Colts have targeted Eagles offensive coordinator Shane Steichen to be their next head coach over Jeff Saturday. Who would have thought? And have told other candidates
over the Chiefs OC too. Bieniemy was real close, I thought.
So that means welcome Gardner Minshew to Indianapolis next year as the quarterback.
Is what it's going to be, right? And then also the Texans have announced their offensive coordinator is Bobby Slowick. Was that QB coach, right, for the Niners?
Mm-hmm.
So what's your thought with that? Is that pretty huge for the Texans, you think?
He's not the QB coach. Our QB coach is Brian Greasy.
Yeah.
Slowick. I'm not sure what his title is, but he's one of the assistants. He might have been receivers maybe, or offensive quality control, something more like that. But definitely we hired Brian Greasy in the offseason to be our quarterback coach. He's done a great job. Any loss that we have it hurts. I think, I mentioned earlier our slow starts the last 2 seasons. Well, we lost 11 coaches in 2021 and we lost 8 coaches in 2022. So, that probably has a little something to do with these slow starts, is getting the cohesion going between the coaching units. But I have all the faith in Kyle to hire the next wave of great coaches and to empower them and make them great. There were some other people we lost too this week. We lost the boombox guy, with the walkout with Debo and Trent Williams coming out of locker rooms, and you go, "Oh, well, that's nothing," right? But he had some actual titles within the coaching organization, and we did lose our one of our quality control. I think it was defensive quality control coach as well. So it sounds like 3 defections this week. out of our coaching staff. It all adds up for sure. And like I said, if you see a struggle early in the season, that could be part of the reason why. It could be just the way we are, but that's my explanation for it.
Do you see Brian Greasy being the offensive coordinator in the next year or two for them?
He would probably need to take a step up from QB coach first, but I could see that potentially. I mean, he played with Mike in Denver, Kyle's father, so he knows the system well. He's done a really great job. I could see that. The thing about the Niners is that we don't really have an offensive coordinator.
Right.
We called Mike McDaniel our OC, and the closest he got to that before leaving to go to the Dolphins, it was 1 year. He was our OC, and ultimately it was just sort of like Kyle saying, "Hey, Mike, I'm going to call a run play here. Give me 3 or 4 options." And then he would give him 3 or 4 options, and Kyle would still pick the one to call. So it's not like Mike was calling plays. But, yeah, I could see Brian Greasy move into that type of a role potentially. Sure, why not? He's done a great job for us. He obviously got Purdy looking a lot better than he looked in preseason by the time he came in against the Dolphins. Jimmy looked like some of the best he's looked. Part of that I credit to CMC again, but Brian Greasy's done a really good job. I hope he does a really good job with Trey Lance as well.
All right. Prediction time before we get you out of here, Ted. What you got?
Yeah.
What's your score today? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking the Eagles are going to win. Unfortunately, I'm rooting for the Chiefs, but my heart says Chiefs, my head says Eagles. So I think the score prediction will be probably 27 to. Got my son here coming in.
He wants to give his prediction.
We went to Disney on Ice yesterday, and he got his Buzz Lightyear ray gun, so he was coming to shoot me with that. I'll say Eagles 30 and Chiefs 27. I think it'll be a really close game. I won't be shocked if the Chiefs win by any stretch, especially if it's close at the end. I would never bet against Patrick Mahomes. I just think they may have too much of a lead going into the fourth quarter of the Eagles for the Chiefs to come back and actually win it. But against my better judgment, I am rooting for the Chiefs, which is crazy. It just shows how vile those Eagles fans have been to our players, their family, to us online. It's just been, really. I will say I did meet some nice Eagles content creators, and they were great. But the vast majority of the dealings with the Eagles fan base has been pretty negative.
Not been the greatest. Yeah. What? Where can we find you? What you got coming up here?
Yeah, sure. I'm Ted H6 on Twitter, Ted Talks Ball on YouTube. I've got a couple things in the wings for the off season. I'll wait until I get them confirmed, but I've got a couple big names of network folks that have agreed to come on after Super Bowl here. And so keep an eye on Ted Talks Ball. I've got a big analyst coming on, and then a big network face guy, basically, who you've probably all heard of. So
nice.
Yeah. Awesome. And then
is it Tony Romo? Tony, is it Tony Romo because he's getting kicked off the CBS, and he's gonna do a sit down with you, Ted, to kind of clear out. He's not drunk on the air like we all think he is.
Nick,
it's closer to Tony Romo than you might think.
Jim Nance.
Tom Brady is making the media circuit around since he's not starting until 2024. That's who's coming on.
No, it's not an ex-player. It's one's an analyst and one is a broadcaster. So
that'd be great.
That'll be great. And like I said, I just don't want to talk about it until it's fully finalized.
Right.
Yeah. Just it's one of those things. If it seems too good to be true, maybe it is, and so. I just want to make sure to make it happen before I talk about it. It would be pretty embarrassing to say I had him and then not have it work out. So.
Well, if it's Tony, you might have to wake him up from his drunken stupor on the golf course. So.
I'm a big Tony Romo fan. I definitely like his action. I feel like he really knows his stuff. I love the way he a lot of times I love the way a lot of times how he diagnoses plays before they happen. I think that's amazing. Former QB, of course, he's going to know more than most folks on there. So
awesome.
Yeah.
All right, Ted, we'll let you go. have a great day with the Super Bowl today, and I'm sure we'll talk later. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate you guys having me on. Glad that I'm not, doing it from a car like I did back before the Seahawks game. Nice to be coming to you from the studio. And yeah, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And love to come back anytime you guys would like to have me. So let's do it.
Sounds
Let's
good,
run
man.
it back.
Thank you.
Hey, see you, Ted.
Thank you.
All right, bud.
The special guest on Ted's show is none other than Johnny Cruz.
That's what I'm saying. It's a Johnny Cruz.
I was waiting for that. I've been on already. I've been on already.
This makes sense.
And in 2 weeks, Tom Brady is my guest, as Dan said. So,
Oh shoot! How's Dan getting that and paying Johnny Cruz all at the same time?
That's what Dan said.
That was part of the problem. That was part of the problem. He mentioned bringing Tom Brady on, and I was like, nah, I don't know how I feel about that.
All right,
Too much bad blood.
Let's bring our final guest in here, the Mad New Yorker, Carlos. What's up, dude?
Yo, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Good, man. What you got going on this week or today? Do you think the Chiefs have it? Do you think I'll be happy at the end of the night, or am I going to be sad and go to bed angry?
Probably sad and just happy you made it, right? I'm playing the game on paper, which probably doesn't get paid, but I got the Chiefs 27-24, getting beat by the Eagles.
Tanner. Let me ask you before he just said something. Did you book guests today only that wanted the Chiefs to win?
I tried. I didn't get everybody, but I tried.
So Carlos, who's the key? Who's the key to the game today? Do you think?
For what team?
Both teams, Chiefs and then Eagles.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna spot the Chiefs 21 points, and the Eagles are still gonna win this game. And I tell you why. It's 'cause that coaching staff, they so pragmatic, man. They don't change unless they go out and just score 27, 32 points. They're not gonna win. They gotta pass. They gotta pass that marker. They gotta go out there strong and not look back. And if they go in and just try to make it a game and take the time away from the other team, they're gonna lose that battle.
Okay. I like it. I'll take it.
There's just Chiefs do too much to let other teams get back in the game. Their defense is young and a little bit they don't have the experience that the most of the offense, because the defense is younger, right? They're newer. So I think that's going to be a little factor. I don't think that they'll fall apart, but they might just not have the experience and make a couple mistakes, So
yeah.
And if you look at the other side, every that team is balanced. On every team, because they got Pro Bowlers and All Pros, and on offense they got Pro Bowlers and All Pros, and they got a coach that people are saying, oh, he just has to sit back and watch. I mean, he got to be there and he got to do some things, but that team is a well balanced team this year. And no matter who they played, I understand they have to play what the schedule makes it out to be, but they at least won the games that they had to win. And even when the quarterback was out, they didn't play too badly. So
that's fair.
Yeah, you can't get mad at them for the schedule that they play. You know what I'm saying? They can only play who's in front of them. So
I mean, you got to complain about the Chiefs not putting out all these teams that they should have just ran through.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Chiefs don't cover. Hey, Chiefs don't cover.
Oh, we don't cover. We don't ever cover.
They let everybody hang around until the fourth quarter. Then the Chiefs kind of put that extra little stamp in. They're supposed to win by 14. They win by 10. They're supposed to win by 7. They win by 3. That's the Chiefs.
And we almost blew it against whoever was quarterbacking for the Rams when I went to that game.
Oh, yeah. That game was close.
It was like a 17-point spread.
Perkins, wasn't it like Perkins or something like that?
Yeah, Bryce Perkins.
Yeah.
And it was a 17-point spread, and we let them score a couple of touchdowns late, and Patrick Mahomes had to play the whole game when it should have been a rest game at halftime. So, they still covered, barely that game. So, but it's one of those things that the Chiefs just like to do is let other teams play their own game, and then Patrick Mahomes gets mad, and he finally comes out, and we put him away. but it takes that long to get that done.
Yeah, you can't do that with this team, though.
Brendan also in one of
You
our other
can't.
final guests here. I'm actually excited to have both these guys on right now with Keith now added in and Carlos.
What's up?
On the cruise ship, even.
Yeah.
I was late because I was outside and it got so windy you wouldn't have been able to hear me. So I ran into the Red Frog. I'm having a drink for you guys.
I was to say, Keith, how many cocktails have you had so far? I'm going to put the over under at 5.5.
Today or
today? Today. I mean, did you go to sleep last night? So, like, I mean, we can continue that process.
I had my 2 free Bloody Marys this morning at the brunch. So you're just it's 5. So you missed by a half.
I was on Keith's show. I asked him a trivia question. I told him this was the prize for answering the trivia question right. You got a trip to the Caribbean.
The Scott Cope Show's got all the good budget. I need to talk to Dan about giving me some more funds here. You're giving out people cruise ships.
Johnny bought the cruise. I just gave the prize away, okay?
Oh, okay. Hey, that's in Johnny's contract negotiations.
And if my feed gets bad, just drop me because it's been in and out today.
Okay. So,
Keith,
what's the feeling? What's the feeling on the cruise? Any, like, is it Super Bowl that feeling, or is there a bunch of people who care less?
You know, it's a lot less than in previous years. Other years I've been here for the Super Bowl where it filled Atlanta and the Patriots, and there was a ton of Falcons fans here, I can tell you that year. Last year, the Bengals and Rams, and there was a lot of fans. But this year, I've only seen a handful of Eagles and probably more Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
Who I like today.
That's interesting. You like the Chiefs or the Eagles?
I like the Chiefs today. You know, it's funny. I've been telling people all week since the conference games, championship games. I've been going back and forth nearly daily, and usually I've got a great feel right after those games where I'm going. I've wavered nearly every day since, and mostly because the Eagles, I don't know exactly how good they are because they didn't play against a quarterback in the championship game. I like Kansas City today simply because of the Super Bowl experience and Steve Spagnuolo's chances of dialing up a big one today defensively for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
Keith,
Carlos, you hear that?
Keith, I heard you say there's not that many Eagles fans, right? Did you say that on the cruise?
Not many. No, not many.
Oh, you're lucky because, I mean, if they win, they will be the most insufferable humans on the ship. You'd probably have a couple man overboards because I would be throwing them.
You're probably right. And having been one of those unsufferable people in 2017, I know what it's like for the others.
Keith and Carlos, I gave this stat out earlier. Tell me what you think. Second half of games, Jalen Hurts has thrown 22 total passes for the season.
That's crazy, bro.
I heard that from Mike Tannenbaum on Friday.
Yeah. Did Tannenbaum how many touchdowns he had using his legs? You don't count.
He didn't say. He just said that because the Eagles have been so dominant in the second half, he's only had to throw 22 times in 17 games. I think he's played this year.
Yeah,
so
crazy, bro.
In second half.
I was talking to Robert, and I was always mentioning, you know, for 5 or 6 games, they're averaging 3 points a game. Again, play who got to play, but you start to hit 27, then you're more likely to win the game. The problem with the Chiefs, you can get 27, but they sometimes stop at 27. They got to go for 36, you know, and that's the thing that I'm not understanding. You got the most tools on the team on the offensive side. You can't score more than that. You know, you got to push that ball. And they're averaging a touchdown like 2. It takes them 2 to 3 minutes to put a touchdown run together. The average, like that's like quick, you know. So you can score fast, but you don't score enough. And then you got to come back and play. You can't play that today. You know, tonight you can't do that. So, you know,
right.
That's a good point there.
Keith, what are your thoughts?
He's going to throw the ball today because I think Spagnuolo is going to make him throw the ball today. I think the Chiefs take the run away from the Eagles and they want to make Jalen Hurts beat them. Because I'm still of the feeling that, and it's not being talked about a lot, but I think his shoulder is not as good as people think it is, and I think his shoulder is a bigger issue in this game than Mahomes' ankle, in my mind. And I think I think the Chiefs are gonna make him throw the football and beat them with the pass.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. Not a lot of teams have been able to stop that Philly run game this year, so that'll be interesting to see if
agreed.
Offensively,
they got a lot.
What do you think?
They got a lot of weapons.
Yeah, offensively for the Chiefs, besides obviously Mahomes, but who do you think is going to be his primary weapon that's going to have the biggest game?
The key is Kelsey. I've said this forever. When Tyreek Hill got traded and everybody was like, "Oh, that's it for the Chiefs," I said he's not the guy who makes that offense go. It's Travis Kelsey, right. And he'll be the key again today. Right. I mean, they didn't even think he was going to play 2 weeks ago, and he was the key in that game for them offensively, and he will be today. They need to get the ball to him. They need to be able to run the ball, I think, effectively, like they have, but not for entire games. So I think Kelsey and Mahomes will be the starts today.
Let me ask this real quick. Do you guys just let Kelsey get Kelsey, or do you try to hey, we're going to stop Kelsey and make everybody beat us, or we're going to take away everybody else and just if it's Kelsey that beats us, he beats us?
I mean, you could take Kelsey away and try and force the young receivers to make big plays, right? Because that means that they take away the short pass. That means that they have to throw the ball long, and so that means Scanlon and Kavarius Toney got to be out there ready to catch and go. So if Kelsey's he's not in the game.
I think we'll take the other guys away. I take everybody else away. McKinnon's been really good in the playoffs. He's a guy to watch out for today, making a big play somewhere. So there are guys. They're going to scheme. They're going to get guys open. Right. So I take everybody else away and just go to Kelsey if I'm the Eagles.
I said this earlier, and Tanner agreed. CEH is going to play a role in this game somehow, some way. I don't know how it's going to happen, but him being activated, he's going to play a role.
Red zone, like a red zone screen, and then he goes upfield. It's going to be something that matters.
Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, we got to wrap up here because the next show begins. Mark's out here.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Everybody good?
What's up?
Happy Super Bowl Sunday. I hope you all took tomorrow off. I did.
I did.
I unfortunately wasn't able to take tomorrow off, but I did tell them I'll be there. I ain't gonna be productive, but I'll be there.
Tanner, you know how to work with a hangover. You know what I'm saying?
I teach, man. I can't teach with a hangover.
One question before we go. Tanner,
how old are the children you're teaching?
I teach.
Yeah, how?
They'll come in.
You can do that. You can do that. You put on a movie, and you just close your eyes and let it go.
I wish I could do that in this world today, but teaching is such a scrutinized job anymore. It's just incredible.
Right.
You're
on their microscope.
What class? What subject?
I actually teach first aid classes. I certify kids in CPR, AED, and basic first aid skills, and then I teach honors health classes. So I'm smarter than I look.
Oh, okay. Hey, you're teaching
you don't
real.
Want to do that hungover.
You can't just put on a movie. Then never mind. You're out here trying to save people's lives. I take that back.
Well, I did what I do.
They have movies, but it's the old film projector reels from the 1950s.
I wish we still had those things, man. What I wish we didn't have are these damn things right here, because it's all about TikTok, man. It's all about TikTok. That's all they care about.
I say in my work, it's the TikTok video game generation that's coming up.
Absolutely.
All right. Schuster.
I'll be back at 1 o'clock. I'll see all you guys later.
All right, Mark's here, guys. Behave over there.
Guys.
Mojo, Bill,
have fun, guys.
Have fun.
See you guys.
See ya.
Go Chiefs. Thanks, Carlos. Thanks, Keith.
Nice.
All right, guys.
See you later.
Thanks, guys.
Have a blast. We'll be back. See you guys.
Nice.
I don't know who's still sticking around and who's not. Oh, there's my quad.
Yeah, all right.
There we go. What's going on, fellas? Hey, let's start. Mojo, go ahead and introduce yourself. Let's go with you first.
Yeah, my name is Walter Wojo. Either one you can call me on. I'm on the Friday Let's Talk Sports 5 o'clock hour. They've changed the name on that a few times. Went from being like a general football show, then the NFC South Roundtable. Now I just do like interviews, and then if I don't have an interview, I just riff for a good half hour to an hour during that time. Other than that, on Thursday nights, a Face Off a Face Mirror. That's a call-in show. You go ahead and like spit what game you want on the games going on. A lot of sports talk on that. And I'm also a stand-up comedian in the northern New Jersey, Rockland County, New York City area.
Oh, nice. Well,
Yeah.
you got the Eagles playing today, so you're going to have a lot to talk about. Lot of material, right?
Oh yeah, well yeah, the Eagles, when they win, they riot. When they lose, they riot. It's a great town.
Yeah.
Rioting is just a pastime in Philadelphia.
Hey, everybody loves Philly. Everybody loves Philly, right?
Yeah, Philly loves Philly to trash Philly. They like to burn the place down. Like, yeah, we won. Like, screw this place. Let's eat cow or eat the cow poop.
Throw snowballs at Santa Claus too. Don't forget that.
Exactly. That bastard, he hands out free gifts. Why should he?
Yeah, that's
Hey, Wendell,
son of a
introduce
bitch.
yourself.
All right, my name is Wendell Wallace. I do my show Mondays, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. The Wendell Wallace Show. I, for a long time, was in the Clark County School District. I was a substitute teacher. So I know what you were talking about when you're talking about TikTok and Instagram Reels and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, I had a bevy of that with the kids, who I loved. But, understand where you're coming from on that one. Do my show again, the Wendell Wallace Show. Any of you guys want to come on? Hey, you're always welcome. To be speaking about what's happening in the NFL, the everyday of sports. I also do my own podcast, Wendell's World of Sports, that I've come out, talk about what's happening, talk about everything that's going on in the world of sports. And yeah, man, so I'm just talking about what's going on in the world of sports type of guy.
Clark County, you're out in Vegas, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of money flowing on the Eagles out in Vegas, isn't there?
There should be. Yeah, there should be. So, that's fine. Hopefully the Chiefs will win so the roads can get fixed and the schools can get better. So, yeah, a lot of action out here. Busy time out here in Vegas. Final Four, the first 2 weeks of the NCAA tournament and the Super Bowl, man. Those are pretty. That's why I stay way, way far from the strip and don't even sniff going down there.
Here's a little tip for you with the NCAA tournament. Watch out for the Pitt Panthers.
Yeah, well,
That's right, baby.
My love is for the Georgetown Hoyas. So
They're rolling
basketball right now.
Yeah.
Cable's got those boys playing good, man.
Yeah,
they're rolling.
I got a kid that's playing at Georgetown. He was at LSU and transferred over to Georgetown. Brandon Murray.
Oh, Murray, yeah, he's from Gaithersburg in Maryland. I'm from DC.
I had him in class, and we built a nice bond. He's a really good kid. I expect him to play at the next level too. To be honest,
he plays hard too. He plays hard. Yeah, I like him. One of the few bright spots on the team that's 6-20. If you can say that.
Yep, that's unbelievable too. That just blows my mind because I used to be a Hoya guy when I was younger. I loved John Thompson when I was younger.
Who didn't?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. All right, William, bring it home. Tell us all about you.
Yeah, so Bill Akins, originally from Pittsburgh. I do the Pittsburgh Sports Desk every Wednesday with myself and Tracy Sirocco, and we also have Ed Quinn that joins us. I also do the Premier League show for those of you that like soccer or association football, as they call it in Europe. Big Arsenal fan, so I do that on Saturdays. Monday Night Football post-game show as well. So I'm up here in Packers country. I'm in the Army. I've been in 24 years. I'm in Fort McCoy right now, so I'm up here in the ice and the snow and far away from the Berg, but still love to talk Pittsburgh sports and,
He grinds it out up there. I get it.
I grind it out up here, so close to retirement, so I'm just doing my time, so.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, my name's Mark Meriday. For those of you who don't know me, I'm just meeting Wojo and Wendell. Bill and I have done a couple of shows together, and we banter each other when we're doing our show, which is always pretty fun. I'm a lifelong Pittsburgher, but I live in Frederick, Maryland, so I live right in the heart of Dallas, Ravens, Commanders country. And you're probably thinking, what the hell is he talking about, Dallas? These people down here are freaking crazy, man. Half of this area are huge Dallas fans. And I always ask them, hey, were you born and raised in Dallas? Why are you a Dallas fan? I just like Dallas. And it's like, whatever. Okay, that's fine. I could see you throwing your love behind the Commanders or the Ravens, maybe even the Eagles that are right up the road. But Dallas freaking halfway across the country from here. Anyway, that's a whole nother ball wax. But I am all in on Pittsburgh, Steelers, Penguins, even the Pirates, who I really have high hopes for this year, unfortunately, but fortunately. But like I said, I loving the things the Steelers are doing, and I can't wait to talk some football today. So let's start out with this, guys. How did the Eagles get there?
Oh,
how did the Eagles?
That defense. For number one, I think is that they knew this was their year, right? They went in, they drafted Jordan Davis to go along with Fletcher Cox and Javon Hargraves. They signed Hassan Reddick to a really good deal. They still had Brandon Graham. They had Darius Slay. They bring in Bradbury over the summer, and at the beginning of the season, they trade for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. That defense, they invested a lot in it on all the important positions, and that's a huge part of why they were just dominating some games sometimes. Like, you look at that Minnesota game early in October, they just bulldozed through them. Now, granted, Minnesota was just kind of starting out, new coaching staff and everything, but that was huge. You also noticed that when Jordan Davis went down, their run defense got a lot less good, and they made sure to spend resources bringing in Ndamukong Suh, a few other guys, to really bolster up that interior run defense, because they know that was a huge part of their game. If you can't stop the run game, and then they don't need to be throwing on you. And that's why would you do all that investment and not be able to do that? So to bide their time, they go ahead and bring in Suh. I think that was a huge part of it. You know, Jalen Hurts taking a step forward for a good part of the year before the injury was a huge part of it. And, you know, trading a first for A.J. Brown was huge.
Yeah, you know, what I learned this year from watching the NFL a lot is that these quarterbacks need to have somebody that they have some sort of rapport with, somebody that they're confident in catching every ball that they throw, like Ben Roethlisberger had with Antonio Brown, like, you know, Montana had with Jerry Rice. I mean, I know I'm going back there, but this has been a trend for years and years. Now, I get the fact that Mahomes likes to spread the ball around, which is, you know, a staple of a good guy, but he didn't when he had Tyreek Hill. It was Tyreek and it was Kelsey. I did not know this. But the Eagles, I guess I probably did. The Eagles were 4-11-1 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So they've remade that team in 2 years.
That was the Carson Wentz year where everybody started getting injured. They had that offensive line that got injured. The defense had injuries. They had nobody to throw to. So, you know, it was like that was the I think it was around that time where they that was the year that they drafted Jalen Reagor, and everybody was making a big deal about them missing out on Justin Jefferson. Everybody wanted to come for Howie Roseman's head. Like, people forget 2 years ago, people were making jokes about Howie Roseman, and now this guy puts a team together after drafting Jalen Hurts in the second round, and, you know, hiring a head coach that can come in and get the best out of Hurts, and again firing, you know, moving away from Doug Peterson, who was a very well liked Super Bowl winning head coach, and, you know, and moving on from Carson Wentz, who now and got a first rounder for Carson Wentz, where now he looks like he might be a backup next year somewhere.
Yeah,
and I think
I'm sorry. What's amazing, just the rise of Jalen Hurts. When you first thought that when he was first drafted in the second round, it was mainly just to be a backup to Carson Wentz, and that was going to be that was it. That was the reason why, to give just in case Carson Wentz got injured. So to see the rise of Jalen Hurts, and if he completes the deal by winning the Super Bowl, and the amount of progression and the way that he has been built through the NFL, I mean, through his NFL career, it's one of the most amazing stories, I think. I mean, we speak about Brady bringing that first round pick to where he is now. Now, I'm not comparing Jalen Hurts to Tom Brady, but I'm just speaking about the rags to riches. No one thought that he was going to be this type of quarterback. And yeah, he's not asked to do the things. He's not asked to be that classic pocket quarterback that's going to be putting the ball up 40, 45 times a game. He doesn't have the same responsibilities from the passing game as someone like a Mahomes or a Josh Allen or a Joe Burrow. The Eagles have such a strong offensive line, such a diverse offense, and relying so much on the running game, which includes Jalen Hurts, which is something that maybe Mahomes can't do from the standpoint of how Jalen Hurts runs the football. Mahomes runs the football out of the pocket in terms of keeping time in the pocket to find open receivers on a third down or so. If he needs to take off, he will. But there's not that design running play that the Eagles called multiple times for Jalen Hurts. So, yeah, he's not that classic type of quarterback, but in a way, he's kind of also bringing in, along with Josh Allen and others, another way of being a quote-unquote classic quarterback to where you don't have to be in the pocket. There's going to be two types of quarterbacks like that. Joe Burrow, who I think is still that classic type of quarterback. I think Mahomes has a really good blend of both. But I think in terms of just the other side, when you speak about a guy who can beat you both with his passing and his running ability on design runs and such, I think at the head of the pack is guys like Lamar, guys like Josh Allen, and Jalen Hurts. And out of those three, I mean, Jalen Hurts was the one that nobody thought would be at this level coming into the season.
Bill, what were you going to say?
Well, no, I was just going to say, that's the reason I think they let Doug Peterson go. He wanted to stick with Wentz, and the front office was like, no, we want to take a shot on this Jalen Hurts, and I think if Doug Peterson had his druthers, Wentz would still be the quarterback, and it paid off. I mean, they went with Hurts, and look at what he's done. Like you said, second round, Hey, Mark, Andy Weidel. That was Andy Weidel, who's now in the Pittsburgh,
Yeah, he is going to remake that offensive and defensive line formidable again. I think that will be their focus in Pittsburgh, but we're not talking about Pittsburgh. I promise you guys. But let me go back to what you said in terms of Hurts and Mahomes running the ball. Mahomes runs to keep plays alive. Mm-hmm. Hurts runs to keep drives alive. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Like he wants to keep the drive going, so he's got those design runs. Hurts has a lot of pressure on him today, Wendell. He has a lot of pressure on him because a design running quarterback has never won a Super Bowl.
Well, he has a lot of pressure, but the thing is that because of the completeness of the team, the fact of that defense, the fact of the offensive line, the fact of the running game, they're not going to ask Hurts to be. It's not going to be a situation where I don't think that the Eagles are going to put the ball in the Hurts' hands and say, go out and win the football game. And my definition of that is having him drop back 40, 45 times, having him throw the ball all over the yard, having 8 or 10 design running plays for him. I don't think Mahomes is going to have to carry that much of the game. On the other hand, you take a look at what Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes coming in still with an ankle or with a foot, whatever he was injured, is not going to be close to 85, 90%. I mean, he's going to be asked basically to carry that offense with the responsibilities that he has. Yes, he's going to have Kelsey, but that offensive line was a little bit shaky going in against Philadelphia's strong defensive front. So I think this is going to be a situation where I'm not going to say, because I hate to use the word game manager for a quarterback. Every quarterback is a game manager. They're just managing responsibilities are just more than others. So
Hurts, different styles of managing, that's all.
Yeah. So I think with Hurts is going to be a situation where, look, we're going to try to keep this between 20. He's going to try to throw the ball, and the design is going to be 20 to 25 passes, some running plays, but we are going to rely on that running game, and we're going to rely on that control, the ball control, and we're not going to ask Jalen Hurts to, quote unquote, go up against Patrick Mahomes in a Patrick Mahomes type of game, i.e., throw the ball 40, 45 times. So, yeah, Philadelphia comes in at the favorite. Yeah, Jalen Hurts for a long time was considered the MVP of the league. Yeah, Philadelphia is the most complete team of the league. All of those things are important, but I think if the Eagles lose, I think you can also put it on the fact that, hey, Hurts, second round. You can go back to the narrative. Hey, second round guy, we didn't think he would be here. We didn't think he'd be this good. He's still young. He still got this. So I think Mahomes is the guy who's building a resume of trying to be the greatest of all time right there with Montana and Brady and Manning and all those guys. I think.
What's that you said, Bradshaw?
Bradshaw.
Guy won 4 Super Bowls. He gets to
never does.
Who can top him, right? So I'm just saying that
he's been to 4. He's won 4.
Yeah, I think Mahomes. Like for instance, if the Eagles lose, I don't think it's going to be, man, he hurts this, that, and the other, unless he comes out and has a terrible game, like he throws 3 or 4 interceptions, which I don't think the Eagles will put him in that position. But if the Eagles win and Mahomes, I think the narrative is going to be, hooray, Eagles, way to go. But man, what about Mahomes? This, that, and the other. Second time now he's lost in the Super Bowl, and now he wants to be the greatest. So I think the more pressure is on Mahomes than it is for Hurts.
We'll find out. I mean, go ahead, Bill. Yeah.
No, I think you're right. I mean, Hurts does have a task in front of him, but I tell you what, what I look at in that Eagles offense, number one, they got it. They do a really great job in the RPO, and they're effective running the ball. Miles Sanders, you get him going, he's going to grind that clock out. You know, they're going to win the possession game. They're going to limit the time that Mahomes and company can get on the field, and I think that's going to be the key. You know, Miles Sanders, you get him going, it's going to be tough. You know, but you know, when I look at Mahomes and I look at Hurts, I see a lot of similarities. Both guys can extend the plays, right? Both guys, when the pocket collapses, they can extend the plays. We hear that all the time about, you know, what do they call it, like unscheduled plays, right? You know, they can do, both of those guys can do that. So, I don't know. I think the only thing I say about Hurts is he's going up against the Spagnolia defense, and and they're pretty gap sound, and what I think that they're going to try to do, what I would do if I was the Chiefs, is I would try to get Hurts to beat you from the pocket, you know, and because I'll tell you why, you know, when you get him to beat you from the pocket, you can mix up different coverages. You know, you can make a cover 2 look like a cover 3. You can line up and press coverage and be in a cover 4, and you can play 4 deep and have Hurts try to figure that stuff out, you know, and not to say anything but you know, he has a little bit of he doesn't have experience on his side. Let's face it. And I just think, like I said, Spagnuolo's he's gonna mix up those coverages, and you know, I just think they're a gap sound defense. So is Philly. Philly's a gap sound defense as well. So
one of the things that to me, I think Mahomes probably learned from last year. You can't run from sideline to sideline and try and make plays in the Super Bowl or any game for that matter. But you know, if you think back, and I think he will make that adjustment, even if that line is getting blown up by Philly. I think he will make that adjustment. I heard guys talking in the last show about Jerick McKissick making a difference. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is going to be the ball toter today. That's what I'm going to say. They're going to start out giving some carries to what's his name?
Pacheco.
Pacheco. Yeah. And you watch, because Clyde Edwards-Helaire has been healthy now for a little bit, and he's been, you know, I mean, like, he's rested. He's rested, and we all saw him run the ball well over the last few years, essentially run the ball well. I think he could be a difference maker for them. I think McKissick out of the backfield will make a difference for them. He's lights out fast. I did read this morning. I went and looked at the injury reports before we got on, and everybody's got a clean bill of health. Anybody from Kadarius Toney, Juju Smith-Schuster, even Kelsey's back is fine. You know, something that I found really interesting, I don't know if you guys knew this, Kelsey is 33 years old.
Yeah, he's old. He's the same age as Rob Gronkowski, but
he's playing at a hell of a high level for 33 years old. I just think that was kind of neat for me to read that. I just didn't realize for the way he plays. Like, I knew he was up there in I thought high 20s, 28, 29, somewhere in that ballpark. He's 33, guys. He's going to come back and doing it next year. Is he going to hit the wall next year? Who knows? Who cares? Today matters more than next year at this point. So,
you know, when I look at it, you know, Travis Kelce, I mean, hey, he may go down as being the best tight end to ever play the game. I mean, I know that's giving him high praise, but just look at the versatility. I mean, he lines up in different positions. You never know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
And we're in that kind of era right now where, let's face it, guys, tight ends, they can be focal points of offenses now. You know, and, you know, Mahomes, he's that security blanket for Mahomes. You know, he can get open. He can get yards after the catch. I mean, the guy's, he's a weapon. He's a problem. He's going to be a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles today.
Red zone threat.
And I actually agree with the McKinnon thing, though. I think McKinnon will still be a big factor in this game because he's been a huge pass catcher for them. A lot of run after catch, especially getting him lined up on linebackers. That's been a huge thing for him, especially big thing for that offense, because you're looking at the Chiefs offense. You're like, who's replacing Tyreek Hill this whole year? That's been the whole conversation, right? And it really hasn't been anybody. It's been Travis Kelce, and then maybe towards the end of the season, it has been McKinnon to some degree. Which is weird because we always thought McKinnon could be that guy, but then he had some injuries in Minnesota. He kind of never really got to be the full starter. goes to San Francisco and has a horrible ACL, doesn't come back for 2 years. Basically, he gets paid a huge contract to go to San Francisco, and eventually kind of leaves there and becomes a kind of a fringe backup, kind of do a role player for KC. But now he's become a really important role player. My biggest injury concern outside of Mahomes' ankle, and, while I do think, while the receiving core is going to be playing, there's some bang-ups. Some of those guys have been banged up in the last game. It's Jalen Hurts' shoulder, because before the shoulder, he looked really good. Like, I would be sitting there going, like, I think he could be, like, playing throw for throw, especially because he's got great pass-catching weapons, right? You got Devonta Smith, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert's been the huge guy, like, when you're just trying to get the extra 9 yards to go ahead and get the first down. That's been their, like, chain mover kind of guy. I think with Jalen Hurts, the issue is when he came back, we saw them play against the Giants. They didn't really have to do much against the Giants because the Giants were just like, hey, we're happy to be nominated. And then they're playing against the Niners. The Niners defense is the top defense in the NFL. So, like, even after losing their quarterback, they were still in that game for quite a bit until, like, the dam broke and everybody's like, oh, well, we can't, we're playing McCaffrey at quarterback at this point. So, I think it's kind of hard to tell because we don't know what version of Jalen Hurts we have, because we really haven't seen him play a real game again, like where we needed to put the game on his back. So I don't even know how healthy Hurts is with that shoulder. Now you have a few more, again, we got a couple of weeks removed from, again, just like we have with Mahomes, but Mahomes looked pretty good in that game against the Bengals up until like maybe the second half. He didn't look as like mobile, but they were still moving the ball in that game. They won that game. So the Chiefs defense, you were saying before, is Spagnuolo. I think that's going to be a big player here. They don't have as much talent as the Eagles, but like you were saying, they're very good at scheming up pressure. And that's a huge thing for Spagnuolo defenses. They love blitzing, a lot of man coverage, very sticky man coverage. But I think that might hurt them because they get very grabby on that Chiefs defense. They've been grabby for the last few years. That's a Spagnuolo technique teaching thing. Like, dude, if you got to get a little grabby with them, because they're not going to call you every play. I think that's going to be a huge thing there as well.
My guess is they're going to put a spy on Hurts.
Oh, yeah.
My guess is they're going to put a spy on Hurts. He's not going to get to take off like that. The other thing is, I'm curious to see how Nakobe Dean functions at this level. Like, I get that he's won. I get that he's won a college, championship, but playing a linebacker in the Super Bowl has a little bit more of impact than what you might think. A lot of the linebackers' names are made from playing in the Super Bowl, and he's a young buck. Not so much Jordan Davis because he's up front. He's eating up blockers. I want to see Nakobe Dean take the next step forward as the centerpiece.
And Davis is a rotational guy too. Like, they have so many pieces there. They don't have to worry about Davis playing every snap. Nakobe Dean's by the way, Nakobe Dean was a steal given because he had all the health issues. But he was a guy before the red flags. Everybody was talking about him as a first-round pick.
Yeah, absolutely. The secondary of Kansas City has got to be a little bit more alarming than anything, though. If they do decide to force Hurts to throw, if they put a spy on him, keep him in the pocket, let him get the ball down, attempt to get the ball downfield. The secondary is a little questionable. It's very young, and that's where you miss a guy like Honey Badger.
Yeah.
That's where that veteran guy who can pull those young guys in and say, hey, look, we got to go this direction with this. Let this go. That changes the dynamics too. So it will be interesting to see how they scheme that up and try and take that away. I do believe that we'll see a different first half and second half. I think we'll see two different football games today. I really do. Injuries on both teams, though, we talked about it. I mean, at the end of the day, injuries that happened during this game are probably what are going to be most impactful, whether it's an offensive lineman, whether it's a secondary guy, whether it's Mahomes or Hurts. Let's not forget, Hurts was nursing his shoulder.
Yeah. And it all goes back to what your definition of what everybody is fine is. No one is 100%.
No.
Yeah,
so
right.
Well, there's some guys that are injured and some guys that are hurt.
Right, and also who's injured for real and who's injured sort of kind of. I mean, everybody's going to be playing if you can walk. So if you take a look at someone like a Patrick Mahomes, okay, his ankle is better. Well, okay, it's better than what it was 2 weeks ago. But when you're facing a defense like Philadelphia, I mean, you're going to need it to be a lot better than it was against Cincinnati. You're taking a look at Travis Kelce's back. The way that Philadelphia can put pressure on the quarterback, there's going to be a lot of drop off. There's going to be a lot of short passes. There's going to be a lot of dink and dunks, a lot of 6-8 yard passes to Travis Kelce. Okay, his back might be better than it was 2 weeks ago, but how much better is it going to be? He's able to play, yes, but he was able to play and play very well against the Bengals. So when we speak about Jalen Hurts' shoulder, okay, yeah, like you mentioned before, he played against San Francisco and the Giants. The Giants were just there because they were just happy to be there in San Francisco. Both of those games were decided by halftime, and really, Jalen Hurts didn't need to be a factor. In fact, against San Francisco, you can say that he had somewhat of a subpar, below average game. When you take a look at the way he played, really didn't matter because of the lack of quarterback play from San Francisco. So, yeah, we really don't know how strong or how healthy that shoulder is. Is it better than when he first injured it? Is it better than when he was playing in the championship game? Absolutely. But again, when you speak about injuries, yeah, it's all what your definition of he's fine in terms of injuries, or he can play on that type of level.
I think I was more referring to in terms of in-game injuries.
Okay,
guys going down
yeah.
in-game. You know,
Right.
I totally agree with you, Wendell. I mean, these guys, they start getting nicked up week one. They get nicked up in camp, and they play through it the whole way.
That's,
You know,
that's what
not,
that's what cortisone shots are for.
you know, not to dig up Najee Harris again here, or the Steelers, but look at what happened to Najee Harris. He had a Liz Frank, and he didn't start showing his true ability till we got to about mid-season.
Week 8, week 9.
Yeah, and he was running through bad blocking then. You know, so yeah, I agree with you there. There's no doubt about it. I was just thinking more along the lines of, you know, who goes down and it makes a difference, and it can be anybody in the Super Bowl. You know, it could be, you know, didn't Philly just lose one of their guys to some legal issue? A guy from Indiana. You know, maybe he was the first backup, and you know, the guy in front of him goes down. Then you're down to number 3. There
Got indicted for rape. Yeah.
So that's going to play such.
And I think that's where. When you speak about injuries happening during the game, it goes into, okay, well, how healthy are they going into the game? Like, Mahomes is a lot better than he was 2 weeks ago, but you don't know a tackle, you don't know a play that could exacerbate the injury even more. Same thing with Kelce, same thing with Hurts. I mean, if Hurts gets hit on the shoulder on a regular football play, on a design run, okay, 6 weeks ago, he's no big deal. But because of the fact that he's not 100%, all of a sudden now, maybe not knock him out for the rest of the game, but it's going to impact his play enough to where maybe the Eagles' offensive philosophy changes because of that one hit. So I understand what you're talking about in terms of injuries during the game.
I would say that the Eagles, and I don't know if you men will agree with me on this, but I would say the Eagles have an edge if you got to go to a backup.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I
I was
like
going to
that.
say their depth is really good.
Yeah.
You look at their offensive line, they constantly invest in that offensive line. You know, they had Jason Kelce, they drafted Landon Dickerson, they had Andre Dillard, they still brought in a guy like Mailata, they extended Mailata, they kept Andre Dillard on the team. So they still have so much depth there. They still have Peters on the other side, up here, Johnson on the other side, Lane Johnson. That team, they love investing in the offensive line. So you're right, if they do have to go to a backup, I feel way more comfortable than the Chiefs, especially on offensive line, where their tackles have already been having issues with pass protection. That's why, like, my theory is, if the Chiefs can't move the ball, or there's like a big mismatch, I think I'm very eager to see in this game is the edge rush against the tackles for the Chiefs, because they haven't been pass blocking as well as they have in previous years. And that could be a big issue. Is the issue that came up in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Super Bowl a few years ago.
From that perspective too, to be honest with you, I like Minshew. I think Minshew has that gritty toughness that if he's got to be stuck in there during the game, he just picks it up and goes. And some quarterbacks come in cold and they've got to get into the flow of things. I think Minshew, he's already mentally in the game. He's tied in. He just carries himself in a certain way where he has that it factor. And I know I talk about the it factor a lot when I talk about quarterbacks, and I'm sure you guys get it. I mean, you've got to have that it factor. You got to walk into that huddle when your starter goes down and be like, okay, look, he ain't here. It's me. Let's do this. You know, and I think from that perspective, I like that about him. Unsung heroes today, guys. Give me an unsung hero. Who's it going to be? Doesn't matter which team. Who's it going to be?
Oh, it's such a.
I really think I think you need an unsung hero. I think you got to have a big day from Hassan Reddick. You know, he's hell of a pass rusher, and I tell you what, you know, he's one of those guys. I've been watching him all year. He's one of those guys. His motor never stops, even late in the game. You know, he's you know, and they're going to need. I think they may need that. You know, they're going to need a guy like that, and you know, that could keep his motor running even late in the game and be effective. So,
I agree with Reddick on that one because Reddick's my pick for if you want to like a high upside MVP if you're betting on games for this. Because I think if the Eagles win and they win defensively, I think it means that Reddick had a big game against Brown, against the other tackle, and being able, because like he was a big deal in the Niners game. He's been a big deal all season. I think that I agree with you on that. I don't know if he's an unsung hero though, because like I said, I want to put him down as a dark horse MVP candidate, kind of like you had Von Miller a few years ago. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't have the name recognition either to pull that off. Like Miller was just so well known. People were like, yeah, we'll do that. Reddick, you know, unless Reddick has just a crazy good game, like you have almost like the linebacker from a few years ago, Malcolm Smith. Like you have a Malcolm Smith level game where it's like, wow, that's just crazy. Came out of nowhere kind of dude. Then you might have that. And the fact that guy was like a backup for like a few years after that was kind of funny. Just like moseyed around the league. But I agree with you there. I think unsung hero. The problem with the Eagles is that there's so many big names on that defense. You know, offensive line. Like we kind of know a lot of those dudes as well. I think the unsung hero here is going to be Orlando Brown if he could hold up against Reddick. And they're able to get the ball moving for Mahomes. If, you know, because I think that's going to be a huge thing. If the Chiefs can move the ball, I think they have a really good. I think both sides are going to matriculate the ball down the field. There's not going to be a lot of huge plays downfield. You might get one or two, but I think a lot of it's matriculating. But the corners for the Chiefs,
I think also.
What was it?
No, I also think if you take a look at the unsung heroes, I think it's going to be one of the wide receivers from Kansas City, whether it be Kadarius Toney, someone like a J.J. Smith-Schuster who had a good game against Cincinnati, because I think that so much of the defense for Philadelphia is going to be focusing on Travis Kelce. You don't want to take the ball out of Mahomes' hands by, you know, having the ball off to Hilaire or Pacheco. So I think that Mahomes is going to find that secondary type of receiver. So I think one of the guys who really isn't going to be mentioned, because we all speak about after Kelce, oh my goodness, they lost they lost Tyreek Hill and this, that, and the other. What are they going to do? And throughout the postseason, throughout the season, Mahomes has been judicious in terms of throwing the ball to different receivers. So I think the Eagles are going to be concentrating on Kelce, which they should. It's going to open up some real opportunities for some of the other Kansas City wide receivers. So yeah, like I mentioned before, someone that we really don't have a household name for, like a Schuster or a Toney or such, I think could have a big game. Now, if that happens, they'll probably get the MVP to Mahomes. But still, I think that the key will be one of those unsung wide receivers.
Valdez-Scantling took a step forward in that Cincinnati game. He makes some big plays. I expect big things out of him today. I really do. That's my guy.
Another, you know, the Chiefs' running game could be the unsung hero too. I mean, I know Pacheco is getting the start, correct? That's what I had heard. He is getting the start. Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
So he is getting the start, but you know, you look at I know we were talking about the Chiefs' offensive line. You know, they have some good run blockers. Orlando Brown Jr., Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Joe Tooney. I mean, these guys can run block, and I think that we could, you know, if they're able to get that run, it's similar to what I just said about the Eagles, you know, getting Miles Sanders going. They can get that running game going for the Chiefs. That's going to take a lot of pressure off Mahomes, and you know he's not going to have to, you know, throw the ball around as much. If they can get that running game going. I think they need to utilize the screen passes. I think you know, I think they need to do that as well. I know Pacheco is really good at that, catching balls out of the backfield. But I think the unsung hero could. Yeah,
the enemy's pretty creative with that. I think that's a collaboration there, though. I think it's Bieniemy and Andy Reid, who has been around for forever coaching offense. I mean, Andy Reid spent his first 14 years with the Eagles and the last 10 with the Chiefs. So it's kind of interesting to see him in this position from that standpoint.
Yeah.
The man sacrificed a lot in regular life, though, I will say.
Yeah. And Spagnuolo was with him for what a good portion of that as well. Spagnuolo, I think, was there from 99 to 06, I think. So he was, he was coached under Andy Reid there, So
the Eagles rarely play from behind, man. What's going to happen if they get themselves behind?
It's a good point. I think, but I think part of that's because that defense being able to clamp down pretty well. The one game one of the big games that the Eagles lost this year was against the Washington football team, or Washington Commanders. I was changing names. I can't wait till they change the name again, so I'll get that wrong too. Because that'll definitely happen with a new owner. Because they'll just be like, "Who picked this name?"
Yeah.
But that
it sounds like an arena football league team.
Yeah, it sounds like build your own team in Madden, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, the Commanders."
They should move to the XFL.
Yeah, it does sound like an XFL team. So I think that was a game where they were behind and they weren't able to get it started, and they were just able to they just couldn't get it clicking. That could really happen in this game, and if it does happen, I think they, if they lose sight of if they can't move the ball for a couple of drives, I think it's going to be a really big concern.
And I did that. I did the Monday Night Football post-game show. I covered that game, and that was one of the things. The Commanders were able to edge rush to Hurts's blind side on that, and they were able to just and I think that's going to be a big thing too for the Chiefs. You got Frank Clark; he's one of the best edge rushers in the league. If he can get to that Hurts's blind side, and then you got Chris Jones in the interior, but that was a big thing. And that's one of the reasons why the Commanders won that game. They put so much pressure on Hurts from the outside and the interior. And like I said, you have that with Frank Clark and Chris Jones today with that matchup. So
and Karlaftis too, who's kind of showed up quite a bit this year, the first round pick guy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Hey, Alan, one of our guests watching said, don't forget about Dallas putting 40 up on the Eagles.
Yeah. Circumstances. I mean, we go through 17 games, and look, everybody has their bad games. I mean, Indianapolis beat Kansas City. So what does that mean when you go into the Super Bowl? Yeah, that was early in the season, but still, I think getting back to that one question in terms of what happens if the Eagles fall behind, I also think that number one, it's going to be important for Kansas City to score touchdowns. No kidding. But if you take a look at that game against Cincinnati, it was the inability of Kansas City to really take advantage of some really good offensive possessions, ending up in field goals to make it 6-0 instead of 14-0. And if you remember that defense for Kansas City playing so well in the first quarter, Cincinnati didn't have a single yard.
Right.
But you take a look, despite the domination, Kansas City was still only one touchdown away from being behind, which not only would give Cincinnati some confidence, but also keep them in the same type of philosophy in terms of offense. I think because of Hurts not being that classic drop back type of quarterback, that even if the Eagles do go down, let's just say in the first half or the first quarter, they're not going to change their game plan. Let's say, for instance, if Kansas City first two possessions end up in a touchdown, I don't think that all of a sudden you're going to see Jalen Hurts dropping back and throwing every single time. But I think it's going to be a situation where you're right. A team that, for the most part, has coasted in the second half of their games because they've been so dominant. They've probably been the most dominant first half team that we've seen in a while, but yet in the second half, kind of take the foot off the neck, shall we say, and not really put the final nail in the coffin. They've just coasted because they've had to. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to have to switch and try to do something in the second half that they've been really unable to do against teams of quality. So, yeah, I don't think that going down in the first quarter or the first half is going to automatically say that the Eagles are going to have to change the way they play offense or have them panic. but it's going to be a situation of, okay, if they're down 21-7, 17-7, somewhere like that going into the second half, a team that has really not had to exert a lot of energy or be concerned about second halves, how are they going to respond to that in the Super Bowl against a team like Kansas City, a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, a coach like Andy Reid, who are all Super Bowl experienced? How are they going to react to that?
Do you think that this is Sirianni's second year, same as Peterson when he won the Super Bowl in a few years back, 6 years ago? Do you think that Andy Reid and his staff can force Sirianni and his staff into having to try and make adjustments based on the fact that they've never done those type of adjustments before? Because, it's his second year as a head coach.
Yeah, well, I think there's two things to it, right? One is can you make adjustments, because they actually run very similar offenses. They both run a lot of RPO, a lot more pre-snap movement and post at the snap movement for the Chiefs, but they both run a lot of RPO based stuff. And and there's a reason for that. It's you're giving the defense, you're kind of confusing the defense. It's why, like, you see the Shanahan tree get a lot of success because they're running a lot of play action. And that was why, we saw the boot action that caused the injury to Brock Purdy. Is they're running play action to boot. They have a tight end blocking Reddick. Reddick gets past the tight end and then gets that elbow and causes an injury to Purdy. I think that the Chiefs kind of have an idea of what the Eagles are going to do because they run a lot of similar stuff, and Spagnuolo practices against this every week. Now, do you have the personnel to be able to slow it up? Do you have the ability to slow them down? I don't know if you do. I think that's the big problem is you have, a pass catching core that is very good. Devonta Smith's a good player. AJ Brown's really good. Dallas Goedert's really good. I just, I do think that's their plan. And then the other thing, this is something that's been noted when you have a history of going to the Super Bowl, you start learning to practice differently. This was a big Belichick thing. Oh, we've been to the Super Bowl a few times. So when we practice like, for building up to the Super Bowl, we practice those long breaks of the halftime. And that probably was why we saw the Patriots come back against the Falcons a few years ago. That experience plays into it. The Chiefs have been here before. The Eagles haven't. I do think that is something on their side.
Yeah, I agree with you too. I think it's a lot more impactful than people actually know. With the half-hour halftime, whatever whatever it is, and the Chiefs have a lot of guys that have been there.
Yeah, it's a proven fact that you ever notice in the Super Bowls, you really don't see much going on. Like the first two offensive possessions are usually they usually go 3 and outs. Why? Because you have that build-up, right? You have that build-up. You got the national anthem. You got all that stuff. You got the flyovers. You got all that stuff. And when the guys the ball gets kicked off, what do the guys do? They go, right? Yeah. They kind of sigh, right? And then you don't settle in as quickly.
I love when they ask those guys on media day, about being hyped up and everything, and they always give the old standard. It's just another game for us. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Know that.
Not at all.
That. Everything is under a microscope, and every mistake you make could be a season mistake that costs you a championship. So no, that's not true.
I think it's a situation where at the end of the first quarter, I think these guys just like, okay, we're just playing football, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Football is not. Wow, we're in the Super Bowl, and then I think it takes till probably the fourth quarter where it's kind of like, man, this is, we're playing for the Super Bowl, this, that, and the other, because you got the halftime show, you got that, messing with your routine that you've been doing for 17 weeks. So you come back out and then you realize that, oh yeah, this is the Super Bowl. So you start playing again. But once that game gets competitive and once that game gets into the fourth quarter, if it's going to be a tight game, win the Super Bowl, give that extra motivation, this, that, and the other. But you're just playing football, man. The magnitude of, wow, this is the Super Bowl goes out the window. I think it happens twice. I think, again, it happens in the second quarter where they're playing ball, and then in the fourth quarter, it elevates even more, but they're still just playing football, trying to win a football game.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what it is.
And they, like you said, they work on that stuff in practice. I mean, it's all about situational football, right? It's all about, and it's. I mean, like you were saying, the Patriots were just, Belichick is just the man for situational football.
My guess is they come in with more than one game plan too. By the way, they might it might be simplified, and then they make that adjustment to a different school of thought once things get rolling and they don't see it planning out the way they thought it was going to. They flip it to their second script. Oh, by the way, this is all scripted, so I don't know what the hell we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Did anybody get a copy of it though? That's the thing.
I don't know who in the hell came up with this idea, but it's so insane to me.
Bunch of guys that are.
Wasn't it when Arian Foster went on a podcast? And he's like, every week we get a script or something, and I knew exactly when I get my injury or whatever.
It's guys it's guys out of the league that are trying to be relevant again. That's all it is.
Yeah,
they're trying to.
They need to just go into the abyss now. I've talked to a coach who's coached in the Super Bowl. I've talked to a couple players who have played in the Super Bowl. I can tell you that you're all right that the game is the same, but they said it's stuff like when you walk into the Super Bowl and you start seeing all these celebrities there and all the fanfare that goes around it. That's what kind of captivates you. When your family shows up and it's a whole different level of them getting treated like royalty, not just sitting up in the box and watching the game, but like it's a whole nother level for them. And at the end of the day, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I like the old story you heard about Joe Montana. I don't know if you ever guys heard about that. I forget what Super Bowl it was in, but they were all tensed up, and in Montana, he gets in the huddle and he sees all the guys tensed up. Like they were all all tensed up, and he said, we had time, and I kind of looked at all of them, and he said, you know what? Look in the corner of the end zone. There's John Candy sitting up there.
Oh, I remember this story. Yeah.
And he said, he just, settle down, settle down. And John Madden told a story about that, about Kenny Stabler. He said, I forget what Super Bowl was in again, but he said, they were down, and it was like they were driving late in the fourth quarter, and they called a timeout. And he's talking to Kenny Stabler, and Kenny Stabler just kind of zoned out and looked up and said, "Man, we got a hell of a crowd here today. Like it's really nice, Like
I love this thing.
And it's so interesting that the storylines within the storyline, because you speak about the perspective of these guys playing in the Super Bowl. You think about maybe someone like a Jalen Hurts, 24 years old, on the rise. You got a great team. The Eagles draft picks, what they got from moving on, this, that, and the other. It could be a situation where it's like, man, you know what? If we lose this game, doesn't matter because we're so good. We'll get back here, this, that, and the other. So you take a look at even with the individual players. Some players are like, man, this might be my only chance right here. This is the only shot I've got. I've got maybe 2 or 3 more years left in the game, and then that's it. I'm out of here. So it's those type of things. It's that attitude, man, where it's kind of like, someone like a Mahomes who's talking about, yeah, man, I'm trying to build a resume here. I'm trying to get to 4 or 5 or 6, So my deal is like, I've already got one great, but if I don't win more, then there's going to be situations where some people are going to consider my career a disappointment. Or going into next season, does Patrick Mahomes have something to prove? He's now 1-2 in Super Bowls. I mean, Brady, Montana was 4-0, Bradshaw 4-0. That's the other. Yep. So it's those storylines that you can take for every individual player almost that makes the game so much interesting, so much more interesting, and so much bigger than anything else for the Super Bowl.
You know what I think is really interesting? W squared. That's what I'm calling Wendell, by the way. W squared. No hey, I think it's really interesting how they've already stuck Mahomes, at least the media has, as one of the top 5 quarterbacks to ever play in the Super Bowl. If you had to pick a guy to end the game-winning drive in one of the Super Bowls out of the 57 Super Bowls played, 57 will be after today, who would you pick? What quarterback? Any generation, any time. Who would you take?
I'd have to go with
7 Super Bowls. I mean, Tom Brady. And look, you can't go wrong with any of them. You can't go wrong with any of the winners. Well, maybe Trent Dilfer or maybe someone like that when you speak about Super Bowl winners who I would choose. But then I'm talking about a guy who's won 70% of his Super Bowls, and he's been to 10 of them. So just from experience alone, But then you might have to tell me, all right, who's his weapons going to be? How's that offensive line going to be? Because if it's going to be a situation where that offensive line is going to be a little shaky, then I might choose someone else who might be a little bit more elusive, in terms of that. I've never seen a quarterback in Mahomes where when it's 3rd and long, it's almost like 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 4 for others, because it's like he's so dynamic. He's so versatile. So, I mean, you, for most of the quarterbacks, I mean, if you want to even go back even further, I mean, you're talking about someone like Ken Stabler, like Terry Bradshaw, one of those guys in the 70s, Roger Staubach, Captain Comeback, one of those guys. I mean, different eras, different players, different situations, different scenarios. But, with just quarterback, I mean, the guy who's won 7 of them, I got to go with TB12.
You know who I'm riding with? Joe Montana.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Because I feel like the game, when Montana played, I feel like the game was a collaboration of old school and current day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It wasn't all passing back then, but Joe could throw it 30, 35 times and get 275, 300 yards. They had Roger Craig in that backfield, and Roger Craig could rip it for 100 yards a game. I feel like that was a more complete game, and I would ride with him personally. And then he had Dwight Clark, who was a tight end ahead of his time, to be quite honest with you.
And Montana was elusive. And Montana was elusive too. So you just wanted a classic step back there and get sacked at the quarterback. He could move also.
Yeah. Well, here's an interesting fact. Check this out, guys. I'm going to pop this up on the screen. How about that?
Yeah.
Hard to believe after the season that we watched the NFC East have last year.
I mean, you take a look outside the 49ers in the 80s. I mean, you had the Giants, you had the Washington now coming, doing their thing. So, yeah, you had that era. I mean, Philadelphia coming in with a couple of the Super Bowls. I mean, yeah, I can see that Dallas being Dallas of the 90s. So, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it's kind of, thanks, Ellen, for sharing that. That's pretty cool.
Well, the Cowboys and the Giants are in the top, is it 3 or 4 for Super Bowl? So it makes sense that like 2 of those, and then you had the Eagles who have been in 3 of them over the last 20 years or so. So it's not too ridiculous. And then the Washington was a lot bigger and a bigger team in the 80s and 90s.
In the 80s,
so,
So and Dallas owned the 90s. I mean, let's face it,
But to get back to your question, I think with the Super Bowl quarterback situation, I think if you'd almost have to take out Brady of the equation because he's just been that dominant as far as Super Bowls. That's kind of the hard thing. It's like outside, who's been good outside of Brady? Mahomes might be like if Mahomes wins this one, I think he would have to be in the argument for the only one I would pick outside of Brady. Because like it doesn't happen that often. The fact you're at 3 and the guy's not 30 yet, he's been to 3, and it's going to keep become like I want to see more of it. Clearly, Matt Stafford was good last year, but Matt Stafford's only been to 1. He's in his 30s, and then you have Joe Burrow, and maybe in the future we'll find out with him. It's really weird because there's a lot of really good quarterbacks who don't make it back to Super Bowls. Like, you look at Rodgers, that's the big thing with his legacy right now is, can he even get back to another Super Bowl? So outside of Brady and maybe Mahomes, I don't know who else there is. Cause like you're saying, Joe Montana, like that might be the other one. And that's, now you have to reach back to almost 30 years ago. Is anybody picking Eli Manning, even though he came up clutch in 2 Super Bowls? That's kind of the weird thing.
How about Elway?
Yeah. How about Elway? Yeah.
He had a running game. He could throw. He could run. I mean, you had a lot of transcendent quarterbacks. All right, 2 things we're going to do before we end this because I see our next guys coming up. Bo, Johnny Cruz. They're just chomping at the bit to get on and take over. The first thing is I do want to tell you a fact. At the end of the day, the passing game, Mahomes was 1 in terms of average yards gained per pass attempt at 8.1. And guess what? Hurts was number 2 at 8.0. So there's something to think about today as this game's played out. The other thing I want to ask you is what's on the snack tray for today, man? Tell me what's on the snack tray for this game for you guys.
Well, wings are definitely in. Sometimes you get that buffalo chicken dip. The only time I really like it, and the pulled pork on the nachos, those are all really good. Those are all my favorites. Hopefully I get to have each of those today. Trying to think of the other things I typically have, but those are the main three. Those are the main course meals on that.
I've been eating like garbage all week. I've been eating absolute garbage, and I'm trying to lose a lot of weight. So it's like I'm going to try to stay healthy, but I'm weak. I'm hungry, and it's this Sunday, so I'm probably going to go with about I don't know 24 wings.
Yeah,
you know. But I'm going to try to eat it early. I'm out here on the West Coast, so the game is on at 3:30. So if I can have my wings during the game, the 3:30 to 6, and then maybe do some type of exercise at 8 or 8:30, then I can convince myself just to go for it because I'm going to take care of that later on in the evening.
I feel you there, man.
Bill, what are you having? Some cheese up there in Wisconsin?
Well, yeah, but no, I'm doing nachos. I got like the Tostitos. I like the hint of lime Tostitos. So I got that with some medium salsa, and then you got the queso. I try to keep it healthy. Get the sun chips, the garden salsa sun chips. Got the Fritos scoops. I don't know the wife. I don't know what she's cooking. She's usually the one that does the cooking around. She doesn't trust me. So
I saw this kick-ass thing. Speaking of TikTok, I saw this kick-ass thing. This kid threw some foil out on a big kitchen table. Then he put a big platter with queso, and then he put salsa around that, and then he put chips all the way around that, like a freaking giant freaking nacho. I was like, wow, that kicks ass. But we got too many people coming over today. I'm going to make some white pizzas. What I'm going to make, Italian style.
Nice.
Gotcha. I had to go back out to the. No, I was just gonna say I had to go back out to the store. So I got. I'm gonna go with the Chiefs.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the Chiefs. I'm gonna say a 30.
Go ahead.
I want to go with Philadelphia.
All right, Bill. What would you say score?
I said about a 31-28 score. I think it's going to come down to a field goal. I just think, I don't know. That's my gut feeling.
I'm going Eagles, man. I'm going Eagles 31-24.
All right. W squared said Eagles too, right? I'm riding with Bill here.
Yeah,
I'm going to go 27. I'm going to go 27-21. Mahomes leads him on a last-minute drive to get things taken care of. So, yeah, hey, next group's all ready to rock and roll, man. Have fun. That was a great time. Hope to connect with you all again. Enjoy the Super Bowl day and don't drink too many beers.
Yeah.
Great game,
guys. All right, guys.
Good job,
guys.
Have a good.
What is going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm feeling a little better and anxious to talk some football and some Super Bowl. I mean, they were just hitting on the food, so I guess we could start there. Any special treats for today's game?
I'm hitting a local sports bar, so I'm gonna do some wings and beer and do it like a true fan, right? Like just hang out with a bunch of people and that's pretty much it. And of course, I'm Central Time, so it's a 5:30 game for me.
Right, nice. What about you, John?
We probably get some wings, probably get some Buffalo Wild Wings going. I actually, being from Louisiana, I got some jambalaya I might make for dinner tonight as well. So
nice.
Get a little bit of both. Go get some food, but also get some home cooked food. Get some good jambalaya made up tonight.
Hell yeah!
Nice. That sounds.
There's my boys. How we doing, boys?
Hey.
How we doing, Bo? How we doing, Alf? How we doing?
Good, good. How about you?
We're good, Johnny? No, but good, man. We're good. We're good.
Good,
It's
bud.
Sunday. It's Super Bowl Sunday. You know, it's all good.
We were
Hell
just
yeah.
talking about food for today, Gary. What do you got? What are you going with at the house there?
Well, because it's so late over here, it's weird, right? Because you guys all got your wings
Oh,
and
yeah.
your snacks and stuff, and it's like you can't be doing that at midnight over here. It's not really. You can't be sitting there having like wings and hot wings and ribs and stuff. It's a real trick. So it ends up just being like chips and dips and just chocolate peanuts, M&Ms and stuff like that mostly.
Sitting on your couch with a box of Lucky Charms.
Yeah, pretty much. Looking outside, going, it's 3 a.m. I must be the only weirdo up at this time of night watching this crazy game. Yep.
It's crazy because that's basically what I'm going to be doing. Not the Lucky Charms, but it's basically chips and dip because it's just me, wifey, and the youngest one. I don't have a bunch of people at the house anymore because I actually like to watch the game. So, I mean, if somebody invites me, I may go, depending on who it is or whatever. But for the most part, it's just us chilling at home. Maybe the kids will all come with their significant others or whatever. But it's just chips, dip. Well, it's always buffalo dip. And then if wifey wants to cook something, I ain't gonna say
you're never going to say no to that, right? Yeah.
But
Exactly.
otherwise, it's just hand food and stuff like that. So I get it. But all right, as we touch on this game, it's been 2 weeks. John, we'll start with you, Jonathan. What are your thoughts on this matchup? And we won't get into scoring until the end, but how you feeling about this game here, this matchup?
I'm very intrigued. I think this is more, we have the big storylines. I've kind of talked on the shows throughout the week and leading up to it. We have the typical storylines we've heard from the national media about Jalen Hurts and Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid's two teams that he's coached in the past and today. I'm focusing more on the front four of the Eagles versus the offensive line. Can they keep Pat Mahomes upright? And especially as he's still coming off the ankle injury, which they say there's no limitations. That's a good sign for the Chiefs offense, is making sure that he's healthy, he can move around, because this is the best front four, best front seven in NFL this year as far as the numbers they put up. They're going to pressure. I knowing how the Eagles have been in their history over the last 20 years, they are known for pressure in the quarterback. I'm looking to see, can the Chiefs hold up and really contain that front four, that front seven, with Hassan Reddick having a breakout season this year and making sure that you give Mahomes an opportunity to at least make some plays. The receiving core for the Chiefs has not been what they used to be, and not as explosive as we know they are. How are they going to hold up with the Eagles secondary as well? So I know the talk is the Eagles offense has been explosive all year, but I think that what's the key point for both teams, can the Chiefs score on this Eagles defense, or can the Eagles defense shut down the Chiefs offense? And if that's and how that plays out will determine, it's going to be the most determining how this game is going to be throughout the evening.
That's a very good point there. I've talked about Philly's offensive and defensive line. They win in the trenches. I'm a big fan of that. So I hear you on that one, Jonathan. Bo, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I mean, up front is obviously where it's going to be the most intriguing for sure, because when you're looking at Kansas City's O-line, they have the number one win rate against, in pass blocking. And then when you look at Philly's D-line, it's the number one win rate in pass rush. So that's going to be an awesome battle to watch. I really think where this ends up coming down is, it's not going to be the offensive so much. It's going to be, can they expose the fact that KC has the 12th ranked defense and you can move the ball on that secondary? And is that offensive line for Pat Mahomes going to give him enough time to expose the zone defense that the Eagles like to run? Because the only reason that defense works as well as it does is because those guys up front get home all the time. They got 4 guys with over 10 sacks apiece, right? So if they can slow those guys down, that zone defense in the back doesn't work quite the same. So I think that's really where it's going to come down, is on the defensive side of the ball. Because, I mean, it's the number 1 O versus the number 2 O, right? So, I mean, they're both dynamic.
Gary, what are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I think Bo's hit the nail on the head a little bit there. These offenses can score on anybody. It's which defense can step up. Kansas City's weak point has always been their defense. They kind of play in that kind of, we'll score more than you will eventually. Can Philadelphia kind of slow that down enough, because the Philly offense is going to score on that Kansas City defense. It just is, as Bo says, that, you know, if they can get open, they can move the ball easily on that defense. That's secondary's not the strongest point. If they can, you know, if Chandler Jones does not have a big game, then, you know, I think the Philly are going to move the ball pretty easily on that defense. But the Philly defense then slow the Kansas City offense, which is banged up, I think, you know, from a, you know, reading the reports and who's in the wide receiver core and stuff like that. I don't think the KC wide receiver core is looking too great. So, you know, who are they going to be looking for targeting and stuff? So,
same with their defense, right? Gay and Snead are both on the injury report, right? With a knee injury and a hamstring injury. So that's not exactly a good sign on a defense that already gives up yardage.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good point. Scott, the key to the game is which punter has the longest punt. I think it might come down to which defense steps up, like you mentioned. You know, that Philly front with everybody having more than 10 sacks. We saw what pressure can do to Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. Tampa Bay did it to them a couple years ago in that Super Bowl. Obviously, Kansas City's offensive line is a little bit better than that one from a few years ago. I mentioned it in the game day show. It's almost like the complete team of Philly against the ultimate quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. Has Patrick Mahomes already kind of reached that level to where it's like you just can't bet against him? Is he there already, or
it's
pretty
close enough, isn't it? It's pretty close to that. You know, in any game you've got to be like, yeah, but they've got Mahomes. That he's almost already at that stage, right? You can, as you say, you weigh up the pros and cons of the teams, and you look at the X's and O's, and you go, yeah, as Bo says, you know, more on offense, number 2 offense. I think I saw a crazy stat somewhere on Twitter is like both teams were 16-3, both have scored 546 points in the season. It was so bizarre. Both are number 1 seed in their conference and stuff like that. It was just like the ultimate perfect sort of combination. But yeah, you always then just go, yeah, but Kansas have got Mahomes. Is that the deciding factor? Is that enough to push them over? Or is the mobility, is the high ankle sprain, the shoulder hurts? There's so many layers that are still kind of bubbling under.
You know, it's funny because in any given game, I would agree with that until the Super Bowl, and defense wins championships, right? So when you have the number 3 defense versus number 12 defense, that's where I'm leaning Philly. Is right. You know, I was a defensive guy too, so I lean to that side of the ball. Right. But I mean, you know, when you look through the course of, you know, Super Bowls, the team with the better defense most of the time lifts that trophy.
Right.
But I'll counter a little bit, because I know the theme is kind of what we're everybody talking. The number of offenses that the Eagles have played throughout the season has not been as high powered as what we probably would expect, you know, for at least to do. So they've shut down offenses, but how many of those have been high powered offenses? You had an offense like the Cowboys be able to put up points against the Eagles. You know, so I mean, and I get it was an Eagles team that didn't have Gardner Minshew at quarterback, but at the same time, that doesn't matter as far as the Cowboys offensively versus their defense, and they shredded them in that game that they put up almost 40 points. And I don't know if they remember if they did put up 40 points, but they were able to put a score on that Eagles defense really easily in that game, and able to get it. So, you know, as good as this Eagles defense is, the numbers it can be skewed at times. It can be skewed as far as the rankings and the standing or where they rank in the league. Does that take away how good they are? No, that doesn't take away how good they are. Still a good defense. They still have to go do their job against those offenses that they're competing against. But I'm not going to sit here and say that, well, that defense is lights out. They're going to be, that's the deciding factor to shut down Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes is that dude. He is going to put up his points. You can't stop him. You have to contain him. And if you can contain him, like what we've seen in the past, where Bengals did last year in the playoffs, that helped them go to in that run they didn't stop Pat Mahomes. They contained him enough to where they can win that game. If the Eagles can contain Pat Mahomes, you have a good shot of doing it. If you let him, because at the moment we know he's been contained. And then it just all of a sudden the floodgates open for him. So Pat Mahomes
ask San Francisco that.
He is that dude where, you know, like a Tom Brady in the past, like a Peyton Manning at past, where that is a deciding factor that you have, is that you have that guy under center. You have a chance to win every ball game that you compete in.
True that.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Let me add Sean to that. What's going on, Sean? How you doing, bud?
I think he's actually just muted it, isn't he? Lights are on.
We still can't hear you, bro.
Still can't hear you.
Let's try this again. What's going on, everybody?
Hey, there you go.
There he is. How you doing, bud?
Oh my goodness, what a day! Happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody.
Absolutely, man. We were just talking about Patrick Mahomes and the complete team versus the ultimate quarterback. We were discussing whether or not Patrick Mahomes is at that level where you just can't bet against him. What are your thoughts on that topic there?
I feel that Patrick Mahomes is a quarterback that he's young and he's already making a name for himself, but I just ain't ready to crown him as one of the elite just yet.
I mean,
Fair
two
enough.
MVPs in how many seasons now? I mean, he's got to be starting to get in the mix, surely. I mean,
Yeah, he's starting to get there, but I'm just not ready yet, and that's my bias coming out, but I'm just not ready to crown him just yet.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. All right. So what are your keys to this matchup here, Sean?
It's gonna come down to that. Well, I got a few of them. I have the defensive line versus the O line of the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that's gonna be a key matchup. That defensive line can be problems at points. Then I got the matchup between the wide receiver and I'm gonna go right here. I got two of them. I have Willie Snead versus AJ Brown, and then I also have Darius Slay versus Valdez Scantling.
Nice.
So Snead.
Didn't you say that Snead was, sorry, Bo, you were going to say Snead is out there, right? Oh.
No,
he's not out. He's not out, but he is still on the injury report with the knee injury. So it'll be interesting to see if that's affecting him at all. Especially in that matchup because Brown is so fast.
Yeah. And then
I mean, surely. Go ahead, Johnny.
No, go ahead. You first.
I was going to say, we talked about the defense, we talked about secondary, but nobody's mentioned Kelsey. And surely Travis Kelsey's going to just have such a huge. I mean, he is such an outlet for Mahomes. He is such. It doesn't matter. Everybody knows he's getting the ball to Kelsey, yet somehow the ball still gets to him. He still scores the touchdowns. He still gets the catches. And is the Philly linebacker core good enough to contain Travis Kelsey from blowing up? Because you look at, as you say, the receiving core for Kansas City doesn't have any of that big name. And you just almost know that if Kelsey gets a game and Kelsey blows up, this game is, could be over. He could have 3 catches for 7 yards, but it's, 21 points and the game's done and dusted. Right. Is the Philly defense set up for that? I'm pretty sure the biggest, to be honest.
The biggest thing with Kelsey that everybody seems to get burned on, he's going to get his touches, right? The dude is huge and he's elusive enough to get catches, but it's the fact that he gets all that yak yardage that is the problem. Like if you can get him down when he catches the ball and you can hold him to that, 60, 80 yards, that's fine, right? I mean, yeah, it's not ideal, but he's going to get his touches, he's going to get yards, but you need to get him on the ground. Where everybody always gets burned is he makes the least athletic turn ever. Somehow everybody still misses him and he runs for another 20 yards.
The man turns like a tanker, yet somehow defenders just miss him.
Yeah, right?
They're just expects him to turn quicker, and it's because he's so slow. They've all missed him.
That is a good point, Dad. Go ahead.
I want to go ahead and make another assumption, but let's go on to the other side of the ball. Y'all both mentioned Kelsey. Let's factor in Chris Jones for the Kansas City Chiefs. That versatile movement that they use for him in different ways, and that offensive line being able to that defensive line able to get him holes to get to the quarterback. That's going to play a major role.
That's a very good point there, Sean. This matchup is about as good as you can possibly ask for, as far as the strengths of both teams. we were just talking about Travis Kelce there too. Is this one of those you just let Travis Kelce eat and get everybody else covered, or do you try to double team Travis Kelce?
So I
would say if you double team Travis Kelce, then you got Valdez Scantling who showed in the championship game that he can get open too and helped out when Juju Smith-Schuster went down and Nicole Hartman.
That's a good one. Go ahead, John.
So how I would say, and again, Kelce, as we all said, we all know Kelce's going to get his. But if I'm the Eagles, they run a lot of zone. But you almost got to treat this like it's a basketball game where you have a zone defense, but you have that point guard that's guarding or you have that one defender that's going to guard the number one guy. Right. So you have to treat him like almost like a basketball defense against Kelce, where you're playing zone around the field, but you got to put one guy on him to at least make sure that he earns his catches and earns his yards. There's one name that I'll throw out there for that's probably going to be the assignment, who probably has the mouth to say that I want the assignment. And he's a free agent at the end of the season. That's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Yeah, he's a great slot defender. He's been that way in the Saints. My Saints, being from New Orleans, we've seen him do his job in the slot all the time. He's been guarding guys in the slot and tight ends throughout his career. I think that would be a matchup that you put him on one-on-one with Kelce, and you still run zone with the linebackers to at least account for the holes that Kelce's going to sit in. But you got to make Kelce earn those catches and earn those extra yards out there. So you play man on Kelce and zone the rest of the way with your linebackers, and you play zone with the rest of your defensive backs out there. And you say, Kelce, if you want your yards, you want your catches, I got a guy who's going to be on you like white on rice. Let's see if you can go get your catches.
Yeah, that's a good point there, man. Like I said, it's almost like you can't stop him anyway. So just let him kind of get his, but I like the plan of having the one-on-one and still playing zone behind it. That should be interesting to see how that works out there.
It's got to be a bit of a bend don't break sort of attitude from the defense with Kelce, right? You got to give him his yards, you got to give him that underneath stuff. But as Bo says, you got to get to him, got to put him down early. Then you can have 70, 80 yards as long as it's not big yards that are burning you on a third down or whatever else. Then you can contain it. But interesting that sort of like zone plus man type thing you're talking about there. Does that then, what do you then do? Because then you're leaving Mahomes to do his potential. Then you've not got a guy, a stalker on the QB who can also do the same nastiness to you. It's a tough matchup for anybody, and that's the joy of the Super Bowl, right? That's what you want. You want two teams where it's like chess, and you've got to see that one team is always going to have one player, or somebody's not going to have. Somebody's going to have that matchup that's going to be beneficial. Can you find it?
Well, yeah, like I said, you're not shutting down the Chiefs. Like we've said that you're not going to shut them down. But how I'm thinking it, my front four is better than their front five in the offensive line. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm looking at that. I'm trusting my defensive ends and D tackles to at least put pressure and make him move, which we know Mahomes does his magic outside the pocket. I get that. But if my linebackers are in zone, they're playing around, they're still able to watch, and I can have somebody almost not necessarily spy, because you got to do your assignments, but you're around him still to at least make him have to throw off target and throw off his mark. You can play zone that way and still have some, and at least put one guy on Kelce and say, yeah, look, if you're going to eat, you got to earn it though. And I say I think that's one thing that we see a lot of teams that don't really necessarily do. They feel like, well, hey, Kelce's going to get his. We got to make sure other guys don't beat us. But Kelce still beats y'all. He's the one who beats them though. So if you're going to let him get his, you're going to, it's a dangerous move to say, because he'll put up 100 yards and 2 or 3 touchdowns. And now you're in a hole because of that, instead of letting the other guys be the ones to say, let Mahomes find Scantling. Let Mahomes find McCole Hardman. Let him find Juju Smith-Schuster. Take the best guy away. So take Kelce away. If Kelce still eats, tip your hat to him. You did a great job. Hey, you're the best tight end for a reason.
But here's my point. I was going to say real quick. I like your standard of what you said, but there's a factor there that most people are denying. Isaiah Pacheco, because he plays, he gets out in the flat sometimes and can get yards, and then they also might run with him. So if I'm using something like that, I'm using it maybe a stunt with the front four, and then maybe putting the linebackers in coverage, sort of like a 2-3 zone, but I'm keeping them like close to the line just in case they decide to run with Pacheco.
That's a good point there. What do you guys think about these running games? Allen, of course, made the comment there. I mean, but both teams go with the stable of running backs. They don't have the one stud. Which backfield you think has the better day?
I mean, the Eagles are a better running team overall.
Right.
So, like, I think they're going to get their yardage. It's one of the things where KC can fall short is they do have more of an inconsistent run game. But on the other end of that, you have Mahomes, and he makes some ridiculous throws all the time. So it may not matter, but I do think the Eagles end up with the better running attack today.
I think the Eagles have the chance to actually make the game one-dimensional with their run game, and I think that's where, because they can lean on that run game all the time. As you say, the KC run game can be a bit hit and miss. They can not fire very well, and sometimes Pacheco could get stuffed up. McKinnon made third down back. Yes, he's great on the flat. He's great for those little crazy throws that Mahomes will pull out. But if you can force them into those third downs, you're already winning. But I think if Philly lean on those three, I think they'll make yards, and I think they'll churn it up, and they'll force KC maybe into that one-dimensional. Mahomes is going to have to win, and then we're back to as long as you take Kelsey out of the game, you're forcing Mahomes to beat you from a contained pocket. So I'd lean Philly that. I think Philly has the best running back trio and the rest running back game. Can they make it work against that KC defense for long enough to force KC into a pass-first game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see that both teams' running game, as far as the running backs, are going to be a deciding factor. I think the one deciding factor is Jalen Hurts. As far as the whole running game itself, which is the Eagles, that's the bread and butter. Jalen Hurts being the better running quarterback, and he can get his yards and he can open things up on the field. I think that's going to be where the Eagles take advantage of. I don't think the running backs are going to be really, unless you have a one or two breaks here. It's going to be very hard going to get both teams running because both teams' defense front four are really good. You have Chris Jones in the middle with the Chiefs. You have Fletcher Cox still who's dominating in the middle with a Jordan Davis on by his side for the Eagles. You got a lot of good D tackles that are good stopping the run. So I don't think the running backs are going to be a deciding factor as far as just absolutely taking control of the game. Jalen Hurts is going to be the one who can decide how the run game goes for the Eagles, and that's where they get a lot of their yards from. Is going to be Hurts on the ground.
Yeah, that's a good point there. If Kansas City can't stop Philly from running the ball, it's going to be a long day for Kansas City. And somebody mentioned earlier about a possible blowout for Kansas City. I don't see either team blowing out the other, but if one team were to blow out the other, I think it would be Philly blowing out Kansas City for some reason. I think if they're just able to run all over Kansas City, then they might do it. But I don't necessarily see that happening. Who's an unsung, a dark horse, somebody that's going to come out of nowhere and make a key play or do something that everybody's going to remember in the Super Bowl? If you got one.
I will go. Of course, I love defense, so I'm going to go on the defensive end, and I'm going to go Darius Slay for the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I don't really have one that would be like under the radar, really, because I mean, both defenses.
I guess I'm saying besides the quarterback or Travis Kelce or something like that. Like who's somebody else that could wind up, stealing the MVP or just having one of those games that nobody was really expecting them to have.
Man, it would take something pretty amazing for one of these quarterbacks not to get the MVP.
Right. Yeah, it'd have to be like a 3-sack, strip fumble, touchdown.
For real.
Three sacks, a strip sack, fumble, safety, a 98-yard interception by defense.
I'll give one on each side. I could think that could probably be a just out of the blue type of situation where you have Devontae Smith for the Eagles. The focus is going to be on AJ Brown in the receiving core. I think Devontae Smith he can get a break where he breaks free for a 50-60 yard touchdown. As again, a lot of the attention is going to be on AJ Brown, and one for the Chiefs, a little bit of really one out of left field here. Sky Moore. I think Sky Moore with the that he had against the Bengals as far as the return game. I think that's going to be a very important aspect. But as well, with the receiving corps being what it's been for the Chiefs, they got to find a way to use him more. They got to find a way to utilize him, whether it's being in the run game, maybe on a jet sweep and let him get some open space, or maybe in the passing game. I know he's had a lot of issues with his hands and not being able to hold on to the ball. But if he can be somebody that in the return game, or maybe as a decoy jet sweep running receiver, that could be someone who could break free and be able to at least get some open space and run one, and maybe break a long touchdown as well.
Yeah, that's a good point there. Do we even know, is Kadarius Toney even playing? Like, is he still hurt or is he playing?
He was fully full participation in practice, so I think he's
okay.
Playing.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, he was full go Friday.
So any thoughts on special teams being a big factor in this?
Don't know.
Special teams, I gotta go Sky Moore. Sky Moore could be a potential factor because he's on both. He plays wide receiver and he can probably give you a good run if the holes are available.
I think we might have lost Jonathan there.
Yeah, John just dropped off. But yeah, I saw Alan just pinged it in the chat there. But I think Dallas Goedert might be one of those ones that just sidles in. Don't know, it's Jalen Hurts doesn't often use his tight ends, but I think the KC sort of soft defense might open up if he starts to look at the tight end. I think Goddard could be a good shout for one of those sneaky players who scores, lots of yards and helps them, third downs and things like that. As long as he looks sort of, but as you say, Jalen Hurts with his legs is often that's going to be his go-to. But I think Alan's right there, I think the Philly tight end might just have a little sneaky game there. I've got a feeling McKinnon might finally show up in a big game as well for the Chiefs. I think, everyone's looking at Pacheco and, he's a bit more bruising. But as I say, McKinnon has that streaky quality of, he can take a third down and just take the roof off. It's annoying to see it because we paid him for years as a Niner and waiting for him to do it. And when he eventually kind of left and went to the Chiefs, he showed us exactly why we kept him for 5 years. Not that I'm bitter about that at all. I just got a feeling it might be his kind of game to blow off on. But even with anybody, as you say, any of these receivers can go off and have 150, 180 yards or whatever else. The MVPs between the two guys calling it under center, so it'll be tough to take the shine off from anybody.
Yeah, that's a good point there too as well. As much as we talk about Jalen Hurts using his legs, I mean, I know Mahomes with the ankle and he's not the fleetest of foot. He always finds a way to make a big play with his legs. Any concerns with that ankle injury or with Mahomes' ability to extend the play?
I think if there were going to be any issues, we'd have seen it against the Bengals, and he didn't look too put out. I mean, he didn't really have to kind of move around too much, but I think the fact he was back out there for that game, I think he's now had an extra 2 weeks. I can't see that ankle being any concern for them at all.
Nah, it's gonna be if they can get to him, put him on the ground a few times early, and re-aggravate it. Because a high ankle sprain, like that's gonna bother him if he gets hit on it. And I don't mean any dirty plays or anything like that, just normal football, right? But if they get back there and throw him on the ground.
Yeah, you play defense. Sean's got a defense in mind. If you know a guy's got a niggle, you're gonna go and get it, right? It's the same as the Chiefs defense. They're gonna be trying to put Jalen Hurts on his left shoulder. If they don't,
absolutely
stupid, right? They're absolutely stupid. It's going to be a game plan. Get him on the floor.
That first hit. It's going to come down to that first hit because that first hit is going to tell the whole story how liable that shoulder is for Jalen Hurts and how good that left ankle is for Patrick Mahomes because all it takes is one spin the wrong way and we can see him hurt again.
You just need an alignment to roll on that ankle the wrong direction. Right.
Well, and of course
to go right. It's
for sure. Well, and on Hurts' end of it, they if you look at the championship game, he didn't have as much power on those throws. A lot of those throws were low. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how much those injuries are really going to affect those guys. Because the injury reports say everybody's fine, which is great because they haven't been hit in 2 weeks. Get out there, have somebody that's 350 come in on you, and we'll see how injured you still are.
or the situation where a player gets rolled up on that ankle. that could play a big part because you got two big linemen fighting to get to the quarterback, and all it takes is a simple roll up on that ankle, and we could have a problem.
Yeah, but I mean, from my point of view, freak accidents to quarterbacks happen quite a lot, right? It seems to this year
for sure.
I'm not gonna watch to see how he handles getting hit. I want to see how he handles just pressure moving around in the pocket.
Right.
If you have an opening, we saw that in the Bengal game where there was an in when he got hurt earlier in the playoffs. There was a wide open hole that he froze and just kind of threw the ball into the dirt instead of with a healthy ankle. He takes off on that. So if you have an opportunity where the pocket collapses and there is a hole there for him to run, if he runs, the ankle's healthy. If he does not and he kind of pulls up and just kind of throws it into the dirt, that tells you he doesn't even believe the ankle is 100%. So it's not necessarily just saying how does he handle getting hit. How does he handle moving around and inside and outside the pocket, and does he move with the same agility to avoid these guys coming after him? And does he take off running a little bit more like he used to with a healthy ankle versus what he's seen the last couple of weeks in the postseason?
Yeah,
I think he's a gamer enough. I think he's a gamer enough that he's going to go whether it hurts him or not. I don't think he's going to do the Cam Newton, I'm not going to jump on the fumble situation. I think he's going to be full go the whole day.
If you're going to go full go on one game, it's going to be the Super Bowl, right? But that's an interesting shout there, Jay, because
at the same time there's the same time of being smart about it instead of, because again, if you can't take off and you're going to get -1 to 1 yard and because your ankle's just not there's no point in really taking off and running because you still got to play 60 minutes. One play of getting 1 or 2 yards on a scramble that normally with a healthy ankle you get 5 or 6 yards. I feel like being smart about it is going to be the key. If he knows that ankle's just not there and running for 1 or 2 yards is not worth it, you're the Chiefs coaching staff. Hey, throw the ball in the dirt, live for another play, and then we'll go get those yards again the next time.
But
I think that's the one.
We've seen in the championship game, he did try to get a little bit mobile on that ankle, and then it got down. So if I'm Patrick Mahomes, if I can get a couple yards, but I'm going to get down to prevent any injury to that ankle or anybody stepping on it or anything completely on that ankle.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to try to avoid any contact if he possibly can. Go ahead, Gary.
I was just going to say, it kind of takes some of his game away, though, if you're saying that he looks at it and goes, I can get 2 yards here and slide. Whereas, as you say, as Jonathan, I think, is alluding to, if there's an 8-10 yard run there, if he's a fully fit ankle and he goes, I can get 4 here and maybe slide. And, what's the point of getting 4 if you need those 8 or 9? Does he just play it smart and go, it's not worth it? That's going to be the key. I think you're right. If he doesn't take it, if the shot's there, if there's a 3rd and 4 and whatever else, they all clear out. Suddenly there's like 18 yards in the middle of the pitch that he would just stroll through. And if he takes 4 and just takes the first down and slides, I think that's going to be an indication that the ankle's not quite right. And if he does that, then the Philly defense is surely going to be watching for that and suddenly go, that ankle's not there. And then the containment, and then everything comes in, and it's going to be amazing to watch the chess match that's going to evolve, not just like from the first set of play, but over the whole period of this game. I think that's what's going to be interesting. Who adapts more to whatever's happening on the field at the time?
That's a perfect segue there, Gary. I was just about to mention the coaching. Andy Reid, obviously.
It's almost like it's scripted.
Yeah.
I would go that far,
what are your thoughts on this coaching matchup? Obviously, Andy Reid has all the experience, but you got Spagnuolo on the defensive side as well in Kansas City. Do you think it's going to come down to something like that, a coaching decision or something like that, or
it might come? I'm not sure a coaching decision. Maybe a coaching game. I think Andy Reid has the cuts, the bruises, the scars of experience of knowing when to make the calls. That maybe, as Jay says, the sensible calls. Just hit it in the dirt. Take the punt. Don't go for it. Sirianni's got this. Go for it on a 4th down. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Maybe Andy Reid will sort of go, been here, done that. And Andy Reid's, he's more than capable of throwing in a fake punt on 4th and 6 and whatever else. We all see it, right?
Yeah.
But it's when to do it and when it's going to work. And Sirianni may do it too much, whereas I think if Andy Reid calls a 4th down fake punt, he just somehow knows when it's going to work. He just calls it just right, and I think that might come into it more the timing of the trick plays, whatever you want to call it, when to call those odd plays, when to go for an all-out blitz, when to do something like that. I think Andy Reid probably just has the edge on that, just because he's been around longer.
I was gonna say, I feel that Andy Reid's got a couple of tricks and wrinkles in that game that he haven't showed nobody. A la the bunch, whatever that was called, in that game where they ran around.
They were all dancing and spinning and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he got a couple of wrinkles where we might see this game. Give it to the grizzly old veteran Andy Reid that he was something out of his backside to make it happen.
As you say, it's the last game of the season, right? And if you've had a trick play in the playbook all season and you've not run it, when's a better time to do it?
Right.
Yeah, the interesting fact that I think, again, you have the dynamics of both coaching staffs where you have, veteran coaching staff with the Chiefs, with Spagnuolo, and Bieniemy with Andy Reid. The Eagles not being there before with the coach staff, but again, it's just about trusting your game plan. Trust your game plan. At the same time, you've had 2 weeks of talking. Well, hey, if these guys do this outside of what we're preparing for, how do we adjust? The Eagles have to trust their game plan and trust the adjustments that are necessary if they need to. And I think that's something that does favor Kansas City, is that they've been there, done it. Many years of experience with Andy Reid, many years of experience with Steve Spagnuolo. Eric Bieniemy, who's been the OC for the Chiefs for some years now. Understanding the game plan and being able to execute. If you can't execute, how do you adjust on the fly and be able to prepare for something that that wasn't really part of the game plan? If the Eagles don't necessarily, I'm not an Eagles fan. I haven't watched a lot of the games, but I don't feel like that's their coaching staff. They trust the adjustments as much. I got to see the Saints in Eagles game earlier, and they'd never made an adjustment against that game, even though, again, Jalen Hurts didn't play, but they didn't make adjustments quick enough, or they didn't make the necessary adjustments in that game to say, we got to change something before this game gets out of hand. If the Eagles have to make adjustments in the game on the fly, I think they're in trouble. If this is a close game and they're just not able to do their game plan and they have to make some adjustments here, I think they're in trouble, and the Chiefs are going to have the favor in that aspect just because the coaching staff's not just been there, the experience, but they are smart on knowing when to adjust, how to adjust, and being able to prepare for that adjustment if necessary.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. I mean, they've got to, as you say, that the experienced coaching staff in KC have been around the block. They've seen it enough. They've just seen it more often. They know when to adjust, and they probably have a plan B and a C, and more likely a B, right? And they've probably practiced all of them. Whereas, as you say, Philly seem to have plan A, and you've not really had to. I mean, as you say, they've not really had to have a plan B. Right. Do they have a plan B? Because they may need it for the Chiefs, because Andy Reid may come at them with a completely different look, and suddenly he might be bringing a defense that they've not played all season because they've had 2 weeks to practice it. It's the kind of stuff you expect, and it will be really interesting to see how the two different coaching sides and who wins that battle. That's definitely going to be one to watch.
I would say watch out for that 13th man, because that's a good play that Kansas City loves to use with Kelsey in the slot position. And I could see him using that maybe a lot in this game to get some unfavorable mismatches. Maybe a linebacker moving to cover Kelsey in that position, or a safety who's smaller than Kelsey. So look for them to take advantage of the mismatches.
Yeah, Andy Reid is definitely a master at coming up with different mismatches and all with all his motions and everything that he does like that. Excuse me. God, I'm losing track of what I had something in my head and now it's gone.
Somebody's stolen your thunder there somewhere.
Yes, no, it was something I was going to ask right after we were talking about the coaching there, but it is what it is. All right, so we'll start hitting up with these predictions.
I've got a question for you guys
scores.
because
Go ahead, Gary. Go ahead,
yeah, because obviously, as I mentioned, at the beginning, it's an odd one for UK fans. Often it's late and whatever else. We're kind of eating chips and dips and late into the night on your own. From a US perspective, because you guys grow up this game, like you see it all the time, you have everything. Are you as invested when your team's not in the Super Bowl? Is it still like a massive event? Because for me, obviously, bit of a bittersweet because I thought we should be there and last championship game, whatever else. So it's kind of like we're watching the Super Bowl now, but it's kind of like watching it, half watching it, kind of really watching to see if the halftime show is any good and the game around it. In the US, is it like it's the game's the game? Doesn't matter if your team's there or not. It's still a huge, big event. You're all kind of fully invested and everything else. And it's just an interesting, dichotomy because obviously from the UK perspective, it's slightly different. I just wondered how you guys are feeling about it. Is it still Super Bowl Sunday? It's the big party day, no matter even if your team's there or not.
Yeah, to me personally, it's just another game for me if my Saints are not in it. It's just another game I'll watch. Being a fan of the sport, the only time it wasn't just another game that I chose not to was the 2019 Super Bowl that the Rams and Patriots were in because of the no call pass interference that we got robbed, and we had the NOLA boycott. So I participated in the NOLA boycott that year just because it was so horrendous. But it's another game to me. It's another game of football. I'm a fan of the sport. I'll watch the game. I'm not sitting and cheering on one team or the other. Even if I make a prediction of it, I'm just enjoying the game. I'll have normally maybe have some friends over, or we'll just kind of sit back and watch with family and just treat it like another game from there.
I would definitely say my team has been there for a couple of years, so about at least a decade. But I still love watching the game. I'm a big fan of football, regardless. And it's Super Bowl Sunday. This is like my next biggest thing between this and All-Star Weekend. So,
go ahead, Bo. You got an answer on that one?
Yeah. So, I mean, just like you guys, if my team's not in it, I just want to see a good game. It was always a big deal for me. I always hosted a big event. And so I always had a bunch of people over and, party, whatever. Obviously, it's a little different feel down here in Mexico. The NFL isn't quite as big as it is back in the States. But I'm going to go down to the local sports bar here. It's going to be full of football fans, just like it is at home. So, I mean, absolutely, it's a big deal, but obviously you're just not watching it the same if it's not your team. So then you're just hoping for a good game.
Yeah, I'm completely on that boat. And unfortunately, as a Miami Dolphin fan, my team hasn't been in it since '84, Dan Marino's second year, which I wasn't even a fan of the Dolphins yet, being a New York kid. So, but it's the Super Bowl. So, you know what I'm saying? So everybody watches the Super Bowl, and like Bo said, I just want to see good games. The only time I ever really found myself cheering was as petty as it may sound, is basically every team against the Patriots. I was rooting for all those teams. So that's why I will always have love for Eli Manning and the New York Giants, for what they were able to do 2 times. But no, it's I get the dynamic that you were talking about, Gary. I mean, that makes a lot of sense because I think if it was at like 1:00 in the morning here, that might affect how I feel about but it being prime time and then the commercials, and then I mean even people that aren't diehard football fans, like wifey likes football but not like that, but she'll watch it because it's the Super Bowl,
it's the Super
and the commercials and then the halftime show and stuff like that. So yeah, it is an event regardless of if your team is in it or not. But obviously, like I said, I haven't been able to feel the thrill of seeing my team in it, so I don't know how I would act if my team is there. But it's always a good time, and I always just want to see a good game. Yeah, I'm a football fan, so I just want to see good games.
And I suppose that's it, right? This weekend, we saw how bad a game can be in the NFC Championship game with injuries take effect. You want to see a good game. That game was a non-event, and hopefully, I know we've talked about the injuries, we talked about the ankle sprain and the shoulder. What we don't actually want is that to actually come true, because it would just, this is a spectacle, as you say. 87% of the US audience don't support those 2 teams, so they just want to see a good game. Everyone wants to see a good game. Hopefully, we don't get any bad injuries. We don't see it ruined as a spectacle. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like I want both teams to kind of draw and go to overtime and not win, if that's at all possible.
Yeah, you want it to be a Buffalo Wild Wings commercial, right? Someone has the remote,
absolutely.
goes into overtime.
So, it ends up winning it on a coin toss on Tuesday afternoon. They can't work out a way to win it because everyone, is tied all the way to the end. I mean, it's interesting. Do you guys lean towards the conference team of your home team? So, Bo, you'd like, as a Seahawks fan, would you prefer the Eagles to win it as an NFC team or not?
So not really, right? I mean, I'm going to go into it picking the team I think is better, with the exception of similarly, I tended to root against the Patriots because they had such a long run, and I just wanted to see them catch an L. I naturally have to go against the Cowboys because it's Cowboys and they're annoying. So, and the Cowboys are an NFC team, right? And I don't want to see them win. So, I mean, there is that. I can say that where it does matter is if it's in your division, in your conference. I don't want to see anyone in my division hang a banner on me the next year. So everyone that's in the NFC West can absolutely catch an L as soon as they get into the playoffs.
I'll second that. There's not, as a New Orleanian, there's nothing greater than seeing flags that say Atlanta 28, Patriots 3. And just in year, it's continued on and on and on. It's the best we as Saints fans have had since our own Super Bowl in 2009. We just keep reminding Falcons fans that they gave up the biggest lead in Super Bowl history. We've rooted against the Buccaneers and Tom Brady, since he joined, and thankfully now he's retired. Same thing when the Panthers made it to the Super Bowl, we cheered against them. So the divisional opponents, absolutely not. We'll never cheer for them. We want them to absolutely implode in the Super Bowl. Conference-wise, it doesn't bother me. I'm not going to sit here and cheer on the NFC team. I'm not, and just say, hey, do it for the conference. It's not the same as college football. College football, you have that conference supremacy. Being an SEC guy for LSU, we're wanting SEC dominance. It's not necessarily the same in the professional ranks where you have, you want your conference to be above the other side. It doesn't really work that way, at least in my eyes. That if the Eagles win, I'm not going to be like, hey, great job for the NFC. If they lose, and we'll be like, oh man, they didn't do it for us. It's kind of more neutral on that side of it. If it's a division, though, no, hopefully they fall off a cliff and we never see them in the Super Bowl.
I gotta agree with that. I'm a native of Chicago, and I tend to definitely root against the Lions, Vikings, and Packers. But now I'm in the South, so it's kind of hard for me to not root for the Chiefs and not for my Titans as well. So I'm newly here in Tennessee, so I'm not just yet on the Titans bandwagon yet, but eventually it'll happen.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. The conference, I could care less. Honestly, sometimes if there's the Phoenix or the Arizona, Pittsburgh game, I wanted Larry Fitzgerald to win a ring. You know what I mean? So sometimes I'll put a certain player,
Might be a sub story that kind of
something like that may catch my attention, and I'll root that way. But no, I'm totally with John on the division. No, that's why the whole Patriots thing was horrendous the last 20 years, and that's why I will forever have the 0-4 to Buffalo. You made it to 4 straight, but you lost all 4. And then the Jets are the Jets. So but no, the division, no, absolutely. The division, you want your division opponents to just get embarrassed in the Super Bowl if it's possible. But
I suppose that's the nice thing about the NFC West, Bo. We've had that opportunity to root against our divisional rivals quite a fair bit recently.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. I will admit, though, I did want to see Fitzgerald get a ring. Yeah. He's such a good guy and such an elite player for so long. Right. You wanted him to get that ring. Right. Maybe somewhere else. But
ideally, they could have moved and got a ring at Pittsburgh.
Right.
Yeah. I suppose also is that, do you get there's the underdog stories as well, right? Do you always there's a team out there that's never won the Super Bowl, has never been to a Super Bowl. Right. If it's not your team, would that be the team that you would eventually root for if they finally got to the Super? Like if the Browns eventually got to a Super Bowl? would that kind of get the upswelling, and would everyone support the Browns, especially if they were against the Cowboys, right? Everybody would be a Browns fan. Sorry, Alan, but everyone would be a Browns fan on that day, right?
Everybody
Or is
except for
that-
Sean, apparently.
I'll tell y'all real quick how petty we are in New Orleans about, at least again for our division opponents. New Orleans Saints had, Superdome. They did renovations over the last couple of years. It was a big deal. They renovated the Superdome. They actually made the concourse for the fans to go, from one level to the other, 28.3 degrees to in the con. Did you not? It's a 20.
That is awesome.
For the stairs, for the walkway to the ramps, it's a 28-degree ramp to go from level 2 to level 3. Just as a
that is top level shithousery, isn't it? That
yes,
that
is
about it for at least for that team in Atlanta. We take it to another level.
that is awesome right there, man.
That is awesome.
That's one of the ones that I wanted Matt Ryan. Even besides the fact that I wanted him to beat the Patriots because it's the Patriots, but I wanted Matt Ryan to get a ring. I wanted Atlanta to win that one day. I know that's not what you want to hear, Jonathan, but that 28 that was horrific. So it's funny as hell that you guys just keep kind of digging in with that. That's awesome.
So-
I love petty stuff like that. That's awesome, man.
And even better, the concourse was finished on March 28th.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I did like the way that Matt Rice has owned it. He's kind of gone, well, Tom Brady's already come out and said it, so I have to kind of wait for my retirement until the 28th of March, right? And I kind of like that comment. It's like, at least he's owning it now.
That is awesome. So to answer your question on the underdog thing, though, if this particular Lions team made it, I would root for it. Because Dan Campbell's such a likable guy, and they've been building such a great culture there. Like, I wouldn't hate to see them get it, unless they encounter the Hawks in the playoffs, and then they can go home.
Right.
But if they happen to make it through, I'd root for that underdog story, of course.
Yeah,
the Browns, on the other hand, until they move to another city, then they can win or whatever.
The Lions one is a good one. Especially like back in the day, like I would have loved to see Barry, playing in the Super Bowl back in the day. So yeah,
or Megatron, or
right.
Yeah.
What up, Alan?
Hey,
what up, guys?
All right, well,
Alan's coming in to defend it. Alan's coming in to defend the Cowboys nation.
All right, well, let's start going around the table before Alan takes over. Bo, prediction on this game here.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be close. I think Philly gets the edge again, just on that defensive side. I'm thinking probably 27-24. So it'd probably be a field goal kind of thing.
All right, Sean, what's your prediction on the game, Sean?
I think I have Andy Reid pulling out some amazing things in this game, and I got it close as well. 35-34 Chiefs.
Okay,
that would be real exciting if
that is close.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right, because that would be awesome.
Yeah, that would happen. Jonathan, where you at with it, John?
I've been back and forth all week, and I've had some conversations with people. And I feel like there's more likely of the Eagles blowout win than a Chiefs win. I think if the Chiefs win, it's going to be a close game. If the Eagles win, I think it could get out of hand. Again, out of hand to me is about a 10-point difference as far as Super Bowl. I'm leaning that way. I think it's 34-24 Eagles. I think it's just too much firepower. I think the healthy team, they are the healthy team in this one. Like I said, Mahomes is not going to get stopped, but I think he will get contained by this defense. And I just don't think there's going to be an answer for the Eagles offense. So 34-24 Eagles.
Nice. Gary, what's your prediction on this one, Gary?
It's much like you guys. You flip-flop. You can look at it and you go, you can sit one day and look at it and go, Chiefs have got this all day, and then you look at the Eagles and you flip back and forth. I think you're right. The defense of the Eagles is probably just strong enough to hold out enough and maybe make one stop or make that one play, make that one interception, turn it around. I've got the Eagles winning it by 7, probably 28-21. It's going to be a one score. I think it's going to be like that. I don't think it's going to be like 10, 15, 14 points blowout. I think it's a one score, and I think the defense makes that one big stop when it's needed.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm not going to give my prediction now because I'll be back at 5 o'clock with Nick and Tanner and everybody to give my score. But I've been back and forth.
Nice teaser. Come back at 5.
Yes,
nice.
come back at 5 o'clock.
He's good at this, isn't he? He's good at it.
All right, before we get up out of here, let's let the people know where they can find you, Jonathan. Where can people find you at, bud?
I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter. Jonathan Derek Grishman on Facebook. My organization I coach, Alpha Performance Softball, Performance Baseball. Just a shout out to one of my players and her family. They're from Kansas City. I know they're going to be mad at me if we're making my pick what it is. So, Azzy and all the family, I'm sorry about it. Please don't hate me for my pick. But like I said, Jonathan Derek Grishman on Facebook, Alpha Performance on Facebook, and as well as Grishman27 on Twitter. And B and Alpha Performance on Twitter as well.
Awesome. Definitely check them out. Thank you, John. Sean, where can the people find you at, bud?
I will be starting a new show, Talk Back with Sean Jarrett, on Monday. But you can follow me right now on Twitter at Sean Jarrett Media. Sean J Media. Oh, I hate when I do that. I do that all the time.
Get it right, man.
Sean J Media on Twitter. And Sean Jarrett Official on Instagram.
Nice. Bo, where can the people find you at, bud?
Hey.
So the easiest one, especially for today, because I'll be on there while we're watching the game. Find me on Twitter at Football Talk with Bo. And, you can find me on YouTube as well. But if you want to chat during the game, I'm going to be sitting there with wings, beer, and Twitter while I'm watching. So come hang out.
Awesome. All right, the next squad is coming in on us. Gary, where can the people find you, bud?
You can find me basically all over Let's Talk Sport. I'm helping Dan out. I've got a show going up tomorrow on the F1. We're doing the F1 show on Let's Talk Sport. But you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on Twitch, apparently. I don't know how I managed that, but somehow I'm on Twitch doing that sort of stuff. Don't ask me. I don't know what Twitch is. But I'm at Groovy there. That's my handle everywhere because it's just like such an unusual one and nobody else has got it. So you can find me on most social medias under that. But yeah, I'm on Let's Talk Sport doing some soccer stuff for the EPL over here. Got the F1 show. I'm going to be doing bits and pieces all over the place. So that's where you can find me.
Absolutely. All right. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for an hour there. I'm looking forward to this very good game. We got Ashton Allen and Mr. Robert Butler here to take over for us. Appreciate you guys helping out. I will be back at 5 o'clock. I appreciate you guys again. Alan, it's all you, bud. Take over, bud.
Go, Rihanna.
All right.
Take it easy, guys.
Have a good one.
What's up, Alan? What's going on,
What's
guys?
up, Robert? What's up, Ashton? How y'all doing?
Doing good right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, Ashton, by the way, I'm sorry. I lost the bet. I'm being forced to wear this for the next week.
Yeah,
so
I know you follow Dallas, man. He threw me out there.
So what? So what happened?
I have a rule. I never make bets like that. With rivals. Like I've made bets with a friend of mine who likes the Colts. I'm like, I don't care. I'll make that bet. I'll wear a Colts hat. I don't really care. But no, I'd never do it with the Eagles just because I'm not that confident. I mean, as Cowboys fans, we like to pretend we're that confident and cocky about it. But I know just if any of us aren't cheering for the Eagles, the other side is just deathly afraid that they're going to win tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Tom Brady's usually the only person that would make me cheer for anybody in our division. So
yeah,
I mean, Patrick Mahomes is kind of the same way. I do like watching Patrick Mahomes play, but the only reason I would go for the Eagles tonight is because of Jalen Hurts and his ties to Oklahoma. So that's really the only reason why I would do that. But guys, welcome. It's just three of us right now, but there should be some more people popping on. I know Jim Behringer might pop on here in a little bit. We'll have maybe a couple more as well. But right now it's just us three. I kind of want to start with some of the the breaking news that we've had here in the last hour or so. Philly's offensive coordinator, his name escapes me at the moment, but it seems it's all but confirmed he's going after the Super Bowl. He's going to be taking the Indianapolis Colts job. What are you hearing about that, Robert?
Shane Steichen. I was thinking, look at the success of offensive-minded head coaches. They come from an offensive background. Stichkin is that's a good offense they got up there. It's a complicated offense to defend up there in Philly. And you look at the Final Four and the playoffs right now. They made it to the and you got the two Super Bowl teams. Look at the last 5 Super Bowl winners. You're talking maybe 4 out of 5 if you want to throw in Belichick, offensive-minded head coach. And I come from a defensive background. I mean, I prefer my team to get stops, but you got to look at the league we're in right now. So that would be a great hire. That would be. I would much rather him than a Jeff Saturday at this point.
Is there anybody you want? Is there anybody that goes behind Jeff Saturday though?
I mean,
right. With Jim Irsay the way he is right now, it's not looking like a great job. With the owners stepping in like that all the time, you don't want him to be that level meddling. He was fortunate the last, 20 years, guys, that they've had Andrew Luck and Peyton Manning, and the general manager that drafted Peyton Manning, the offense, his name's slipping my mind. The guy that said Lamar Jackson wasn't draftable. He fired that guy as soon as the Colts, lost all those games to get Luck. He overreacted, and they haven't really been up to that level ever since. Even though their general manager is decent right now, I like him.
I mean, yeah, Irsay getting involved with everything with day-to-day operations. You kind of see it with what we're going through in Dallas right now with Jerry Jones and how he kind of sticks his nose where it doesn't need to be. But I'll give Jerry credit at least on this. He's had a hell of a draft the last couple of years. He's found some hidden gems in the draft. So I at least got to give him credit on that.
Oh, Steven, I think he's starting to listen more to the son. Normally, guys, the son's usually the one that often will screw things up, And in this case, it seems like Steven is holding Dad back. I've been bringing up on my show for years that, not to be morbid, but possibly when he dies, and I hope not for Cowboy fans, he's 81 now, I think, Jerry Jones, that they'll probably win a Super Bowl again because they draft really well out in Dallas. I mean, Michael Parsons didn't even get one vote for Defensive Player of the Year, and he should have had some kind of consideration, man. He's all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great pickup there. Zach Martin. Remember Jerry wanted to draft Johnny Manziel.
And Steven was like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. No.
Yeah. In the meantime, Johnny Manziel has not been able to last in the Alliance Football League, the Canadian Football League, and Zach Martin's still making Pro Bowls.
He may be a Hall of Famer,
I think he is. I think so far he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think before this year, I think he's probably tied now because I think he did have a holding penalty this year, but he had made more Pro Bowls than holding penalties in his career.
I mean, that's I mean, I think if he would have took a guy like Johnny Manziel, who just don't have the temperament nor the discipline, had the talent to sustain any kind of NFL career, is undersized, but from what I understand, it was Steven that talked him out. Hey, Dad, this is crazy.
Yeah, a lot of times I think Steven is it holds up a little too much, but at least with when it comes to the draft, I think they're a good give and take where Jerry's way up here and Steven's down here, and they kind of mesh. I think they should be a little more, I'll say reckless, but in free agency, I think they should go after a little bit more. I'm glad they didn't get OBJ, but they're definitely hitting on the draft picks. They just gotta work out building that team around, I guess, Dak, because he's going to be there for a little while longer.
There's nothing they can do. I mean, the cap hit's too much right now. Yeah, that is true, man. Every time something good goes along, everybody says, probably Steven, every time something bad goes, it's an easy narrative to say, it's Jerry screwing things up again.
So speaking of Steichen going to the Colts here, Scott asked a good question. With that being said, who do we think, could be the Colts quarterback going forward next season? With Steichen now officially going to the Colts. Could we see potentially maybe Gardner Minshew going to Indianapolis next year?
Yeah, man. That's a good question. They got the 4th pick, guys, and I don't know if that's guaranteed. I would roll the dice with Stitchkin, but Jim Irsay's liable to change his mind and go with Jeff Saturday by Monday, guys. Depends on what side of the bed he wakes up on. Maybe Hurts has a bad game and throws some interceptions, and then the old man changes it. Mr. Irsay changes his mind. They picked that 4th pick. There's a possibility they may take Stroud of Ohio State. When you do that, I think they're probably everything I'm reading, they're hinting towards getting another quarterback. Remember, they tried the veteran quarterback a couple of times. 3 times, and you had some success with Rivers there. I'm almost for certain that they're going to take one of those. Maybe the guy from what's his name, Will Levis out of Kentucky. Will Levis, yeah. One of those. I'm thinking that they'll probably go that route. Bring in the new quarterback. Maybe. Hey, check this out. How about Anthony? What's his name? Anthony Richardson from Florida. A lot of similarities to Jalen Hurts with him. Maybe not at 4. Maybe you trade down, or maybe they try to work in something to get him back in the first round and do something like that. I think they're going to go to draft route, though.
Would they be the team that could? And I'll go to Esther with this. Could you see them maybe being the team that could jump up and trade with Chicago there at number 1 if Chicago's still selling that pick?
Not if they're going to draft a quarterback. I think they should go the route of drafting a quarterback because, there's a lot of veteran talent out there in free agency. I don't think they really have a shot at getting Aaron Rodgers, but you have Derek Carr. I've always been in the mindset, me playing Madden and pretend to be a GM, build the team around, and then you draft a quarterback because you'll get a cheap quarterback for a few years. So, and the Colts seem to have, it's not a great team, but they're better than the remove quarterbacks. They're better than the Texans. I think they're pretty close to the Titans. Honestly, if they can draft a good quarterback, I think they have a shot. But yeah, I don't think especially after the last few years with Wentz, Rivers, and Matt Ryan, their luck's just running out with veteran quarterbacks, and then you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg to get them in free agency.
Not to mention you've got 3 of the top quarterbacks coming out that are really, really good. You got the Bryce Young, you got the CJ Stroud coming out, Will Levis, who's been great. Either one of those 3.
That's why I don't think they should trade it, because you'll get one of those. Because I don't think the Bears are taking a quarterback.
No.
To move up from 4 to 1 would just cost so much. You're not there yet. When you draft a quarterback, the clock starts ticking. You have 4 to 5 years of that rookie salary. And if it works out, great. So you want to keep your draft picks and try to build a team around him before you have to pay him $30-40 million if he's doing good for you.
And the money difference as well, when you're paying the number 1 overall pick as opposed to the number 4 pick. So,
and when you're drafting, that's why I'm always a big fan of drafting quarterbacks so high up. Go back to the Cowboys. I like the Ezekiel Elliott pick. It was an exciting pick and it worked out for a couple of years. But just the difference of if you're going to pay whatever I don't even know whatever the top 5 salary is, but you're getting better value at a quarterback than you are at a running back, or getting better. That's why a lot of positions, even though they may be great for your franchise, some positions you don't draft that high because they're already going to be higher up on the list of people in that position making money. So I say if you have a top 5 pick, unless you're just a situation where your quarterback, you have a great quarterback and he was just hurt. That's why I think you should always take a quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. Quarterback value is definitely down. I would say maybe, edge rusher, interior rusher would also be in that category. You talk about, teams that kind of did that. Atlanta with Kyle Pitts a couple years ago, that hasn't quite worked out the way that they've wanted it to.
That's a lot of money to pay for a tight end. I mean, he's probably more of a receiver than a tight end, especially when his contract comes up. He's going to say, I'm more of a receiver. than a tight end. But yeah, I
Mhm.
agree. If I mean, to go back to your question, if they were thinking about trading, unless they knew who they wanted and he was available, I would be more of a fan of trading back and just stockpiling those picks.
Mhm. So I saw something earlier today, and Robert, I wanted to ask
Yeah.
you this specifically when you came on. I saw something about potentially Rex Ryan going to Denver as their defensive coordinator. Is that true in any way, or is that just
Who was
kind of
that? Say
hearsay?
that again.
Rex Ryan going to Denver as their DC. That's just something that kind of like popped up on my feed at one point, and I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
I didn't see
really?
anything about that. Ryan's a good coordinator, man. I mean, he comes up from Baltimore. Look at what he did with the Jets. I thought maybe Dallas should have got him when they moved off Mike Nolan. Now, of course, Quinn is killing it. He's doing great. But yeah, Ryan's a good coordinator, man. I think I read something just a minute ago that his son is up for a job.
Yeah.
And I can't find it right now, but that would be interesting. Maybe I can go back and check
That would
on
be
Twitter.
that would be crazy.
Yeah. It's a lot of nepotism in the NFL, guys. You've been following it for a while. You start to see the same names. Like, wait a minute. Didn't your dad coach somewhere? Or didn't that name somewhere be a head coach? Or wasn't he a coordinator or a player somewhere?
Yeah,
Names
people
are,
try to strike
recycling.
lightning in a bottle, just saying,
Yeah.
hey, I mean, how many? There's a few Lombardis out there.
Like, isn't Buddy Ryan the reason why we hate the Eagles?
Well, there's a lot of reasons they hate
That's
the
three
Eagles.
generations, right?
If we're gonna start our Super Bowl coverage talking about why we hate the Eagles, we can,
I mean,
throwing snowballs with batteries at Santa Claus might jump up. I don't know. I'll try to stay neutral here and not let my Cowboys feeling come out.
Yeah, we got two Cowboys fans and an insider, so I don't think we're gonna be offsetting anything
I like
at this
to
point. So
talk the league, brother. No, okay, here it is, guys. The Jets have requested permission to interview the Lions' assistant wide receiver coach, Seth Ryan, with the S. Seth Ryan, to be the wide receivers coach for the Jets. And that's the son of Rex. So we're talking, it's three generations now.
Wow.
And with the Jets. That's
and with the Jets, yeah.
Like with the Cowboys and Jason Garrett and his dad being a scout and his brother being a scout. It's all about relationships and who you know.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess we might as well just get into the Super Bowl here. Great matchup. It's one of the more anticipated, matchups, at least that I can remember. I know, last year's is like, oh, how did the Bengals offensive line stop the Rams? And it ended up being a pretty decent game. But this one, you got your strength versus strength. You got, good defense versus a defense that, while on paper it doesn't look good, it's played very well the last couple games in Kansas City. It's basically strength versus strength here. What are you thinking about this matchup? I'll start with you, Ashton.
I think you're right. It's on paper, it looks like two heavyweights fighting. You could argue against what I'm about to say, but I think they have the two best teams in the league in the Super Bowl, which doesn't always happen. I mean, last year was different. It was two teams that hadn't been there in a while, two quarterbacks that have never been there. Now, of course, Jalen Hurts has never been there. And I don't know, a lot of people are getting tired of Patrick Mahomes. I like Patrick Mahomes, but you're starting to get that Tom Brady feel, like he's been in the AFC Championship for 5 straight years. Now it's going to his 3rd Super Bowl. But I think it's just refreshing to have Super Bowls without Tom Brady or without the New England Patriots. I think it's going to be a great offensive matchup, a high-scoring game. But I don't know. I wasn't on the Eagles bandwagon early on, thinking they could make a big run. I thought they had a great team, but Jalen Hurts hadn't proven himself. And I think this year, I'm not going to say he got snubbed, but I mean, Patrick Mahomes deserves the MVP, but I think I don't think a lot of people would be angry if Jalen Hurts would have won the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have basically the 2 top MVP candidates meeting up in the Super Bowl, which doesn't always happen, and 2 teams with a lot of weapons, it's going to be exciting. I mean, we all like to say we love the underdog. We like it when college basketball comes around, we want that Chicago Loyola to make it deep. But when you get to the Final Four, you want your Kansas, Kentucky, Duke, you want your heavyweights. And I think that's what we got here.
What do you think of this matchup, Robert?
That's true. The ratings reflect that. Those ratings usually don't, not unless it's a one really big name. I remember one year the Duke was in it. Who was it? Butler.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're just usually those teams nobody's never heard of. Usually the ratings don't reflect that. Yeah, I think I read something last week, guys, that both of these teams have scored the same amount of points. I mean, what's the chances of something like that? That's like 1 in a gazillion chances. Both really good offensive lines. The only real glaring weakness, I would say, for any unit on either team would be the secondary of Kansas City. Got a lot of rookies back there, But then you have the drama of thinking, well, what about Caleb or Jalen Hurts' shoulder? How bad is that shoulder? He hasn't thrown guys over 154 yards in the past 2 wins. Now you said, well, they ran rough shot, but I play some of these parlay wagers on FanDuel and stuff, a receiver getting X amount of yards, and AJ Brown, he missed him open 2 or 3 times early in that 49er game. So we don't know how bad that shoulder is. That's my only concern there, But other than that, probably the best offensive line in football from Philadelphia. And then you probably got arguably the best quarterback on the other side. And look how well this is one thing I'll have to give him credit. He did no turnovers for Patrick Mahomes in that Cincinnati game. I was for certain that he was going to fumble or throw a pick playing on that high ankle sprain. And he managed that pretty well, But, overall, you guys got to look at the fact that Hurts has got not Hurts. Patrick Mahomes, his salary cap hit is over 15% over the overall cap. No Super Bowl winning quarterback has ever won a Super Bowl with the cap being over 12.61. That was Tom Brady in the 2021. Now, Peyton Manning, his cap hit was 18% one year. They got there, but they didn't win. So there's got to be some truth to that. No MVP has won a Super Bowl since 1999. I'm out of Nashville. Unfortunately, I remember that one. That was Kurt Warner. That was a heartbreaker. So there's got to be some truth. So that all leans towards the Eagles. Probably got a better. Well, I know they do. I mean, they got a better roster overall. But when you got a guy like an equalizer, you got that Pat Mahomes, and you got Andy Reid. I mean, that's what makes this compelling. I mean, this one really, I flipped on this one 2 or 3 times, guys, in the last 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. But I think it's going to be the Eagles now. But the shoulder, if it's not the Eagles, it's probably something to do with that. It'll be something to do with that shoulder. But you don't want to take away. Hey, Mahomes is still dealing with that ankle sprain. They're normally 4 to 6 week injury. It happened 3 weeks ago. Yeah,
and I think right now Kansas City has the advantage in 2 of the most important spots: quarterback and head coach.
Yeah,
Patrick Mahomes. I would give him the slight edge over Jalen Hurts, even though, as we mentioned, nobody would be upset if Jalen Hurts was MVP this year because he's played that phenomenal. And you saw that, in the games against the Cowboys and the game against the Saints when he was out, they could have used him in both of those games because, Dallas tore them apart and then the Saints were able to, shut them down. So, 14-1 as a starter in the regular season, won both his playoff games. Like I said, nobody would have been upset if Jalen Hurts would have won MVP, but Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes for a reason. Even on a high ankle sprain, he can still do wonderful things. And of course, the matchup that most of us kind of tend to forget between the 2 head coaches, Nick Sirianni's only in his second year with the Eagles, and Andy Reid's been 20+ year career as a head coach in his third Super Bowl. So third or fourth Super Bowl actually. I completely forgot about that Eagles one. Kind of.
Oh man, what was that a mess, guys? You remember that 2004, 2000? Belichick's looking at the clock, and we still up. What is he doing? He's running the clock out for us.
Yeah.
I can still remember that other Eagles Super Bowl with the Patriots.
How odd that was also the last season for a back-to-back division winner in the NFC East. That was the last time somebody won it back-to-back. So
that's wild. That is a competitive division, man.
Mm-hmm. It's like every go ahead, Ashton.
I was gonna say I think it's crazy too, just how quickly the Eagles broke up that Super Bowl team, rebuilt, new head coach, new quarterback, just in 5 years. Like I said, it's never been done that quickly with a new head coach, new quarterback. It's a completely different team for the most part. Patrick Mahomes was in the league last time the Chiefs won this. I mean, last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and he's still really young, and they're back here with a whole new regime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Ashton, you and I know very well that 2020 season and how terrible it was, especially everybody in our own division. How bad that year was, and the way that they turned that around from a 4-11-1 season, and now here they are 2 years later in the Super Bowl. That's quite a turnaround for sure.
Yeah, that year the Cowboys lost their quarterback, Eagles lost theirs, the Redskins lost theirs, and everybody was just trying to lose that division. And what's funny is now how Daniel Jones has been with the Giants this year. It's like it was just there for him to take, and we end up with Heineke in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that last game that year, guys. You remember the Eagles? They wanted to see what their third string quarterback looked like. And not everybody knows they was just trying to get a better pick. They ended up getting the 6th pick. I can't remember the guy's name. Y'all probably remember, but it would have helped the Giants get in somehow. And Judge, he was ticked about that, man. Woo! But hey, it is what it is. If you want to get in the playoffs, win the games prior to that, and no excuses. You're not going to get a help from a division opponent.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me this year what the Texans did, winning that last game.
Yeah, he knew he was going to get. Lovie Smith.
Yeah, and it may not matter because I don't think the Bears are going to take a quarterback anyways. But can you imagine if the Bears drafted Bryce Young or something? If that's who the Texans are looking to draft,
right? Yeah,
or somebody, then that's kind of the bad thing there, because one of these teams that's a quarterback hungry team could throw the farm, get that number 1 pick, and jump them for Bryce Young. So
yeah,
I still think the Texans are going to wind up with Bryce Young. I think that's going to be beneficial for them, especially with the brand new head coach in DeMeco Ryans, who I really, really love that hire, by the way, for them. I think that was a great hire.
He's on guys that get on a fast track like that. There's some kind of buzz around him. I remember I'm out of Nashville, and Mike Vrabel, he was only a coordinator for like a year or two, guys. And I'm thinking, it's another Patriot player. Might as well be another Patriot assistant. And the guy comes here and he does great. He wins Coach of the Year. They win the division. And they got to an AFC championship game. Not sure if Ryans will be that, but there's got to be something there. He must have excellent communication skills to get on a fast track like that. If not, it's just another, it's the son kind of just picking people he's familiar with rather than trying to find the best person for the job. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
As we kind of go back into the Super Bowl here, what are your reactions to and I'll start with Ashton first. What are your reactions to the Kansas City activating Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and what kind of a role do you think he could play come tonight?
I don't know, because that just happened. I don't have a big opinion on that, but I think I think at worst it'll make the Eagles kind of prep a little bit differently. You know, when you have a quarterback injury and everyone knows they're going to play, but they won't say it because you got to prep for the other guy and it takes away from. I don't know if he'll make a huge impact, but I think the Eagles will have to plan for it.
What do you think about Edwards-Helaire coming back, Robert?
The question would be, and of course Andy Reid, the staff would know this: is he a better downhill runner than Pacheco? I don't know if I'm saying his name right. Because the guy in the backfield that's better is McKinnon. I mean, he is the ultimate. That was a great pickup for them, right? I mean, he just comes out of nowhere, and he knows where Mahomes is going to be when he's in trouble. If I can't get it to Kels, let me get it to this guy, McKinnon. But Helaire, that's the only thing I can see. Maybe him getting a goal line touchdown. They got some of the wildest red zone offense. It's hard for me to guess what they're going to do, man. I mean, with all that shifting and everything, it's pretty good stuff. I mean, I have to give it to him. So I think maybe he steals or he's a decoy or something like that, or maybe he gets a goal line touchdown.
Who's a guy that could be flying under the radar, and we can go for both teams here. Who's a guy that could be flying like under the radar? Maybe not like, a Kelsey or Mahomes or any of the star power guys here, but that could make a big impact in this game tonight.
You can go ahead, man, if you want to.
I think maybe I'm just going to not pick one player. I'll think maybe the Chiefs defense. Because like I even said, I think it's going to be a high scoring game. Hurts obviously has a shoulder issue. Even Mahomes, you're wondering with his ankle, although he looked pretty good on that last play against the Bengals, getting that penalty pushed out of bounds. But I think if they can expose him early and keep him from running, because I like Robert said, he hadn't had more than 150 something passing yards the last couple of games. If you can keep him in the pocket, I think, and try to make him win with his arm, with his hurt shoulder, I think that could be big. That could be a surprise, because I think everyone's expecting this to be a 34-31 game or something. Just a big offensive game.
Robert, guys, that would be wild if one of the rookie cornerbacks wins Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the odds of that, I haven't looked them up. I am hearing a little bit. Prop bet like that would be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Crazy
in this day and age, basically, as long as the winning quarterback has a decent game, he's got MVP. Unless there's just some crazy 2 interceptions or the running back scores a bunch of touchdowns. Yeah, it's hard. You hadn't seen it in a while. I think maybe when the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. 2002.
That's what I was thinking about.
That's the last time I remember a defensive player winning the Super Bowl. But you had Brad Johnson as your quarterback. You can't give it to him anyway.
I thought Von Miller won in 16, but I may be having that one.
No, he might.
And then Malcolm Smith the year before as well.
But yeah, I mean, wouldn't that? How about this name, guys? Kenneth Gainwell, Mr. Goal Line touchdown guy, or Boston Scott for Philadelphia. Fantasy players know those guys have stolen a lot of touchdowns from Miles Sanders.
I think the guy I like, and you mentioned it with the hurt shoulder, if he's not going to be able to go deep to guys like, Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown, look for Dallas Goedert to have a big game.
Yeah.
I think Dallas Goedert should, in this Kansas City, they do well on the outside. They do well against the primary targets. It's the middle where you can get them. We saw that with Buffalo in years past with Gabe Davis and how big of a game he had. And I think Dallas Goedert could definitely be, a big factor in this game that, not many people, are looking at right now. So I would like for Dallas Goedert to have a big game.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good playoff. You know, he's had a good playoff here. So, well, I got to run, guys. Enjoy the show.
All right. You have a good one, Robert. Have a good one.
Good talking with you.
See you guys.
So they left 2 Cowboys fans alone to talk about Philly. I wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, no, I'll try to make it as civil as possible. No, Philly's got a great team, and that's why I say take away Hurts's hurt shoulder and take away Patrick Mahomes' ankle. What might be with that? I think clearly Patrick Mahomes is the better quarterback, but the Eagles have so many more weapons. If it's a close game, I don't care who wins. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, and I think that's why people go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was about to change the point.
I was gonna say I think that's why people are so flip floppy on this game, because yes, you don't want to bet against Patrick Mahomes because he can be that electrifying player, but the Eagles are just so loaded at every position. You know, if you have Ndamukong Suh coming off the bench to play defensive tackle and pass rush, that's saying something. So I mean, yeah, like we mentioned, the Eagles are loaded, but you still got superstar talent over in Kansas City. So it's hard to pick this one for sure.
It's hard to bet against the Chiefs. I don't know the statistics, but a quarterback in his first Super Bowl against a quarterback who's been in multiple Super Bowls, who's won a Super Bowl. Both head coaches are great, but clearly Andy Reid has the experience in playoffs and Super Bowls. Stuff like that matters. The experience, just knowing when you're there. That's why a lot of times they talk about individual players in any sport usually don't just go and win a championship, no matter how good they are, because the playoffs are so different. They have to get those skins on the walls. They have to go and they have to lose. And typically young quarterbacks in that first Super Bowl don't do as well. But then again, we're talking about the other side. Patrick Mahomes did great in his first Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. But yeah, it's all on Hurts's shoulder, I think, because if that's healthy, there's just Eagles have so many weapons, and I still think it's gonna be close. I mean, I wouldn't pick Patrick Mahomes to not be able to stay in the game in any sense.
Yeah, and I know there's a couple people I've seen today saying it could be a blowout one way, it could be a blowout another. I don't think it's going to be a blowout at all.
Mine either, but it could. And I mean, who thought the Seattle-Denver game was like 43 or whatever it was? But that's why us so-called experts doing all these shows, we do these, because if we knew what was going to happen, we just go bet in Vegas and not try to tell anybody.
Right.
Because we're gonna, especially with covering the Cowboys, we give predictions every single game, what we think is going to happen, and we know it's going to be close. And we may look right getting the score kind of correct, but what we say is going to happen is usually never what happens. It's completely different. The defense plays great when we say Dak's going to play great, or vice versa. It's exactly the same way. And I think a safe pick would be to pick a high scoring, close game, 3 or 4 point, maybe even a touchdown win. But nobody really knows. There's going to be that X factor, probably on defense, that nobody expects.
Yeah. And unfortunately, none of us have access to the script, so we don't know what's going to happen ahead of time. So
yeah, that conspiracy theory came out of nowhere. I mean, I've heard it for years, but for some reason this year, and I guess this pertains to the Super Bowl because it was the Chiefs, the AFC Championship. I particularly didn't care who would win that game. I knew when it was the Cowboys, the Giants, the Eagles, and the Niners left, and say if the Cowboys don't win, I'm picking whoever comes out of the AFC. That's who I want to win, because all the other three are rivals of the Cowboys, and I like the Bengals, I like the Chiefs, and so I say that to say I'm not biased in any sense. There were some missed calls, but going back to that play that they had stopped, they should have stopped that play because the clock was running when it shouldn't have. And they went back and looked, the ref was coming in whistling and waving his arms before the ball was snapped. They just didn't hear it. So it's not like they went in there and what was it? The Bengals got the third down conversion, then they stopped it, then they couldn't. I have that right?
It was a third down. It was a third and long, I think, for Kansas City. Cincinnati had gotten the stop, but they had blown the play dead.
So I don't think it was that oh, they want Kansas City to win, so they blew the play dead when they realized they got stopped. It wasn't that. And again, I'm not saying there's not, I'm saying calling it a conspiracy theory thing, like that's BS.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of wild, and I'm sure the NFL would love to have they have who they would rather have, and Kansas City will, with Patrick Mahomes and what they, they're, if you want to call it a dynasty going on right now, is better probably than having Patrick Mahomes in there. But my thinking is, I'm not being an egotistical Cowboys fan. If it was scripted, don't you think the Cowboys would be in the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl, because they just bring so much ratings?
Mm-hmm. You look at the highest rated game, I believe this year was the Thanksgiving Day game against the Giants. That was the highest rated game.
Against the Bucs playoffs, that was the highest rating playoff game since the 90s. And I'm not saying anything. Trust me, it comes with, saying it with an maybe not an asterisk next to it, but Cowboys fans don't like necessarily talking about that. They'll give Jerry Jones credit. Hey, he kept them relevant. We don't care. I mean, it's nice that they get to play on prime time, and everybody gets to watch Cowboys, whatever. I live in Dallas, so I'm going to watch them regardless. I'm going to be able to watch them regardless. But trust me, I would rather be winning than being, the most valuable franchise every year. Every time they post that, Forbes posts that, Cowboys still the most valuable franchise. Every single Cowboys fans, not one of them are saying, hey, look what we did. They're saying, yeah, but they can't win, as well as all the Cowboys haters. So that's my thing with the script. Like, wouldn't they just put them a little bit further in the playoffs? Just, Bengals, Rams last year didn't get near as much ratings as I think a Cowboys, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bills might have gotten. But that's just me. I know with NBA a few years ago with the refs being that's a little different. That wasn't the league; those were more the refs betting. I don't think it's as far to go as it's scripted. It's here. This is hey, I got the script, and I know it's all fun and games. It's all memes. It's all jokes. But I think there are legitimate people who think it is scripted. Which, regardless, you see some of the plays that happen. They're amazing catches. Like, I don't care if that other team knows this is happening and is going to let it happen. You're a professional athlete making millions of dollars. You can't just say, okay, we're going to make this throw. He's going to make an amazing catch. It doesn't work that way. And to keep as many players in the NFL, as many of the players that go in there and they don't make it, they're in the NFL for 1 to 2 years. Like, that's the average lifespan for an NFL player. You don't think one of those other guys are going to say, try to get a book deal or saying like, hey, the NFL scripted, because the players have to be in on it if it's scripted, right? No, sorry, that was my little tidbit on that.
I mean, and you're right. If it was scripted, we'd see the Cowboys in every Super Bowl because they drive the ratings. So, that, or Tom Brady would be in every Super Bowl, or Patrick Mahomes would be in every Super Bowl because they want their
Tom Brady point. The Tom Brady point doesn't that just kind of drives it a little bit because he is almost in every Super Bowl.
That is true.
But you can't imagine Tom Brady and the Patriots against the Cowboys wouldn't have been one of the highest rated Super Bowls. I'm just saying.
Yeah. And we go back on the rest thing. It's not particularly their fault, considering that these aren't their usual crews that they work with, during the regular season. You look at it, and because they take the best referees from that year and, they randomize it up and, put different people with different people. These aren't the same crews that work with each other all 18 games. So there's going to be some hiccups. There's going to be some mistakes called. There's going to be some confusion because these guys aren't used to working with each other. I think that's kind of the problem that maybe the NFL should kind of look at, and, maybe have these crews that have worked, maybe instead of taking the best referee at each position, maybe take the top 3 or top 4 crews from the season, and then have them be your playoff referees for the year. Because, if you keep the same crew together the entire year, you're less likely to see those mistakes being made.
Yeah. And I know they're all professionals and they're at the top level of their game. So you shouldn't have issues like that, but it matters having that chemistry, knowing, hey, He's, you know, I don't know the logistics of referee crews, but you're working with the same guys and he knows this. He's going to call this. I'm not going to step on his toes and do this. You got players doing other stuff all the time. And hey, what's going on, guys? And but just to finish up the point on the Chiefs Bengals game, there was a lot of missed calls, but the two main plays where they blew that one play dead in the Patrick Mahomes push out of bounds, those happened correctly. Those how that should have happened. You can't say the refs wanted to make the Chiefs win, so they called the out of bounds push. And I know there were some saying they missed holding, and they did, but there's holding on almost every play.
Yeah, I mean, holding is the most missed penalty in football.
Yeah,
there's holding in every game on every play, whether it's a guard, a center, a tackle, somebody does it, and it's defensive holding too. It gets missed a lot as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm not doubting that the NFL would rather have the Chiefs in than the Bengals, but to go as far as say it's scripted, I don't know. Y'all just jumped in here. Y'all may be the exact opposite on it, but I think it's ridiculous to say it's scripted.
I will say this: it's not scripted per se, but when you have part-time officials,
yeah,
you put an NFL team in Las Vegas, I guarantee you that games are rigged.
Mm-hmm.
I have plenty of friends that are actually in the NFL. Their sons are in the NFL playing. They've never said to me, "Hey, we got the script this week," you know, but I guarantee you officials have their hand out and have their hand in on rigging games.
Yeah, like I was talking about like the NBA, you know, 10, 15 years ago, it wasn't necessarily the league, but the refs. And it's not saying they want this team to win a championship, but covering point spreads and just regular season games, even sometimes in the playoffs, I could absolutely see that. And again, 100%. I think having part-time refs are ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
NFL has so much money. What difference does it make? Just have them full time, and then in the off season they just go to conferences and trainings and all kinds of stuff. And you can have the NFL Referee Association, whatever it's called, more in tune with the NFL, kind of like the Players Association is.
Well, that's very true. But when you look at it, that NFL officials they only practice during the preseason. You know what I mean? They go to practices with the coaches and players, and they go through rule changes and they address certain things. And the NFL comes up with new rules and new rule changes every year. They want to address this rule, they try to get this out of the game. They want to address that rule and try to get it out of the game. Having full-time officials is the only real answer to that, right? It's the only real solution that way you can guarantee that checks and balances are in place. Because if I'm a part-time official, I'm basically getting a free ticket to watch the greatest game on earth. I'm good. You know, I get paid. I travel all over the country. I mean, there's plenty of perks to it. So why not have your hand out? They're not investigating it as thoroughly as they should. They're not into it as deeply as they should. I mean, is it an insurance issue? I mean, they're skimping on players' insurance after they retire. Is it an issue with insurance with officials? I mean, they're at the same risk as players. So now you're adding how many more official crews that you're going to have insurance provided for and pension packages and things like that. I mean, that's the only logical thing I can think of that the NFL would keep from doing that.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that they should keep the same crews together the whole season, even through like the playoff?
Only if they come up with a better grading scale, a better system, checks and balances. There are officials that you can look at and see their stats. They throw flags on this certain, you know, they throw more holding flags than any other official in the league. So they are graded, but you keep the same crew together, they work better together, but there's got to be a better system of grading that.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? I mean, I know I'm talking a lot, but
it's a confusing setup the way they have it. I mean, you know, they try to pick the best ones. They try to pick the ones, you know, and grade the best in certain areas, and you know,
right.
It's just kind of weird how, you know, some of these crews, you know, when they don't necessarily are in sync together, it becomes kind of difficult at times. But you know, eight times, I would say 8 times out of 10 they get it right. But you know, there are those exceptions where you're thinking, you know, why the heck did they put these guys together, or why is this guy who, you know, calls this many, you know, PI calls or holding calls, why is he going to be officiating the Super Bowl or what have you?
Well, you know, you can look back to the last few years, and if you talk about game-changing non-calls, bad calls, and such, over the last 3 years, it averages out to about 42% of the games in the NFL per year. There was one year, and I think it was 2019, where it was so egregious, it was closer to 60% ended with a game-changing call. And sometimes it was a multitude of game-changing calls, like in the last 3 minutes of a game. And I'm not even talking about this team right here. I'm talking about, I got to a point where it was so bad I boycotted the NFL, but I DVR'd every game so they'd still get their Nelson ratings and just watched the last 3 minutes of games.
Yeah.
And kept it and did a tally. And out of the 276 games that year, over 140 of them. That's horrible.
Yeah.
That is terrible. You know,
What would be y'all's stance on? Sorry, I was gonna say, what would be y'all's stance on making flags like that, all flags reviewable? I mean, I know it'd slow down the game, and that's kind of the issue.
There was someone added to the NFL competition board this year, and they're proposing something at the winter meetings, and that's Sheila Hamp, the owner of the Lions, because after all, the owners were in uproar because of how bad that Seattle game was handled through the end of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't just fans talking about it. It was other coaches, other owners. She's proposing that they do the skybox like they do in college and in the USFL and in the XFL, where any play can be reviewed to get the call right, and that the judge in the skybox has 30 seconds to overturn whatever's called on the field.
Yeah. And I always thought that when they did reviews, when they have the screen on there and the ref goes under the thing, I'm like, why do they even do that? That takes a lot of time. They should, you know, they have a reviewable calls come from New York anyways. Why don't they just have referees not even on the field, not even in the play, involved with the game, review these, and then they just have the guy in the field call? Because and I know we're all professional, whatever, but you have a guy or a team, a referee crew that called that play, and I know they'll even admit it's hard in game time, and that's fine. Everyone's going to make a mistake. I couldn't even tell sitting on my couch until you slowed it down.
Right. Like the Devonta Smith catch.
Yeah, exactly. So
in real time, that looked like a catch. But by the time they ran the next play was when the replay finally got to where you saw it hit the ground. So they hurried up on purpose because there was a shot. And that is the advantage of being a quick-paced team.
Yes.
If you're a quick-paced team, you can pull that off. If you're an average team, like, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. When they have a lead, they are one of the best at running down the clock before every play. When they are in the lead, they run the clock down out of that 40-second or the 25. They run it down to the bottom 5 seconds every play. That's one of the best in the league. And guess who else does that? Philadelphia, when they have a lead. They do those two are the top two in the league for doing that, which is why they dominate time of possession.
Yeah.
And the other thing you got to look at is, let's see, Philly is 8th in defense at 4.8 yards per play is all that other teams gets against them. Kansas City is sitting at 16, but yet it's only 5.1 with a game of inches. That's huge.
Yeah.
0.3 of a yard in the course of 200 offensive plays. That's a lot of yardage given up. And most of that yardage, if you look at it, what are they weak against? Mobile QBs, just like most defenses in the NFL. Because if you are a blitzing team, you tend to over pursue. And that's how they get out of the pocket. That's what killed my team for the first 7 games. We played all the mobile QBs early. You look at what happened once we had a bunch of pocket QBs, that defense looked a lot better. And it improved. It went from 32nd to 30th, which I didn't think they'd get out of the basement as big as some of those games were to start the season. So that's neither here nor there. They didn't do good enough to get in without having to wait for someone to lose. And I was happier that team, I wish it had been a better called game and that team would have won it exactly the way it should have went. But if you don't win the games you don't deserve to get in. And they should have beat that Carolina team, and they just did not look prepared or ready to play. And that's why they didn't make the playoffs. People can say what they want. Oh, the refs jobbed the Rams. Who cares? I made our pick better.
Yeah. And you could argue the same thing for the Packers too. Yes, they had the chance to get, win and get in, but the losses to the Jets, the Giants, some of these teams that they should have beaten, kept them out of it, and then losing to Detroit there at the very end. You got to win the games you're supposed to win, and and you got a Hall of Fame quarterback. You should be getting the job done, but Aaron had a bad year. Let's just call it like it is. He had a bad year. He didn't have good communication with his receivers, and it just it fell apart.
You know what? I called the placement of the teams to end the season perfectly. You know why? Because I actually did the 4-team parlay to start the season with a $50 bet. I bet that the Minnesota and the Lions would go over and the Packers and Bears would go under. Lions and Bears were both at 6.5. Both Minnesota and Green Bay was at 10.5. And everybody says, well, how'd you know it'd end up like that? I said, it was just a gut feeling, especially with Aaron Rodgers and a bunch of rookie receivers and a couple of has-beens. If you don't go to camp and build that chemistry, you can't do it.
We got the #1 Kansas City Chiefs fan joining us tonight.
Hey, I know that guy. What's up, Nick?
What's up, y'all?
How we doing?
All right, I ain't even on the stream. Oh, there we go. Hey, what's up, y'all?
This stream's been live and hopping.
Yeah. It was just me and Ashton for a good 10, 15 minutes there. So we brought your two guests on to kind of help, ease the rest of our show out. But
What's up, everybody? I guess I'm in charge of the 2:00 hour, 3 Eastern time zone. So Alan and Ashton, did you guys already make your picks before you guys get up out of here?
No, we go ahead and do that. You go ahead.
Yeah. I'm actually, against my better judgment, even though I'm wearing this crappy T-shirt, I am going to pick Philadelphia tonight. I think it's going to be a close game. I don't think either team is going to have a shot of blowing each other out, because you don't bet against Patrick Mahomes, but then again, the Eagles are stacked on, in almost every position. So I'm going to say Philly wins tonight. I would say 27-24.
I have a little bit higher scoring, and I've been going back and forth even during this show. But I have the Chiefs winning 34-31. With possibly Kelsey winning the MVP.
Hey, Ashton, it must be an Ashton thing, because little Ashton picked Travis Kelce to win Super Bowl MVP as well. So must be an Ashton thing, picking the Kelce's here to win the Super Bowl MVP.
I'm gonna say mine is gonna be Miles Sanders. I think Sanders is gonna get a couple touchdowns tonight.
I don't know if a tight end has ever won MVP.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I don't. Like we talked earlier, if the winning team's QB has a decent game, it's kind of by default he's going to win, unless there's just crazy defensive stats or something like that. But I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for Kelsey to have 10 catches, 2 touchdowns, 150 yards, or something like that.
The over/under for him is 7.5 catches.
Yeah, see, and especially with Tyreek Hill not being on the Chiefs, Mahomes has leaned on Kelsey a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had to. Yeah. I mean, look at who was out the last couple of games. You had no Juju Smith-Schuster, no McCall Hardman. You still don't have McCall Hardman. Kadarius Toney was even out the last game. He's supposed to be back, but there's a chance he's still dealing with his illness. If they don't have all those guys back, I'm not saying Mahomes can't do it, but that does hinder the team, and it puts the edge to the Philly secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And top to bottom, it's the best roster in football right now. Period.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Eagles on paper, top to bottom, I love their offensive line. I asked this question on my show this week. I believe Mahomes is a Hall of Famer. I believe both Kelce's is our Hall of Famer. Is there another Hall of Famer that is on the field today other than those three?
Fletcher Cox.
Yeah, that's kind of.
And if the Eagles win, you're going to have to throw in Ndamukong Suh in there with what he's done in his career and the fact he'll have 2 rings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Suh's a Hall of Famer regardless, I believe.
I think so too. I mean, because even though he was dirty his first 5 years in Detroit, he's been a dominant force.
He's still dirty, Jeremy. Don't exclude the Detroit. He's dirty. He's just a dirty, grimy guy. That's just how he plays the game. I mean, we say it's dirty, but when football was invented, he kind of plays it the way it was supposed to be played, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and hey, if you play like that, and I won't say get away with it, but he's been caught quite a few times. Like, hey, it's all about the NBA and flopping. It's like, hey, if you get away with it, and we just talked about bad calls with the referees, you're going to hurry up and try to snap the ball. You don't care if it was a good call or not. It went your way, so you're just trying to get the value out of it. That's just how people play. It's competition.
Yeah, I think that's everybody's notion of, speaking of referees. That's the one thing I don't want tomorrow to be the headline of. As we got out of the conference games, like the refs were the headline, I felt like was on both sides a little bit. Not so much that there was less microscope of the Eagles and 49ers due to the injury, and had that game been a little closer, it might have been on more of the under the microscope. But man, coming out of that Chiefs-Bengals game, absolutely huge microscope of the refs. And that can't happen today. The refs cannot be part of the reason for either team to win or lose the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want it to come down to that. I want it to be a slobber knocker. You know, I want to see knockout punch after knockout punch. I want to see good defense on both sides. I don't expect it to be a very high-scoring game, but I don't expect it to be super low either. I'm thinking somewhere in the mid-20s for both teams, like 28-23, but I got the Eagles winning.
Yeah, I'm all the same way you are. I'm thinking like 2014, somewhere around those lines, 34-40 area with the final. Over-under right now is 51, which...
I get it. It's 51.5. They always throw that half in there. And that's so if they hit that 51, they don't pay. And that is why I specifically said 28-23. And you could flip it either way. I think it's only going to be a 5-point win either way you go, because the teams are statistically pretty evenly matched. You got the number 1 and the number 2 team in the league.
You do.
Wild card, what's your welcome to the show? First of all, what is your thoughts here? I see you rocking the Chiefs beanie.
Yeah, got the champion sweatshirt from a couple of years ago. So man, appreciate y'all having me on here representing ILW Sports. Myself and Detroit Mel, who is a legit Detroit Lions fan. That's my co-host. So yeah, we rocking Detroit and Kansas City on our show all the time. But no, look, we're looking at possibly this might go down as probably one of the most highly anticipated matches because these teams are so evenly matched. But here's the deal. So we've been, I'm pretty sure we all been talking about this Super Bowl all week, many shows, probably 8-10 times. So, there's pretty much nothing left to really be said. So we're just really waiting for 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. All right. So you're talking about two teams that went at it last year, week 4, 42-30 was the final result. Now, I'm not going to hold so much on what happened last year, but I will say this, there's a lot of carryover from both teams from that game last year in Philly, week 4. And I looked at that game the other day, and you saw both quarterbacks were actually pretty efficient. Patrick Mahomes was more efficient. I think he went for 24-30, threw for probably 280 yards or 275 yards. Don't quote me on that for sure.
3 tutties, right?
5.
Okay.
So when you throw 5 tutties against that defense, and don't get me wrong, obviously you had C.J. Gardner-Johnson, you had Bradbury, you had Hassan Reddick, but this is pretty much the same two teams that pretty much went off in week 4. And you saw how the defense played Patrick Mahomes, shell 2, cover high, wasn't really, making sure that Tyreek didn't get off. And now Tyreek statistically went off, had 10 catches, about $1 and some change and a few tutties. And Travis Kelce, statistically had a very quiet night. Now, look at it, fast forward to now, you're looking at Mahomes, who is literally playing, Chef Ramsay cooking in the kitchen, going 11, 12 play drives. And here's my key to the Chiefs victory. Obviously, you see the beanie, you see the sweatshirt. I'm rooting for the Chiefs.
I mean, you could have lost a bet like I did. That's the reason.
Same here. You lost a bet? Oh, man.
No, born and raised from Kansas City, so it's in my blood. So you look at literally a team that was doubted because you lose Tyreek Hill. And my thing is the things that stayed the same and what has been going right in Kansas City is Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes for the last 5 years. I mean, what guy starts 5 years in a row and always ends an AFC Championship game? So that's what I'm confident on. I slept great like a baby last night. I wasn't worried about this Super Bowl. Now, if the Eagles win, then they win. So be it. I'm gonna still be a Chiefs fan. It's just when you look at the matchup, it's literally small things that's going to make the difference. Turnovers, time of possession, and literally quarterback play. I don't know about y'all. I know there's a bad man in Kansas City that wears 15 that happens to be a 2-time MVP winner and been in this moment before. And there's no shade to Jalen because I actually love Jalen Hurts. It sucks that I got to root against the guy because I actually love what he's about and what he does. And there's a lot about the Eagles that I like as a franchise. They're very similar to Kansas City. Obviously, there's a lot of familiarity between the two franchises, but man, gotta rock with PM15 MVP, man.
Ashton, Allen, I'll let you guys get out of here. Go ahead and you guys plug your stuff before you guys get out.
Go ahead, Ashton.
Yeah, you can follow me, Ashton_Nix, or you can follow my podcast at Sports Page Radio. Go ahead, Alan.
My name is Alan Perales. I'm here on Let's Talk Sports. I do multiple shows here. I have the Wednesday Roundtable with myself and Ashton Booker. I do the Sunday Night Sit Down, which we did it this morning to kick off the show. So shout out to Dan for letting me do that this morning. And I started a brand new series Tuesday where we cover the NFL draft. We're doing the NFL draft preview show. We're covering all 32 teams. Jeremy, I think I'm actually going to have you on next Sunday as we talk Detroit Lions. So I can't wait for that for sure.
Good for it. I'm ready.
Yeah. And Ashton, whenever we decide to talk to Cowboys, I'll definitely be hitting you up for sure on that one too. So
There has been some breaking news today. Don't know if you know, but the OC of the Eagles is now the Indianapolis Colts head coach next season.
Yeah, we talked about that at the very beginning of our show.
Well, here's the update I just got too. Andy Reid told Jay Glazer he doesn't rule out retirement after this. I have a decision I have to make. So, what's your guys' wild card? What's your thoughts on Andy Reid possibly hanging it up, win or lose?
Honestly, honestly, for any Eagles or Chiefs fans, we know all too well what it feels like to root for a team that is coached by Andy Reid. There's a lot of good, and there's some aggravating bad that comes with it at the same time. So it's like I've always been a fan of Andy, and as much as there's times where he aggravates the mess out of me, I'm like, please run the damn ball, or hey man, that was questionable play clock management, or come on.
Or not go so conservative with a 7-point lead.
Okay. All right, counts out of the bag. I'm not a fan that Andy Reid does not have a killer mentality. He does not know how to put the foot to people's head when you got your foot on their throat.
That's why the Chiefs never cover.
Oh, they never cover. They literally so I have a personal rule. I never bet on the Chiefs, 1, because I don't want to jinx them, and 2, because they never cover. All right.
Bet on the opposite of what I always do.
Yeah. So is if Andy Reid retires, and I said this a million times, I can see, obviously Bieniemy hasn't obtained a head coaching job. I've always felt like the right job was in Kansas City, because take what you learned from Andy and apply it to Bieniemy, who's going to be a straight shooter and hold people accountable. And when you're in this championship window at this point, hold people accountable, because that's how you return back to Super Bowls. So I've always thought that Bieniemy was probably the best choice to take over if Andy was to ever retire. So hey, we'll see what happens.
Christian,
I honestly.
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I was
okay,
just
I honestly agree.
Christian in there, but go ahead. Sorry, C. Doris.
I was going to say, Bieniemy, his only coaching opportunity to be a head coach, honestly, I think is in Kansas City. I'm hearing he's going to interviews and he's not giving great responses. I don't know if he's flubbing the interviews because he feels he's just the token interview, or if he's just wanting that job in Kansas City. I mean, that's not a bad job to walk into if you think about it.
No.
I mean, their window's open and it's not showing signs of closing. Whereas in Philadelphia, that window, it's a door right now. That Philadelphia Eagle, it's wide open. You know what I mean? They're every starter on their defense, I think, has been drafted by the Eagles. They're damn near, except for C.J. Johnson.
What has it been? 15 interviews over the last 3 years for Bieniemy, and he hasn't landed one. Yeah. I personally think he knew Andy's getting close to retirement. He knows he can step right in and just move up. So he's tanked those interviews.
They're saying his responses are terrible.
I don't. Can you take? Why would you? I think that's bullshit. You ain't gonna go in and take an interview. There's 32 jobs. There's 32 jobs. Only elite of the elite get those jobs. And you're telling me he's going in and taking them?
Has Patrick Mahomes, so it's like
he needs to stay with Patrick.
There's been good jobs that he's interviewed that he just never that they didn't get. Like, and you're telling me for the last 3 years he's out there tanking interviews? I don't believe that at all.
After the second year in a row, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, is what I'm saying. That's the only thing I can wrap my head around it. Because otherwise, he'd have got the Miami job when Flores left. He interviewed for that.
Look at his job stability in Kansas City right now.
I get what you guys are saying, but there's no way. Maybe he just don't interview well. Like, for him to go in and sabotage himself is absolutely, because now it's not. Now he's almost out of Kansas City. Now it's not. Hey, we're bringing him back. They're not even talking about bringing him back to be the OC. He's either going to go. They're talking about him going to Washington to be their OC. So because the rumor is in KC that he needs to get out of KC and out of Andy's limelight and things like that. So if that's the truth, like, he's looking at other OC jobs, he's not going in bullshitting owners and lying to owners and just because he wants to hang around OC. KC is looking to move away from him and bring in Matt Nagy as the OC. And you guys are saying, well, he's just bullshitting his way through interviews.
No, to wait to be the head coach is what I'm saying.
To be the head. Well, here's the crazy thing about Matt Nagy when I saw him coming back. So I've been in situations before, and we all know that the NFL runs like corporate America. So another guy that's done your job or even has a job, at a point higher than yours, like Nagy's been a head coach. And say what you want, I give the guy credit. The man went to the playoffs twice with Mitch Trubisky. So, hey, hats off to that guy. So I think the Bears kind of, weren't as patient, but they should have helped him with the roster. Just imagine what he could have possibly done with Justin Fields with an actual legit team around him. So, I mean,
even a legit O-line.
Yes. That's just start right there. Get an O-line first. But I don't know.
You know who the most sacked quarterbacks were in the league this year? It was Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. They both were sacked 55 times in the regular season.
Mm-hmm. And just so y'all Eagles fans don't know, Taylor Hearns wasn't too far neither from being sacked.
He was at 46.
So, no, it's weird. This whole Bieniemy situation is weird. Like, if you talking about a guy that's on the coaching staff, been an offensive coordinator for the last 3 years on one of the most highly scoring, yardage getting, prolific offenses over this time period, and you can't get a head coaching job. I'm with my guy in the Lions jersey. Like, this got to be something like you're trying to do that he knows that we don't, that hasn't been leaked out about Andy's, future. And now this comes out with Jay Glazer, and when Jay Glazer drops a nugget, it's kind of hard to ignore that.
But yet, Jay Glazer did drop the Aaron Rodgers might retire last year.
That's it. I mean, they've been saying that for 3 years. Jeremy, Christian, what's your thoughts here on Andy Reid possibly retiring and go ahead and get your thoughts in on this game?
Yeah, you're good. I was going to hop in here. I missed the first half of what you guys were talking about there, so that's why I was kind of waiting for this to die down. As far as Andy Reid retiring, though, I kind of agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I don't see Andy particularly retiring after this season. But on the other hand, if he were to win another Super Bowl, it's kind of the best time to do it, honestly. But then again, this also isn't a team that's going downhill. Sometimes you see these coaches that are on these teams, they might win a Super Bowl, and then the next season, like, for example, the Rams. I think a lot of people knew the Rams weren't going to be the same team the following season. And I don't see that being the same situation in Kansas City. I think that's still a team that could keep riding the wave that they're on and keep getting better. I don't see this being where they're going to start to level out or start to go downhill. So I could see it really going either way for them.
Here's one thing to keep in mind as well. And I'm not trying to be gloom, but Andy Reid has dealt with a lot of trauma outside the world of football, dealing with his own personal family. And if you really think about it, he had the situation as he was leaving Philly, really didn't take time off for that with one son. Just had the situation between the last Super Bowl going against Tampa with his other son, who just got,
convicted.
Yeah. So he's dealing with all this stuff, but weird time off that Andy's taking off, and maybe it's probably tolling up to him. I mean, he spent 14 years in Philly. He's on almost year 10 in Kansas City. So you're talking about almost 24 years as a head coach dealing with all that trauma. Then add on the years he was an assistant coach. Where's the time for him to actually, let go of the weight of being a coach, be a normal person, be Andy Reid, deal with that trauma that he has to deal with? Because we don't know how he, personally was affected by his children and the situations that he had to deal with, and add on, you got to coach a championship caliber team at the same time. Like, that's a lot. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he left, but, it's kind of like at some point, just me personally as a human being, like, man, you got to deal with some stuff mentally.
Yeah, and despite, even you can say you had that time or you can say you feel better, but he's putting on they all do it. They all put on that poker face when it comes to game day, regardless of, they're going to do what men do. And no, we're good. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. And then he's going to deal, and he might, there's no telling how he's actually feeling on the inside right now. So he might just need that time to, like you said, personal life more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tupelo makes a good point too. Remember, he went straight from the Eagles, really, and then right into that KC job. Did not take a year off, as some coaches do. Let me ask you guys this too. What's Andy, win or lose this game? Is Andy Reid the second best coach of his generation outside of Bill Belichick? I think we can all agree that Bill's number one due to the 6 Super Bowls. Is Andy Reid number 2 of the last 20 plus years?
He kind of has to be. He's been to 3 Super Bowls, 1 with the Philadelphia, 2 with, this is his 4th.
Yeah, 3, this is a 3rd with the Chiefs.
A 3rd with the Chiefs. He'd have to be considered number 2. Who else has been there that many times? I mean,
Tom Coughlin would be the only person I could think maybe enter that discussion who's got 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
and 2 wins.
Yeah.
So I think it's Belichick, Andy Reid, then Tom Coughlin, because he didn't get that team there more than twice. You know what I'm saying? And he had the same team for that whole time, and they only got there twice.
Yeah, but I take 2 Super Bowl victories. So
I know. Trust me. Are you preaching to the choir here?
Hey, on some real, look, I love Andy, but once you see what Tom Coughlin's done, you like, you you might make a case.
But I mean, we're counting Super Bowls. Andy also took those Eagles team to what, 4 straight NFC championship games. He's taken the Chiefs now to what, 5 straight AFC championship games. Like, it's the full resume. We're looking at Super Bowls, obviously, because that's the ultimate goal. But those playoff runs, and it wasn't just one and done. He went deep into playoffs. There for a long time, I always said Andy Reid was always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
True.
Until he got that Super Bowl ring.
Hey, but just to play devil's advocate, I will never forget 2014 when we had a 28-point collapse against Indy, and I can't forget that. I can't forget a collapse at home against Tennessee, and Mariota threw a pass to himself off a defender. I can't forget that now. Now there's some collapse that comes with Andy Reid. There's some letdowns that come with Andy Reid.
But over 100 wins in the regular season with each team too.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he the longest active head coach right now, or the second longest active?
Outside of Bill.
Yeah, outside of Bill.
Yeah.
It was first or second. Yep, that's what I
Bill
thought.
Bill sets the standard.
Well, actually, I take
For
that back.
everything.
Mike Tomlin would be number 2, and then Andy.
Yeah, because Tomlin got there. What was it? 2007.
Yeah, right after Bill Cowher retired. So.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I was going to throw at you. Where would you put Tomlin into that mix? I mean, man's never had a losing season.
4.
Put him top 5.
Definitely 4.
Years.
I would put Tomlin above Coughlin, I feel like, in my mind.
That's what I'm thinking, too. I think you go Belichick, Reid, Tomlin, Coughlin.
And then
take your pick.
I would put Harbaugh at 5 then.
Yeah. Harbaugh's got 2 Super Bowls, too.
And when you talk about Mike Tomlin, you don't talk about a lot of coaches that could be GMs in the future. But if there's any coach that I think could be a GM in the future, I think it's Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Got it out.
You got to respect Tomlin. He came from, the Bucs, so I'm good with that.
Yeah, and not to mention if he were to stop coaching and get a little upgrade there in Pittsburgh, I wouldn't be surprised at all. He knows that franchise inside and out.
Tomlin's like Schottenheimer. Great regular season falls apart like a cheap practice show in the playoffs.
Hey, my guy, please don't bring up Schottenheimer, man. I got a lot of memories of my childhood that will get scorned when you bring up Marty Schottenheimer.
Marty Schottenheimer. Oh, there's a blast from the past.
I mean, and that's what you were talking about, the collapses of Andy in the playoffs, but at least like you were getting into those games, because before that, the Dick Vermeil days, the Chan Gailey days are absolute, bad dark days in Chiefs Kingdom.
Oh my gosh!
I still remember when Chiefs fans celebrated getting Joe Montana.
Hey, that was a Super Bowl victory, man.
Yeah, I know. Too bad it didn't equal one, but
got to the AFC Championship game.
Yep, that did.
Just to get demolished by Buffalo. Oh my gosh! So
and then to watch them lose again.
Oh my! Being a Buffalo Bills fan has to be very haunting right now. You get 4 straight Super Bowls, can't get one, and then now you get the resurgent new age Buffalo Bills. You thinking, oh man, we're going to battle with Kansas City, and no, Cincinnati takes care of you. So now, if you look at, that's my opinion, it's a 2-headed race between Cincinnati and Kansas City as supreme franchise in AFC right now. But
well, I don't, because I heard Jeremy, I didn't catch it as I was coming on saying something about Aaron Rodgers, and with the Lions fan, I take whatever he says with a grain of salt. So, but with that being said, everybody's saying everybody's got Aaron to the Jets or something like that. I said, why the hell would he go to the AFC? I was like, that's the dumbest move to make, because that's an absolute gauntlet you have to run through in the AFC. We're talking about the creme de la creme of young quarterbacks for the next 10 years.
Because your GM said he won't trade him to anybody but an AFC team.
Well, then I guess Aaron's coming back, baby. Like, hey,
or retiring.
Hey, hold on. Say, hey, Aaron. Hey, you in here? I'll see if I can find him in his little darkness ass retreat and tell him he can come back.
Ain't no way Aaron Rodgers retires this year.
No.
I don't think so either, but that just what I was saying about the AFC is just you got Mahomes, you got Burrow, you got Allen, Lamar Jackson. Who knows what happens with him?
Trevor Lawrence looks like he's making a leap up.
Yeah. I mean, Justin Herbert's there. Trevor Lawrence is there. Like that AFC, name the elite quarterback in the NFC. Jalen Hurts, that's it. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah.
I mean,
I had
the
to
rest
think about
are
it for a second.
mediocre, middle of the road quarterbacks.
Don't count my boy Goff out of there. Come on.
He's a middle of the road quarterback.
No, I agree. I'm just talking shit there.
I mean,
No,
the Bucks have Kyle Trask.
I will say the only thing I will say is that Rodgers' best receiver in the 2 games versus Detroit was Kirby Joseph.
Yeah, he couldn't find that safety.
He couldn't miss him.
No, but yeah, Aaron's definitely playing this year because his ego won't let him retire the same year Tom Brady.
I don't believe that. I know a lot of people saying
come
that.
on. Are you serious? Aaron Rodgers is so self-absorbed. He's not Brady.
100%.
I watch the interviews. That's the media that wants you to make think. But you watch the interviews he does with Pat McAfee on Tuesday. He said, I think it would be cool if I decide to retire after this darkness retreat, which is the craziest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I mean, who wants to spend 4 days in a dark room? I don't know. What's he doing in there, first of all? Anyway,
magic mushrooms so he can see shit still.
Hey,
I was going to say, he's got tremendous arm strength.
I mean, working on the arm strength. That's what I would be doing 4 days by myself in a room.
Yeah, but he's come out, his left arm will be bigger than the right because he switched hands.
Right? I was lifting 8 ounces, baby.
Went in a quarterback, came out a fullback.
Yeah. But
somebody left me a bunch of cheeseburgers.
He said he would be the greatest if him, Brady, and Watt all went in together. That's the greatest Hall of Fame class ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
why not be part of something great?
You got to think Brady would pull votes from him. That's
They're
always
both going
the
to
issue.
get in. It doesn't matter because there's so many. You know what I mean?
You don't think that they'll have people button up against for picks with that for votes?
They'd both be first ballot easily.
I'm sure they do, but if Brady and Rodgers went in at the same class, they would definitely swallow up a big portion of those votes. Just with
right.
them.
But they would all three be first ballot. You just wouldn't see somebody else that has been on that teeter-totter, try
somebody
to get
borderline
in.
Out that would have to go to the vet board.
Hey, see you later. Maybe next year. You know what I mean? Type thing.
Yeah.
All three of those.
Shit.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Thomas finally got in after years, and he's well-deserved to finally get in.
And a couple of posthumous guys that got in had to have their kids there to accept it.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question, fellas. Like no diss to Revis Island, and I love Revis Island, but his window of dominance was small. Like he got in first.
Yeah, I don't get it.
How is Devin Hester not in? I could see maybe not allowing him to be first ballot. I
thought Devin Hester would get in before Revis.
When you're the greatest at something of football, when you're the greatest at something, you should be in the Hall of Fame. He is the greatest returnman of all time. Even Deion Sanders, who might be number 2, said, give it to Devin Hester. That man deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He's the greatest returnman. Teams literally kicked away from him. It's something that we don't see at all today, and not maybe half of it is because punting or the kickoff is pretty much eliminated from the game, but he was the greatest at something at all time, and we're not letting this guy get in.
Right.
He was the greatest. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I would say, especially in that position too, because that's not an easy thing to do. Is run back a kickoff in the NFL.
No,
that's not something that happens every single.
And
day.
because of him and Chris McAllister, Chris McAllister, and all the other ones that were doing it at such a prolific rate, then they changed the rules, and it wasn't just the hits. It's because if they're scoring that way, the quarterbacks, which are the money part of the league, are not getting on the field.
Thank you.
Let me play devil's advocate here. I mean, I'm all for Devin Hester getting the Hall of Fame. I'm going to throw this at you. If I can eliminate your special feature from the game, how special is it? If I can kick away from you and eliminate your chance at return, how special is it?
But what you're doing is you're kicking away from me because you're scared of me. That's your defense to me.
Right. Yeah, but if the defense stops a quarterback, the quarterback doesn't get in the Hall of Fame because the defense has stopped him. It's a coaching defense, but it's still a defense. If I can eliminate your special feature, your special skill, what have you done?
No, and I hear what you're saying. You have a valid point, but the problem is as much as you tried to take Devin Hester away from the game, you would still find a way to run a kickoff return back. That's how good Devin Hester was.
I get it. I'm just saying, if I can eliminate what you're good at,
yeah,
it's not really an asset. If I can kick the ball out and give you the ball at the 35-yard line, granted, your offense starts at the 35-yard line, but you've done nothing. Does that make sense?
But then
I get what you're saying.
We're talking about the greatest of all time, right? That's what we said in the beginning?
Yeah.
The greatest kick returner of all time. Well, then at that point, you're just looking at the number. I mean, is he on paper the best returner of all time?
Yeah, hands
down. Regardless of if, like, and I get your point. You're playing devil's advocate. How special is he if the defense can stop it? Well, the defense or kickoff, special team wasn't able to stop it. Hence why he has the numbers that he did. Hence why he's the greatest returner of all time.
Just like Alan Perales pointed out, the only opening kickoff return touchdown in Super Bowl history.
You know what happened?
How'd that work out?
You guys know what happened, though, right? All week, Tony Dungy said this in an interview. Tony's like, all week, we're not going to kick it to Devin Hester. The only thing they got on offense, and that's what you have to do, is the team that Devin Hester was on, that's the only – they're kicking away because they wanted Rex Grossman and them bums in Chicago to try to march it down the field because Devin was going to put them at least in field goal range. But
they were like – correctly, that was only Chicago's pretty much their only points. I mean, they were quarterbacked by Rex Grossman, obviously.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Say what you want about Sexy Rexy. He still is their best quarterback for yardage in a season they've ever had. But 4,824 yards. They are 3,800. They've never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Tony said all week, we're not going to kick the Devin. We're not going to kick the Devin. And then they get into the preach. The preacher comes in and gives them the pregame speech. And he's like, we shouldn't be scared, blah, blah, blah. And Tony's like, you're right. We shouldn't be scared. We are going to, hey, kick that bitch to Devin Hester. And he ran it right back down Tony's throat. I mean,
Tony was mad. That's it. All week, I ain't gonna kick when I do it.
Right, but he returned kicks that whole game.
Yeah.
That whole game. He returned that one. What was the final score?
To the house. That was the only points they scored all game.
I know.
Do you see the point?
But my point is that he's still the great. When you say somebody's the greatest at something, there's only so many positions in football. And you're saying that guy is the best at what he does. I think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
I agree he deserves to be in. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're playing the devil's advocate. I get it.
Time. Was he better as a corner or a returner?
Corner.
Oh, Dion? Hands down better corner.
Corner.
Mel Gray, better returner or better receiver? That's a better comparison. Dante Hall, better corner or better running back. I'm sorry. Better punt return or better receiver. I mean, those are your comparisons.
Yeah.
Hall, even Mel Gray with the Cardinals was a better punt returner.
Josh Cribbs was, Josh Cribbs, he was part of that as well. There was a run, but I felt like Devin Hester's run. There was a lot of, at that time, great kick returners. Dante Hall, Josh Cribbs. But Hester's run was just longer, I felt like just a little bit longer, a couple more years where it was
Didn't he still have like 3 with the Cardinals at the end of his career?
Atlanta, at the Falcons.
Yeah, but he had a couple with Cardinals too, didn't he?
Brad Smith, former Mizzou Tiger.
Yeah, wow. I was going to say, hey, Brad Smith, former Mizzou quarterback. Changed receiver/receiver.
Wow, that's a throwback. Jeez.
Yeah, he was part of that time around that time.
He was.
Mm-hmm. One thing you said that I just thought about too. You're talking about like different positions and the best player at this and that. One thing I absolutely hate that I've been seeing on media is the top 100 greatest players list. I hate when you have, for example, at one point Aaron Donald was number 1. But then, for example, you might have a quarterback for 4 numbers down at 5. I never understood I don't really understand why that's a thing. How can you say this guy is the greatest player when you take Tom Brady and put him at a safety? Yeah, he's the best quarterback, but does that make him the best? You know what I mean?
To me, that list, when you do 100, like the 100 greatest, at least for me, I don't like doing lists of players I've never seen before. So I always tell people I preference when somebody's like, give me your greatest players of all time. I always I'm going to give you the greatest the last 35 years because that's how old I am. And I don't want to give you an opinion or bash somebody I've never seen play. So I would say through my eyes. But I think when they do those lists, is can that player play in this decade, that decade, and this decade and still been as dominant as he was in his era? And somebody like Aaron Donald, 1,001% yes. Somebody like Tom Brady, probably not. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute. He's played in 3 decades already.
Yeah, I guess so. You're right. You're right. You're right. He has played 3 decades. So I guess at that fucking point in time, yeah. So I think that's what
he played when quarterbacks were getting hit when he started. They were still getting hit then. The rules changed after he had 3 Super Bowls because of that defense.
True that. Super Bowl changed, the old tuck rule and how, that changed the course of his.
Bernard Pollard. Thank you, Bernard Pollard.
Yeah. Took him out. That was and then you got Bernard Pollard did y'all dirty. Took out Tom Brady. Matt Castle goes on a run, and then the Chiefs get Matt Castle for the next 5 years after that.
Oh my goodness, please.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Got a nice hefty contract from it too.
Yeah, he did.
Got a nice hefty contract.
And then didn't he get traded to the Texans, right?
I don't know what happened with Castle after that.
They realized he wasn't a starter and just
I think
he bounced around like the redheaded stepchild known as Josh Rosen.
Well, I mean, it didn't help. It didn't help because Scott Pioli, the GM at the time, gave him Todd Haley as a coach. So I mean Haley, Castle. Look, luckily we had Jamal Charles that took us to a playoff game, but that wasn't sustainable for a long time.
I mean, you guys have always had some decent running backs: Priest Holmes, Jamal Charles.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go back to
Johnson, Greg Hill. I mean, I can name them off the top of my head from the last 35 years I've seen them, but it's been weird because I tell people all the time, like, what the Chiefs are doing right now, 5 straight AFC championship games, 3rd Super Bowl now within 4 years. Like, it wasn't always like this. Like, being a Chiefs fan, obviously, you have to eat some humble pie, man. You had some great athletes, some years that you would get teased of doing something great. I mean, you can't forget how one of the greatest tight ends to ever play, Tony Gonzalez, wore a uniform for so long, and we wasted all his years by going one and done and not really putting a lot of great players around him, at least on the defensive side. I mean, all the years that we had Derek Thomas and Neil Smith and couldn't actually give them an offense to balance what they were doing. So it's like there were years where the Chiefs were either all defense or all offense, and now you're getting closer to them being more balanced. Obviously, I would want a more bit dominance on the defensive side, but can't complain. Look, the Chiefs make it to the Super Bowl when they have and at least an average defense, middle of the road defense, because that offense has been so prolific. So I mean, it hasn't. We had some lean years. What's happening now within the last since 2013 once Andy got there? This is foreign territory for Chiefs fans. So it's glorious. It is. So, but man, let's see how long it lasts, man.
Y'all remember when you were thought of like we were?
Hey, but y'all on the come up, man. I
thank God. Thank God. That's all I got to say.
I feel like we've said that before about the Lions, but I do feel like Detroit they're on the right track with the right people for the first time in a long time. Mm-hmm. Hey, Wild Card, you mentioned Tony G, and I want to get your thoughts here. Is Travis Kelce now surpassed Tony G?
By the time he hangs it up, he will, because the fortunate thing of Travis Kelce, 2013 when he got drafted by Andy Reid, unfortunately he missed his whole rookie season. But other than that, he's been very durable. 33 years old. My guess is he might have 2, maybe 3 solid years of actual great production that he's done. But the man's just put up another 1,000-yard year. That's 7 in a row. I mean, the guy is literally putting up astronomical numbers, and when it's all said and done, he's going to have hella touchdowns, hella yardage, and he'll sit in that throne as best tight end, and he'll pretty much reset the mark, and he'll shoot it up there high enough to see if George Kittle could be durable enough to go catch it. But it's funny that you asked me that because I've always had this conversation with people. If Gronk could have stayed healthy, he probably would have done something that even Travis Kelce would have had to work for to reach at the tight end mark. So I will say that Travis Kelce benefited from, of course, his situation being in Kansas City. But damn it, man, he benefited from Gronk not being durable, because Gronk was putting up like mad numbers. He was putting up ridiculous numbers. So
and thankful that the other one that they had across from him was crazy.
Oh man.
You know what I'm talking about there.
Oh yeah.
When you look at these guys too, Tony Gonzalez and Cal, or would you say Kittle? They bring something to the team too. That's more than just a football aspect. They bring a whole different dynamic on the field and off the field in the locker room.
Juice.
So it's more than just what they can bring on the field and their ability. They also have a great attitude. Like Kittle on the field, I mean, he's a blast to watch.
Oh yeah.
And that transfers over to the locker room and the morale of the rest of the team.
Yeah. And unlike the rest of those,
too, he was a great guy. I mean, he all around, he was just a great human being. He was more than just a good football player.
And Kittle, unlike the rest of those Iowa tight ends that came out after him, he actually blocks in the run game.
Well, all right.
Hey, don't be mouthing tight end you over there, Jeremy. Yeah, just because you
I'm talking about
Hawkinson.
Yeah, I'm talking about T.J. Droppinson, touted as the next. Yeah, T.J. Droppinson.
That's funny because I saw him catching a shit ton of passes in Minnesota when he got traded there.
Just and he had a shit ton of drops too. He was leading the Lions in drops,
He didn't catch enough to beat the Lions, though, when he played them.
Yeah, that's right. And he dropped that third down pass that would have gave him a first down right there on the sideline. I said, see, that's why he's gone.
The problem is Dan Campbell's over there biting kneecaps off, and T.J. Hawkinson is a hippie, and he's like, I ain't a meat eater, pal. I'm out. Like, just get me the hell out of here.
What's weird I think it was is we got more production. We got more production out of those three backups total touchdowns than what Hawkinson got while he was with the Vikings.
Yeah. Not to mention what we got in return with the picks, and not to mention the contract we're not going to have to give him now.
Right.
Where this team is at right now, you're not rebuilding around a tight end. So, I mean, to drop that much money on
Whiskey Sports Podcast.
That's just.
Is that who you lost the bet with?
Yeah, that's Tim.
I know.
My co-host.
Tanner D.
Yep.
So. It's funny you brought that up about the blocking of Kittle, because I've always loved that conversation in the debate about Kittle and Kelce.
Alan Perez.
Oh my God, Penny Shore had a better catch route.
Yeah, 1 for 1. That's 100%.
No, so here's my thing, and here's my piece on the debate, man. Both tight ends are great at what they do. Obviously, San Francisco is going to run the ball more, and so is he a better blocker than Kelce? Yeah, but it irks me because I'm like, please, people, don't sit here and think that Kelce can't block.
No, I've watched Kelce block. I ain't saying that. What I'm saying is T.J. Hawkinson. When I was saying T.J. Hawkinson, he was touted as an extra tackle in the run game coming out of college. You want to know where he ranked the last 2 years out of 120 tight ends and old linemen?
At the bottom,
he averaged 115.
Yeah. So it look to me is you're really splitting hairs when you're going Kittle or Kelce. My thing is what kind of offense are you running? If you're running run heavy, it makes sense go with Kittle. If you're going that's more balanced or pass heavy, it makes sense to go with Kelce. So I love the debate, but taking favorite out. Obviously, I love Kelce for the team that I root for, but to me, it depends on what offense I'm running. If so happens that Andy Reid, it never happened, but if he just all of a sudden just, I'm done throwing the ball, let's go run heavy,
One thing I've loved about watching, because I watch everything, is when I'm watching Kelce, and it looks like he's going out for a tight end screen, and he waits for that safety to bite to run inside, and he chip blocks him and runs right in the middle where the safety was at, catches a pass.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a question for you, hypothetical. You replace Kelce with Kittle. You swap those two. How does that change the dynamic of both of those teams or those offenses?
I think the 49ers, just because they are that run-heavy team, they're going to miss a little bit of that attitude. Not that Kelce doesn't have attitude, but there's George Kittle pancakes, folks, and I think they would miss that. on that offensive line, especially. So I think that dynamic with the Chiefs, I mean, again, Kelsey's a little bit bigger, I feel like, in the passing game, and they would miss a little bit of that in the passing game. And it's like we just mentioned, it's really like splitting hairs because they're both, I mean, all-pro, tight ends to I think Kelsey, I would give it Kelsey a little bit more in the passing game and then Kittle in the run game. But it just kind of splitting hairs on who's who.
Yeah, I think you could look down too. Which player seems like they'd be able to adapt a little bit more too.
In that case, I would probably give it to Kittle. Like I just feel like
that's where I'm leaning to. I feel like Kittle would have the ability to adapt a little bit more, change his play style a little bit better than Kelsey would.
Oh, yeah, honestly, I can't disagree with you because my thing is Kittle at some point he'd be like, man, I ain't got a run block. Boy, that takes a lot of pressure off me. I can just run my route and I'm with that.
And that run blocking
somebody though. That's the only problem is Kittle might just absolutely just miss destroying somebody, because
he'll still find a way to get contact.
But Kittle, if you think about it, because he does so well at the run blocking and the way he does it, that's also why he misses more games than what Kelsey does. Because his body takes more of a beating.
I've also had that debate as well with other folks, and don't get me wrong, with the run blocking, yeah, you're going to mix it up a little bit more, but Kelsey, it's not like he doesn't take a pounding, and this is what my credit to him for being so durable is. I mean, y'all still know how it is. You still patrol in the middle like a tight end does. You're still going to get hit. So, I've always had that debate. I'm like, well, how can we really measure how much punishment a player is really taking? At the end of the day, it takes effort to run block. You're going to get contact. It also takes, durability.
Effort to go over the middle and get smacked by a middle linebacker.
Yeah. So, I mean, that takes a toll on your body. So that's why, I got to give Kelsey his credit because that man has been
pretty solid
for the last 10 years and taking some punishment across the middle. So I hats off to him.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of different factors that go into what you're saying there too. I mean, past injuries, different things that people don't even know about. Maybe he had a back issue from 14 years old because he fell off his bike. Yeah. It's the smallest shit that you don't really think about. And it's not all of these injuries are strictly due to because one person blocks more than the other. Granted, obviously, more contact. I mean, it's given. You get hit more, you're going to get injured more.
Yeah, it's football.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that one is more durable than the other because of one blocks more or one catches the ball more. There's a lot of different factors into it. How they take care of their bodies, how the training staff takes care of them. There's a lot that goes into it.
Alan wants to know, is there another tight end y'all feel could be on that level in the next few years?
Kyle Pitts, if he gets a quarterback.
Yeah, Kyle Pitts has got to take that same Benadryl that Julio Jones took to play with Tom Brady. He's allergic to the end zone. Jesus Christ.
I think Darren Waller's close to, as far as passing wise, he's a great receipt. Waller's close. Mark Andrews is kind of he's probably the third best tight end in the league.
I like Pat Freiermuth.
Mark Andrews, Dallas Goedert, if he stays playing at the production level he's at. Dawson Knox, the way he plays with Josh Allen and his constant red zone threat. And then you even got to throw in Dalton Schultz, the way he's been playing down there with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Those guys, if they can stay doing that for the next 3 to 5 years, they're going to be right up there at that level.
We got about 15 minutes here before our kind of hour ends. I just want to go 4 of us, our team is not in the Super Bowl. Obviously, wild card, the Chiefs are. But let me ask you guys this. What does y'all's team need to make that next step to try to get here 365 days from now? Go ahead, Jeremy.
Defense. We need corners. We need a solid middle linebacker. Anzalone's okay and great for vet leadership, but make him a rotational piece because he's not a starter in the NFL. And a better, more consistent defensive interior guy to take the lead. Lee McNeil's nice, but he's inconsistent. Isaiah Buggs was nice, but inconsistent. John Comiskey, nice, but inconsistent. Michael Brockers, get him the hell out of here. He's a bump on a log.
So whole new defense. Got it. All right.
I think you pretty much nailed it on the head. I was on your show the other day, and I know you asked me the same thing too, but I definitely think corner. We have to hit corner. Jeff Okudah, he had an decent start to the season. Second half of the season, he just completely went downhill. And then Amani Arrudia, he was a big disappointment. He was supposed to be possibly our top corner this year.
Hot garbage.
Yeah, and then following, he had a great last season. He showed a lot of potential. Then last year, he just went
MIA.
I don't even want to talk about it, honestly. So at that point, I mean, there's a couple different. I like Christian Gonzalez, and I do like Devin Witherspoon personally. And then as far as the linebacker position, I actually really like Jack Campbell out of Iowa as well.
Yes. Or Drew Sanders out of Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Either one of them boys. They both can cover. I like them.
Yeah, Campbell is a Campbell guy all day, if you ask me. So,
yeah. Go ahead, Sidorus.
All right. Well, got a time machine in your back pocket. So right now, the Bucs have 11 defensive free agents that account for 54% of the snaps. You're losing Tom Brady. You've got to make real decisions on Levante David and Mike Evans. Those are real decisions that have to be made. I would love for them both to retire a Buccaneer as a fan, but if I'm looking at it from a GM point of view, one of them probably has to go. You got to build in the draft. I mean, we've sold the farm to get our trophy. We got one Lombardi out of it, sold the farm for it. Now we've got to rebuild or reload. But I don't think Todd Bowles is there after next year. I think this year is his year on the hot seat, and he's gone after this. The OC they hire, I think, might have to take the job because he's getting, a little wink guarantee that if Bowles is gone, you get to stay and you get a chance to interview for the head coaching spot.
Who would you like to see fill that the Tom Brady shoes? Because I mean, you said Kyle Trask, but I think we're all in agreement.
No,
not the
God, no. So I hated the Kyle Trask pick when it was made. You don't waste a second round pick on someone you're not going to play for 3 years or 2 years, and now it's going to be 3. But
hey, we wasted a first round pick on somebody we ain't playing in 4 years, and maybe 5. So who knows?
Yeah, I know. I still scratch my head about that pick. They traded up, and there was all those receivers there, and all.
Don't get me started, Jeremy. You're going to get my
Jordan
blood.
Love.
But this might make you feel good, right? I would take Jordan Love. I mean, he's been in the offensive.
Jordan Love for Mike Evans right now. Let's get on it.
but honestly, all these Bucs fans, you see it all the time. We want Derek Carr. We want, Aaron Rodgers. We want Lamar Jackson. We want someone that's going to cost us too much money to have. The Bucs got to look at that second tier. They got to look at people like Sam Darnold, Ryan Tannehill, Baker Mayfield, someone like that. That's your bridge quarterback. He might not be the answer, but you got to lower the price there.
That's quarterback purgatory hell, my friend.
I would take Jacoby Brissett right now.
I don't hate Jacoby Brissett at all. I don't know why people dog him so much. I don't hate Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett would probably be good, and it would allow Kyle Trask. You can put him in game situations when either they're way behind or way ahead. That way they can see what he's got and how he's developed. You can't just look at him in preseason and say, ugh. You know
Kyle
what I mean?
Trask is garbage.
I know that, but that's beside that.
I hear what y'all saying about Kyle Trask, but just play devil's advocate. If he ain't learned nothing from Tom Brady for the last 3 years, then what are we doing?
He did not break a game day roster. His quarterback's coach stated he has yet to learn the playbook. He's had 2 years to learn the playbook. Now we're putting in a new offensive system with a new offensive coordinator. How is he going to learn the playbook?
Man, he better hope that new coach got some things that fits.
I know what it is. You got to ban him from hanging out with Kyler Murray.
They on that Call of Duty, dog.
Yeah.
Did y'all see that TikTok that came out after Kyler Murray got his contract? Somebody had one of those super fast racing RC cars and ran it through the expressway, weaving in and out of cars, and said Kyler Murray on the way to cash his check.
But yeah.
I like the one with it was like an 8-year-old with a squat rack on his back with a big squat.
Oh yeah,
squatting like 300 pounds, and it said Kyler Murray on his way back from recovery.
Let me get you guys this. Go ahead and give me guys this pick. Give me keys to the game, your pick, and your Super Bowl MVP
for the Chiefs. Protect.
Oh, you picking the Chiefs, right?
No. I actually picked the Eagles, but I could do devil's advocate and play both sides of the ball as far as keys to the game.
Go ahead.
Keys of the game for the Chiefs. They've got to establish that run, which is hard to do because Philly's run defense is good. They got to protect Pat Mahomes better. They can't let that defense get to him like they did the Bengals, because he will be hurt. And they got to get these wide receivers to do shorter, more crossing routes to get underneath those corners. Because if they try to go deep, Bradbury and big play Slay, woof. I'm not saying Mahomes can't do it, but I think the game's going to open up with a pick six from either quarterback.
Wow.
I put a $5 bet on that one. It's a plus 250.
Parlay, see how rich you come.
But that being said, I'll say it again. Philly on top, 28-23. Their keys to the game: run the ball, allow the RPO and play action to develop, get Hurts mobile, because that's one thing that Kansas City's defense is subject to. They are weak against a mobile QB, and that's going to allow when the safeties start to cheat up to try and stop that. That's when they're going to get burnt over the top.
Go ahead, Sidoris. What's your prediction here?
I'll give you this, okay? You have an offense coming into the game this week. Top 5 total yards, top 5 in first downs, top 5 in rushing yards, 2 top 10 wide receivers, a quarterback with with top 5 QBR in the league. You got a defense with 70 plus sacks. You got 5 people on that defense with 10 plus sacks. You've got a opposition you're facing that is worst in the league on third down defense. The Eagles are averaging, or not averaging, their point differential is 133 on the year. They have 477 points for, 344 points against. That's a difference of 133. They are plus 8 in turnovers going against a team that's negative 3 in turnovers. Defense wins football games. I got Eagles by 10.
Who's your Super Bowl MVP?
This one's a long shot, but it's my pick. I got Riddick taking the MVP with 3 sacks.
I think that ties the Super Bowl record set by one Reggie White. Go ahead, Christian.
So I think you guys pretty much nailed it. But as far as my pick goes, I got the Chiefs winning 31-24. I think it's going to come down to the defense. Defense wins championships. Eagles have one of the best defenses in the game. The Chiefs are going to have to find a way, like you said, Hassan Reddick, he's going for you think he's going to get 3 sacks. On the other end of the ball, they have to absolutely stop him, which is what San Francisco did not do. So I think ultimately, I think it's going to come down to defense, and I think it's going to come down to quarterback play.
Wild card, what you got?
Well, obviously, I'm a root for the Chiefs. 38-28 is going to be my final score. My keys to victory, and of course, to me, I think they're very simple. Obviously, Mahomes is going to get his, so I'm not worried about that. I'm more worried establishing the run, because I look at week 4, the Chiefs were very balanced on offense, due for like 270 passing yards and rush for 200. And that was magnificent. So go ahead and give me more of that. Give me more balance, but they have to establish the run. Obviously, that helps alleviate the pass rush that is so great from Philly. If you run the ball, give me some screens, and just to push back a little bit on what my man Jeremy said, Eagles got a 17th ranked rush defense, so they're middle of the road. I looked at their games that they had this year. So out of the 17 games, man, they allowed 100 rushing yards out of 12 of them. So you can run the ball on them. And those games that they're allowing all those yardage on the ground is.
But they don't allow a lot of touchdowns out of that. That's what I'm getting at.
And I hear you, but guess what? I also looked at the schedule. They ain't playing nobody like this offense.
That's what I was going to say too. That's the kind of wild card is like who the Eagles really played.
Yeah, I mean, you literally when you look at their schedule, Dak Prescott was the first quarterback that stuck out to me on the schedule that had a monster game. It was that second game that they had in Dallas, where obviously Jalen Hurts didn't play, but I'm looking at it as in Mahomes going against that defense. So I'm looking at the performance of the Philly defense, and here's another key. Chiefs win the coin toss. If they win the coin toss, you need to take the ball, go down, score, and set the tone. Because what's the proof that Philly can play from behind? We've seen how great they are when they play ahead. I want to see if they can play from behind and not only play from behind, but in a pressure-packed moment like the Super Bowl. Can you do it? Because I know a team in Kansas City that's been here. This is third one in 4 years. Take the fact that they didn't have tackles against Tampa Bay, and that might turn out to be a different game if a couple of people catch the damn ball. Tyreek Hill. So it's like, can they do that? And obviously the key to victory for Philly is, hey, don't if it worked, they got you here. Don't try to fix it. Run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it simple. Don't try to get outside. If they try to go out and try to make Jalen Hurts go get the game, I might be a little bit worried if I'm an Eagles fan. Run the ball, and then see what you can get with Jalen Hurts' arm. Just me personally, I don't think he's 100% healthy on that right shoulder, but I'm not neither here nor there.
They said it's not. They've come out and said it's not.
Okay.
Which is why he had a couple errant throws in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, and when I say errant,
yeah,
it looked like Malik Willis threw it.
Good old Brucey.
Not the Willis, not the Malik Willis.
Yeah, I went there.
Give Malik Willis some good offensive coaching and a good quarterback coach. Give him 2-3 years, he'll be fine.
He'll be one of the best backups in the league at that point.
I was going to say he'll be in the XFL at that point.
Yeah,
maybe the CFL.
It's bad when you're comparing him to Malik Willis over Brucey.
He'll be in the app. Boys, we'll go ahead and let you guys get those plugs before you guys get out of here. Go ahead, Jeremy, get those nice little plugs in so you can get up out of here.
All right, you can find me on YouTube at Kneecap Biting with Smoking Jeremy B, where I do my NFL podcast on Wednesdays and Lions news on Fridays. Every other Saturday, I do a college football show. On top of that, I also am a part of the Sunday Morning Drive with the Sports Empire Network. I am constantly a part of something with Let's Talk Sports. You can also find my editorials at the SouthFloridaTribune.com under the Motor City Tribune heading.
Nice.
Go ahead, Doris.
You can find me, Crew NFC Roundtable on Facebook, Twitter, Crew Roundtable on YouTube, and on Spotify. We're on every Sunday morning.
On the Mike Sports Network here, guys. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. We are also on Spotify. I have a co-host, Alex. He was supposed to be here today, but he had some Super Bowl. He had a Super Bowl party pretty much to get ready for, which was a last-minute plan by his wife. So you can pretty much find us all in there. We also have our own website on the MikeSportsNetwork.com, where we do a lot of blog posts, and we try to stay pretty diverse towards all sports and all teams, but we are pretty Detroit dominant. So
nice. 2 Lions fans on one show. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, man.
There ain't very many in the world. You know what I mean? Because like I was telling Jeremy earlier, like literally my co-host is a Lions fan, so it's like, dang, I know 3. Oh wow.
I don't know about my dude up there, but
I know 2 more in Kansas City too.
Yeah, we're over here in Flint, so we got to root for the home team.
I'm visiting in Burton right now.
Oh, are you? Yeah, you're about 15 minutes from me then.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, go ahead, Wild Card. Get those plugs in too.
No doubt. I appreciate it. IOW Sports Network on the Facebook, Instagram, and of course the YouTube channel. IOW Sports 1 on Twitter. You can catch myself, the Wildcard Mar, at KC Wildcard Mar on Twitter, Wildcard Mar on Instagram, as well as Facebook. Man, appreciate it, man. It was a great time being here.
Hey, always. Hey, appreciate it, boys.
Can I get my dude's tag up there again? I just got yours on Twitter. IOW, and then it was Kneecap what?
Kneecap Biting with Smoking Jeremy B on YouTube.
All right, cool. I want to get you before we head out.
Yep.
Yeah, appreciate y'all, man.
Hey, we'll see y'all in real. Catch y'all on the next one.
Let's watch a good Super Bowl, boys.
Enjoy Super Bowl, guys.
Go Chiefs.
Oh wait, there's a couple other prop bets that people might be interested in. Over under for Kelsey, like I said, it's 7.5 catches. Over under for yards for Kevin Gainwell. It was only 7.5 yards. He's been getting that in his sleep, like sleepwalking through that O-line, because that O-line opens up holes where you get 5 yards. So bet that. And another one was Devontae Smith. They only had him with 4 catches. Bet the over, because I bet you they're going to blanket A.J. Brown, and they ain't going to let him beat him, and they'll leave Devonta Smith open.
Yeah. Spags, man.
All right, boys. We'll catch y'all later. I'm going to bring in the next crew for the next hour. Man, it is a wild bunch from what I can see already. Welcome to the program, my man, Bobby G. Bobby, what's up? Oh, that was Rios. I clicked the wrong one. Rios, what's up?
What's the name change?
Hey, Bobby, hold on a second. Everybody's clicking off. There it is. Bobby G, Rios.
Hey. Going on, man?
And we got Carlos. Ah, shit, Bobby. I keep taking you on and off. There it goes.
What's up, y'all?
What up? Coach Couch is here. And Mr. First Down. This is a wild ass bunch. Bobby,
What's up, boys?
What's up?
I voted up for Boykins. He gets a little turned on by it.
Wow.
And I got to get Jude down here as well. Computer won't scroll down. Who's running this show around here?
Some clown from Missouri.
Yeah, exactly. There it goes. I'm not even though I was just hosting. Carlos Rios, what are y'all hosting this hour?
Apparently, yeah. So
Carlos is.
I don't have like the control on it, so I don't know how we're doing this.
Just stay on until the next hour, and then I think Matt or Ryan is supposed to get it.
Oh, okay. So somebody's controlling this one then, right?
If you would just read your email,
Sir, I don't read.
Per the last email, it said Carlos and Rios, and I messaged Dan. I said, "Are you sure you went them crazy MFers running the damn show?"
I heard the regular host can't read. Terrible at it.
Hey boys, I'm gonna let you guys get to it. I'll be back in exactly 1 hour. So
yeah, no worries. Take
the reins of the show. I said I can't do another. I said I can't do another show with Mr. First Down and just fans, guys. I mean, Jesus, it's gonna get too wild up in here.
Oh, it gets wild. Rios turns up really bad. Look at him; he's already drinking.
Yeah.
Hey, I left out the lube for Mr. First Down, so I'll see you guys.
All right, man.
It's the warm jelly that warms on the touch too. It's very nice.
Ooh, the fancy stuff.
All right. So, guys, how's it going?
Hey, what a closer! What a closer there. He's like,
yeah. So, nonetheless, man, I want to say, first of all, yesterday we had our It's Live Saturday night show, and I wasn't able to host it, but I want to thank Mr. First Down and Rios for holding down the fort. So, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Happy to help.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. So, man, what a game today.
Yeah.
First things first, let's feel like we can go around table really quick. Let's see, what do you think our predictions will be? Or do y'all want to save that to the end?
I mean, there's nothing either way. Yeah, let's go round.
Round table. Okay, so I see. I believe it's the way I'm looking at this at the screen. There's a little boy. Is it Carter? Yeah,
Jude Jets.
Yeah, Jets fans. Yeah, there you go. So what is your prediction for tonight's game? And who do you think is going to win it?
I'm going with the Chiefs. Feel like Kansas City's going to pull this one out 31-27.
31-27. All right. Rios.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Like I said, last second field goal, 27-24 Eagles. And Jake Elliott's going to get his statue built next to Rocky.
Man, all right. I'm gonna go with I think it's gonna be in the 30s. You know what? I can't even make I was gonna 28-30, 28-31. That's what I'm gonna go with. But I think the Eagles are gonna take this one. That's what I'm thinking. Eagles. I got Eagles on this one. Then we got Bobby. What you think, bud?
I'm gonna live dangerous here. I'm gonna live Moss. I'm gonna go 27-21 overtime. Kansas City.
Kansas City. Okay. All right, Mr. First Dan, what you thinking, bud?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have before you a late mistake in the game by Patrick Mahomes or a fourth down try that doesn't make it, and the Eagles score on it 31-21 Eagles.
31-21 Eagles. All right. All right. I'm not too familiar with you, but you got the Washington Commanders beating on. What's up, brother? How's it going?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Good, good. So what do you think? What do you think about tonight's game?
I think the Eagles going to win this game by the final score of 38-31. I think Patrick Mahomes will fall short in the fourth quarter, in a fourth quarter drive that will fail, and the Eagles will win their second Super Bowl in 5 years.
Okay, I'll take that. All right, and what about you, buddy, down there?
Oh, I can't see past the Chiefs tonight, if I'm being honest. But I kind of agree with the last second field goal. Gonna say both teams over 40, but with a last second field goal.
Okay, I see that. So we got some field goals. We got many predictions. Do y'all think that Patrick Mahomes' ankle is going to be a problem? Just because, I mean, now it's been 3 weeks, and we don't think it's that serious. Is a serious high ankle sprain like the Ryan Tannehill thing or the Damian Pierce high ankle sprain kind of thing? So how bad do you think that's going to be a factor, or if that's going to be a factor at all in tonight's game? What do y'all think?
I think by the fourth quarter, he's going to be feeling it. Because that
Think
Eagles is relentless. They're going to come after him. He's going to be feeling in the fourth quarter because he slowed down last week, or the last game in the championship game against the Bengals. He played great in the first half. That second half, he started to slow down. I mean, he was missing receivers, but you could tell he was, walking a little gingerly. Like he didn't want to put a whole lot of weight on his foot because it's starting to bother him. Those things linger for weeks.
Yeah, he was hobbling all the way to the line to break the huddle and everything. So I expect him to struggle tonight. As somebody that watched his quarterback get 2 weeks off and it didn't matter, I just think he's going to be in it. I think he's going to be in it for a while. And maybe those 7-step drops and the quick passes can go on for a little while. But, the Bengals found him out, and I expect the Eagles to try to find him out too.
All right. Anybody else want to chime in on this? What y'all think?
Yeah.
That adrenaline, when he's going to get that adrenaline pumping, and we're all predicting a close game, that's going to keep it going. Like, when you're in the heat of battle, you're not really thinking about stuff like that. He's done it before. Even the last time he went to the Super Bowl, remember he had the concussion a couple weeks before. He's been here. That championship experience kick in.
Okay.
Yeah,
Even
Pat Mahomes at 70% is still more than what most of the Eagles season they've faced against. So I think the injury won't come into it as much, but all it's going to take is one bad hit, which we know can come.
Yeah.
And then that changes the game. We saw it with San Fran in the championship game. One hit on a quarterback, and that changes that whole game. So, yeah, I don't think the ankle injury will come into play unless he gets hit in it badly.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well. And I think it's just one of those where, like you said, once they get the pressure, because we looked at San Francisco as probably one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, and then for them to get that penetration on Brock Purdy was something kind of we knew it was going to happen, but I definitely think this is going to be a situation where they will get to Patrick Mahomes, and like you said, the shot may wear off at some point during this game, or what have you, allegedly, or whatever. If he needs to take a pain, something for his pain, but I definitely think they're gonna get to him. Sure.
If they do, they're gonna. I hope they give him that thing that I don't know if y'all remember. I always reference it. Remember when Aaron Rodgers, I think he was playing like a Sunday night football game, and they gave him one of those shots, and he came back out with a Southern accent out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he sounded like he was from Texas. Like, yeah, we're gonna get those boys out there. Like Aaron Rodgers.
Guys, we know what it is. We know what it is now. He got some ayahuasca and drank some. Okay, that's how he got better.
That's right. What about you, bud? The Jets fan over here. What you think, bud?
Jets.
The Eagles' defensive line definitely would be the best Kansas City has faced all season long. I mean, they've gave everyone problems this season. And, as y'all were saying, Cincinnati's defensive line was giving Patrick Mahomes some problems last week. So it's definitely just going to be interesting to see how Kansas City offensive line holds up against Philadelphia's defensive line. But as Ant mentioned down there, Patrick Mahomes at 70%, is probably the best Eagles have faced all season long. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is the MVP this season, one of the best quarterbacks in this generation. I mean, he's just such a talented player. So I feel like the ankle injury isn't going to have that big of an effect on him. I just feel like Patrick Mahomes is that good of a player.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you 100%. I do agree also that when you just said that this is going to be the biggest, the best offensive line defense, that the defensive line, sorry, that the Kansas City Chiefs have faced all year. So that's gonna come into play. And but yeah, I agree with you. I don't think the ankle is going to be much of it. However, I do agree with my co-host Rios here. I think it might come into effect maybe later on towards like maybe at the end of the third, maybe fourth quarter. Just that may be what happens. So there's that. Let's see. So what are we thinking about Jalen Hurts? I think his shoulder's still kind of acting up, if I'm not mistaken. What y'all think?
Yeah, it's gonna be bothering. You could tell like they weren't throwing a lot of deep shots like they did all year. Like he was one of the best throwing the deep ball during the regular season, but after that shoulder injury, it's more methodical. They focus more on the running game, shorter passes, long drives, and I think it's gonna be the same game plan this game. Try to protect that shoulder. Just focus on the run game, short intermediate passes, and just march down the field. 12, 13, 14 play drives to eat up that clock.
Yeah. Exactly. Anybody else want to chime in on that? And Jalen Hurts, go ahead.
So yeah, that's short. If I'm Andy Reid, my game plan is real simple. I'm selling out to stop the run. I want Jalen Hurts to throw the ball 30, 40 times. Every time he throws, that shoulder gets worse. It's just like a baseball pitcher. I'm gonna get that pitch count real high.
Yeah.
So at the end of the game, he just wears down and he'll make a mistake.
Yeah, he'll eventually make a mistake, and I do see that happening with that. Like you said, you hit the nail on the head on that one. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. You try to take that run off, make him throw, make those throws become more inaccurate, slower, whatever. You might chances for some interceptions. We'll see what happens. So I agree with that. That's a good point, Mr. First Down. What you think, bud?
Oh, looking at it, a minor thing to add on the ankle was that Ryan Tannehill was holding his own until a Chargers player landed on it while tackling him. So some people called it a dirty play. I just called it a tackle. So I imagine the Eagles defense will be up and raring for that. As to Jalen Hurts, I agree totally. I think he is more apt to make a mistake, stop the run, make that guy throw.
Okay, there you go. Let's see who else has not gone. I want to get y'all's names right because I see the names at the bottom, but I'm not sure. But how do you call it in the Washington Commanders?
Yeah, couch coach.
Couch. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with Bobby where essentially Spags is essentially like, look, if he's gonna beat us, Jalen Hurts is gonna have to throw the football. They're gonna collapse that run option because we know how successful they've been, obviously with the Giants and also with San Francisco. So, like you said, he's gonna force Jalen Hurts to essentially throw that football, and like you said, it will have a wear and tear on the shoulder. For sure.
Okay, there we go. All right, Jude Jets, what about you, buddy? Thank you for turning on the names, by the way. I appreciate that. Whoever did that.
Oh, yeah, that was me. No problem. But the Eagles, this entire playoff run have just been running the football a whole lot. We really haven't seen Jalen Hurts throw the ball too much, and I mean that rushing attack they have is just insane. And Andy Reid is just going to have an amazing game plan against the run. I mean, whoever said it earlier, I mean, that's exactly what he has to do. Just get the Chiefs to stop the Eagles' run, because once you do that, then we're going to have to see Jalen Hurts pass. And that Kansas City secondary is pretty tough. They had 2 interceptions on Joe Burrow last week. And, I mean, they've just been coming up clutch this entire playoffs, maintaining Trevor Lawrence. So if we could see the Eagles starting to throw more and more, if the Chiefs are able to stop the run, it could get ugly for the Philadelphia.
All right, yeah, there you go. Ant, what do you think, bud? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry guys. I've just had food delivered. It's a bit late over here.
You got that DoorDash over there, bro.
Like I'm not rubbing down pizza.
We got the MTV Cribs tour going on.
I know,
right?
You got back there, bro. What was the question there? Because I've just totally forgotten.
You're good. I said, how do you think Jalen Hurts' shoulder? Like, what do you think is going to happen with Jalen Hurts' shoulder? Yeah,
the shoulder is more of a concern than the ankle, because I think
the Chiefs can shut down Jalen Hurts running a bit better. So he's going to depend on his arm, where Pat Mahomes, his arm is better than what he needs his legs for. So I think Hurts' shoulder injury could be the break of this game. But then again, the Chiefs haven't filled me with confidence stopping some big splash plays. So if he kind of comes out the way he did in the championship game, I think we could see some quick early scores. But then it's just a case of whether the defense can step up. So yeah, that shoulder is going to be one of those. It's never going to go away. So we are going to think that it's a bit more important.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think one of the biggest problems that I see now, besides Jalen Hurts' shoulder and Patrick Mahomes' ankle, is the fact that my co-host Rios over here is drinking Corona out of all the beers. What the hell, bro?
Is there a lime in it though?
Is there a lime? Did you put a? Let me see. Are you drinking Corona right now?
Yeah,
that's my biggest concern right now. You drinking Corona?
Corona.
Can we? Whoever's controlling this, can we get him out of here, please? That's party foul right there.
How's that a party foul, sir?
I don't like Corona. That's why. Speaking from a guy that comes from Mexico, I don't like Corona, bro. It's awful.
You also like crawfish. Your opinion is invalid.
Yeah,
Whoa.
I don't like crawfish. Yeah, sorry. And from
crawfish, man. Oh.
I am not a crawfish man. I'm from the South. Yes, exactly.
Hey, the Corona's nice. You got to put some grenadine in there, man. Get that candy Corona going.
Yeah,
little grenadine fixes everything.
Yeah, grenadine fixes everything. I see Mr. First Down over there with Dr. Pepper.
You're darn right. The strawberry one, strawberry and cream one, is delicious.
Jeez,
yeah, they're selling like hotcakes here in TN.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay.
Hard to find them now.
All right, and so, but yeah, no, that's one of the things. Okay, so let's talk about
Dr. Pepper. All right, I'm in.
Dr. Pepper, yeah. Yes, let's get sponsored by them really quick. Yeah. So let's talk. Let's get a little bit more personal. What are you guys bringing to the party? What are you guys eating today? Jets, what you think? What are you eating today for the Super Bowl party?
I mean, some buffalo wings, man. Some buffalo wings, getting some Dr. Pepper. It's gonna be a good night.
There we go.
Hanging out.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Air high five.
There you
go. All right. Rios, I know you and my other co-host Poppy are going to be hanging out by yourselves over there. So how's that going to go?
Well, I already ate my crawfish. It was delicious, by the way.
Was it?
Uncultured swine.
I wouldn't know.
No, but I'm gonna order some wings for us whenever he gets here.
Okay. All right.
Wings and beer.
Bobby. Oh,
Perfect.
sorry. Are you done, Rios?
No, wings and beer. Perfect combo.
Wings and beer. Okay. All right.
Classics.
There you go. All right, Bobby. What you got, bud?
Going outside the box a little bit. We got the all chili day. So we got the chili cheese dogs, chili cheese fries, and tots.
Oh, okay. There you go. I'm looking forward to your pictures. I'm gonna see what's up. All right, Mr. First Down, what you got going on today, bud?
Wife made some nice ambrosia already. It's delicious. We are cooking up some burgers and dogs and some brats and some Polish sausage. So getting hot on the grill now. And I am 3 Miller 64s in, baby.
Wow.
So.
There you go. Couch Coach, what you think about what you got going on?
It's a KIS kind of day. It's to keep it simple. We got pizza and wings.
Yummy. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with some pizza and wings. I'll take it any day.
Never.
And I guess I see you already started the party over there.
We're going strong. So
yeah. Since you got it.
Hey.
We got vision. Wow. We got pizzas, we got parmo, which is a delicacy. We got wings and nachos for later, just going hard.
Nice.
Hey, hey, Ant, what time does the game start over there?
I think it's about 11:30 at night.
Oh, wow. Goodness.
So yeah, it's a bit of a long one, but it's worth it.
Totally.
Say, how y'all going to work tomorrow? It starts at 11. And what time does it end?
Monday should be a national holiday. If I ever make it into like the government, I'm gonna push for that. Monday's a national holiday.
Dude, if it's a national government, I'm leaving the country. Like that's how plus they are worse out there than you, so it's fine. No.
I heard he drinks his Corona without a lime.
Yeah, what a loser. No, the fact that he drinks Corona within itself. That
pay me off or I'll tell the press.
Guys, did you just see the announcement come through that Derek Carr's declined a trade to the Saints?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. So since
Smart.
I know, so now to get away for a little bit of the game, Jew Jets, what do you we're all obviously we all have our different teams here. Jew Jets, what are you expecting for next year for you guys? What is the main for the draft? Sorry, what is the position that you guys are really in need of?
Well, the position that we desperately need is, obviously the quarterback. Last season, I really felt like if we would have had at least just a solid content quarterback, we would have made it into the playoffs. But with the rotating door we had last season, obviously that did not happen. As for the draft, though, I don't think the Jets should draft a quarterback. I mean, that's just the direction we've been heading in since 1960s. I mean, whenever we got Joe Namath, that's the last quarterback we drafted and actually worked out for us. And ever since then we've just been trying to draft and we've been throwing darts to the wall and they haven't been sticking. But in the draft, the Jets definitely need to go offensive lineman. The thing is, though, if we have a first-round pick, though, because with all the rumors going on, we could potentially give up a first for Aaron Rodgers. There's been a lot of rumors recently about Lamar Jackson potentially getting traded for a slew of picks. Maybe a first-round pick is included in that. So if we have a first-round pick, I feel like the Jets should go down the tackle route, safety, or wide receiver. Those are all positions that the Jets need to, make the roster better. Wide receiver kind of being on the outside looking in because we have, of course, the rookie of the year in Garrett Wilson. We have Elijah Moore, who's solid. I feel like or definitely can be solid with, a good quarterback. And then Corey Davis is probably going to be cut. If the Jets want to make this offense, super elite receiver in the first round, big play guy like a Zay Flowers or Quentin Johnson. But safety-wise, safety and tackle are definitely the two positions we need the most outside of quarterback. And if the Jets go with either one of them, I would be completely happy.
Okay, let's see that. I can see that. What about I think it's Ann, I think you're also a Jets fan as well. What do you think, bud?
Yeah, I think obviously up till yesterday, I was kind of we're going in for Rodgers, but then the car turning down that puts him back in play, which kind of if we get either of those, it solves the quarterback issue kind of. But I'm a bit different. I want to take a wide receiver in the first.
Okay.
Because if we're going for Rodgers, this is my dream scenario. Swap of firsts, so they take 13, we get 15. We give them a second. Corey Davis, Carl Lawson, a conditional third that can become a second next year. And we get Aaron Rodgers and Daniel Bakhtiari, the tackle, which then we would have 4 tackles on roster, which means that we need to draft a tackle in the first round or second. We should be able to get a decent wide receiver, which will replace Corey Davis, who wasn't a great wide receiver for us last year. He came up clutch a few times, but not enough. And then I think the biggest need that the Jets have at this exact moment is defensive tackle, because we only have one on roster because everybody else is a free agent. Now, we will re-sign them, but I'm not 100% sure on which ones we'll bring back. So at this minute, I would like us to go DT in the second and then go safety in the third.
Okay. You mentioned, I think, Jew Jets, you talked about Lamar Jackson. You might how confident did both of y'all actually feel about that actually happening? Just wondering. How confident do you feel about that? Or Rodgers?
Rodgers, I think, is possible. Lamar, not so much, because I was on a pod the other night and a guy from Baltimore came on and said that apparently they've spoken to the Falcons and their starting point is 4 consecutive first picks, a second and 2 players, which one of those players was JT Barrett, which they ain't ever getting that. So if they want that, I mean, yeah, the Jets are never getting, no giving that up for me. Lamar Jackson can sit on the bench and not play on his franchise tag for me.
Okay.
Man.
Yeah, I don't think Lamar Jackson is going to happen. Just because I feel like the big reasons why I don't feel like the Jets go out and get Lamar, though, is because they've talked this entire offseason about how they want Zach Wilson to be the future. saying how they want to keep Zach Wilson, get someone in and kind of develop him and whatnot. And, you get Lamar Jackson, and obviously, Zach Wilson doesn't have a future here. Lamar Jackson's still very young, has a lot of football left ahead of him. And, I mean, as much as Lamar Jackson's going to be a better player than Zach Wilson in his career, it's just I feel like the Jets want to develop Zach Wilson and have a quarterback workout for a long-term plan and kind of get a short-term option like an Aaron Rodgers or Derek Carr, maybe a Jimmy Garoppolo to come in. But Aaron Rodgers definitely I feel like has a great chance of happening. I mean, if the Jets want Rodgers, they're going to get him. I mean, they have said that they do not mind giving up first-round picks to go out and grab a quarterback. And I mean, our owner at the NFL Honors was talking about how the Jets want Aaron Rodgers, but he was, quick to not drop any names, so we want to get a first taken away for tampering. But still, I mean, the Jets, it just feels like everyone in the world wants Rodgers, and I feel like they could give up quite a bit to get him. But Aaron Rodgers, I feel like, has a great chance of happening to the Jets.
Okay, I see that. All right, what about Bobby? What do you think? During the draft or even in free agency, what do you think is your team's what they need the most?
Everything.
Okay.
Everything. No, in all seriousness, we just really need to. We need to definitely defensive tackles. We need NFL quality defensive tackles. We had the worst run defense in NFL history last season.
Yeah.
It was just so infuriating watching us just get gassed every week. I think Austin Eckler almost had 200 yards rushing on us, and that's come on, dude. But yeah, defensive tackles and wide receivers. I think the hot trend of the week is one of our DBs, Greg Newsome, second-year guy.
Mm-hmm.
He played the slot this year, and he's been adamant that he does not want to play the slot.
Oh, okay.
So,
wow.
I mean, dude, you've been in the league 2 years. You do not have an interception yet. You regressed from your rookie year to your second year. Making demands, but if he's adamant, the hot topic is, I guess, moving him for potentially Jerry Jeudy if he continues to be unhappy in Denver.
Okay,
I don't mind that trade. I'd accept that.
You take Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, if it heads up trade. Obviously, we don't have a first round pick this year because of the Deshaun Watson trade. We do have a second. I think it's the 40th pick. So it's a thing. You're welcome. I mean, hey, with all the trades, like you realize half of our star players come from Houston.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Like Nick Chubb was a pick from Houston.
Yeah.
Who I think Njoku, so
Njoku, yeah, was the tight end and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm like
the Browns and Texans.
Did y'all get Dwayne Brown too, right? Is Dwayne Brown now over there?
No,
he's in New York. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
we did. Yeah, we got him on like a futures contract.
Yeah.
But yeah, defensive tackle, wide receiver. I think we got the 40th pick. So BPA, best receiver available. It's not even quality receiver. We need a speed. We need to take the top off the defense guy.
All right, let me ask you one quick question before I head over to Mr. First Down here. Do you think that the Deshaun Watson trade was good? Are you comfortable with it?
I am, and I do. Here's why. It's like people, you just got to get a guy time. Get a guy time to get back to his routine. It's like when you're doing something, you're locked in, and then that's taken away from you. It takes you a while to get back, and it's almost like coming back from an injury. The biggest part of coming back from an injury isn't really getting comfortable with playing; it's getting comfortable with that bone, like the ankle, like Mahomes' ankle.
Yeah,
like it's you step on the field, you don't think you can. It's like can I make this cut? So next year he'll have a full off season. He'll be able to go, uninterrupted, go on vacation with the receivers. He'll be able to get into a normal life rhythm. I think he'll get his swag back because that's really what was missing. You saw him; he was just kind of going through the motions in those last 6 games. You never really saw him be Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
no air guitar, no, he didn't really show a lot of emotion. I think it's because stuff when you're well liked and then everybody hates you, dude, that mentally that can be tough.
It's draining.
It's draining. Yeah. So they'll keep him in Cleveland. They'll coddle him. They'll build his confidence back up, and he'll be a top 5 QB in the league next year again. So
you think by next year he'll be back to his normal self as far as like performance is concerned?
Yeah. Plus, we got one of the easiest schedules in the league, so that
Yes,
in combination with continuity. He's got the coach. He's happy with the coach. They're building the offense together, so that they're just making him feel part of the team, and that's the biggest thing. So yeah, he'll come out guns blazing next year.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Top QB. Once he gets it back together, I mean,
Exactly. And Jude, I give you, it has not been since Namath. Dude, Chad Pennington was a very solid NFL quarterback. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah,
that is true. He could
All
not
right.
stay healthy.
Mr. First Down. Now let me ask you this, because on our show, both times.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, you know what
Always
I'm going to say.
something. Always
You have told us that the Titans might move on from Derrick Henry soon.
Goodness gracious.
So I love saying that because I always like, wow, that's a take. Like that's a take. So what do you think your team, the Titans, need to get in the draft or during free agency? What do you think is the biggest?
There is no other big concern than your offensive line. You had the worst left tackle in the league last year. Luan's too injured, and you're probably going to release him the next couple of weeks.
Heard about that.
Ben Jones has had 2 concussions last year, our center. You usually don't come back from that. You have no left guard. Your right guard's going to probably test free agent. A lot of holes in that O-line. So you got to fix it one way or another. I'd like to get my hands on that. I think the guy from Ohio State that has an 85-inch vertical. I would love to get my hands on him. And if not, you can trade back in the draft and some things there. And by the way, he takes the Houston players, Houston coaches. That's how I roll. Okay. I got Vrabel from Houston, and now I have Tim Kelly again. So
Tim Kelly,
rock on.
Tim Kelly. There's nothing I can say about Tim Kelly, but like, dude, can you can you use your tight ends?
Yeah, but yeah, its offensive line is the clear and absolutely necessary item. And if anybody comes down here, like all the knuckleheads on Twitter, it's time we get a quarterback or a flashy wide receiver. No, you got to protect the quarterback if you want to win in this league. Yeah. So protect the quarterback.
Y'all had one in AJ Brown and just.
Thank you, Rios. Thank you. You had one in D Hop. You want to talk about that?
Stop it. We don't say his name anymore.
That's right. Yeah. No, somebody said it on a podcast, one of mine, and I was like, "Oh, it hurts. You can't say that word. It hurts me." So
now you can't say his name anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's out. We're out on it. Fellas, I gotta go eat. So y'all have a good rest of your show. Okay.
All right, you take care of yourself, bro.
Bye, boys.
By the way, what are you eating?
Yeah, man.
Oh, dude, it's time for the Polish sausage. You know what I mean? The brats and the Polish sausage. Yeah. See y'all.
All right, bro. See you.
Peace.
All right, Couch Coach. What you think? What is your team's biggest necessity going into the draft and into free agency?
Oh, first we got to get an offensive coordinator. I think that's one of the biggest things. I think we got to get this finalized. I'm tired of this Eric Bieniemy to Washington rumors and innuendos. Just get it over with. I'm just. We need to get an offensive coordinator, but I think obviously one of the biggest keys is definitely going to be our offensive line and also the cornerback position. We're in a peculiar spot. I think we're like 16th in the draft, so I think we got somewhat of a robust draft class that could fill one of those needs at the 16th pick. But I think those are the key. Obviously, the offensive line, especially now when I think they're settling in Sam Howell as potentially being QB1. We'll maybe get a bridge quarterback to help him. Maybe we'll re-sign Taylor Heineke. But the offensive line showed up and then get that cornerback situation sold up as well. So I think those are kind of the two keys, and I think we can address those in free agency and also in this draft.
Couch Coach. Another thing that's getting tossed around Cleveland is Newsome to you guys for Deron Payne, depending on what you guys how you guys handle that situation. What would you think about that swap?
And who will we get in return?
Greg Newsome. I think it was Greg. They tossed around like Greg Newsome and a couple third rounders.
Part of me, I like it and I don't. It's kind of one of those where I can see them kind of getting rid of him in a sense, even though he's had a great year. And that's the thing where it's like, and I think that's what happens now when you acquire so much depth in one position, because you kind of essentially drafted Adrian Mathis in essence to take his place. And now him getting injured in that first game, he still has that question mark. This is supposed to be the year to kind of see, hey, can we, to kind of gauge how he'll come along in his development.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, throwing some picks. I mean, maybe throwing a Friday night bargain picks, like you said, third and a second, or
Yeah, I think the big word is that you guys are leaning heavily towards franchising them.
That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, and probably because of just the development of Mathis to see, if he's even worth doing that.
What do you think about Chase Young? What do you guys gonna do with him?
You know what's weird? I still think they should extend it, but then they're saying I don't know if they're gonna pick up the play option. I don't know if that's kind of one of those where it's like, why is that even kind of like put out there in the atmosphere where there's a question mark behind it? I think they should pick up his option and just to see, and to see the gauge, because now you'll have a full season coming up in 2023 to see what he's about. I mean, obviously, and you can even look at kind of how they dragged him along, which to me is almost to a point where I think he should just set the whole year, because I mean, you brought him in pretty much at the tail end of the season. So, how can he kind of get his start? And it's almost like to your point, Bobby, with Deshaun Watson. Like, it's hard for him. It's hard to get a sample size of what Deshaun Watson has done. He only came in December, so it's kind of hard to gauge how he'll be. But like you said, you have to kind of give these guys at least a year. And now, luckily, both of these players have a whole offseason to prepare as well too. So they won't be on the mend during the offseason. So I definitely think they should, at least at the bare minimum is pick up that option and just see what's going on with that, because there's talent there. It's just small sample size of 2022.
Rios, would you trade for Chase Young?
In a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat, yeah. Y'all want one of these picks?
Let me get D'Amico Ryans.
Nah, we good. We got him.
All right.
Send you Davis Mills. I will drive him.
We'll trade you Davis Mills for Chase Young. Even trade?
No, thank you.
I'll take him right now.
Give me DeMarco Ryans, please.
Yeah. For us, we had Rios and I hosted a space this morning for WagerWire and on Twitter, excuse me. And then while we were on our space, on Twitter, breaking news came out, and it was that the Texans had hired their offensive coordinator, Bob Slowick for the 49ers. And before that, literally maybe like 10 minutes before that was announced, Rios and I were talking about our OC because they had just interviewed Cliff Kingsbury from Arizona. They literally, what was it? Wasn't he in Thailand or something like that on vacation?
Thailand. His one-way trip to Thailand that lasted about 8 minutes.
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, they brought him in to get interviewed, and then he's like, nah, he didn't get the gig. So they got Bob Slowick. So it's it's a 49er guy, and I think him, this is a straight up D'Amico hire or whatnot. We also got our defensive. What's that?
They came up together. Their last 6 years, they both started at the same time.
Yeah, and so
he switched offense last year, and
no, exactly. And then we got our defensive coordinator now too, Matt Burke, also that came from the 49ers, wasn't he? He was like the 49ers. Arizona, I apologize. He was a defensive line coach for Arizona, and so JJ Watt likes the guy. So I mean, it's I think these pieces are coming together, things that we need for our team. I still, with these pieces coming in together, I still think we're going to go for a quarterback in the second round.
Second round.
I know, but I mean, I'm cool with it because I don't think, like I said this before, the more the time passes, I don't think Chicago's gonna really trade unless it's like a monumental, like you just can't beat it. Like let's say for the two teams that scare me for the quarterback position are the Colts and the Raiders, because they're so. I think the Colts are 4th, the Raiders are 6th, and I know the Colts, they don't want another quote unquote Band-Aid quarterback. But then again, right now that organization is kind of like in shambles. They got stuff with their owner, so I don't even know what's happening right now with the Colts. So that's the only thing that scares me as a Texans fan. Just I would like a rookie quarterback. I would like one, either or CJ. That's just my opinion on that. I would like one of them because That's where it starts. Yes, the O line is okay, but it's not great. I think Bobby, I think we were in a podcast together here through this, and I think now correct me if I'm wrong. Were you the one that talked about like Bryce's undersized, or am I wrong here? I can't remember. I really can't.
I didn't think he was undersized. My thing with Bryce Young is, first of all, I remember the pod you're talking about. I just don't think that there is a starting NFL quarterback in this draft.
That's what it was. Yeah, sorry, that's what it was. Yeah.
So if I was you guys, I'd honestly wait till next season for Caleb Williams.
Okay. And you said that's what it was, because you said it wasn't any.
I don't like the upside of any of these guys. Like CJ Stroud, I've probably seen him the most because I'm from Ohio. I get Ohio everything where I am.
Yeah.
And he's this guy. He's shaky to me. When you watch him play, it's when you watch him get pressured, it's like the play after that is always disastrous. So if they're bothering you in college, and the Big Ten ain't even heavy, you'll have a generational pass rusher every couple of years, but most of the good pass rushers are on your team. Like, he hadn't had to deal with Chase Young in college because he was on the other side of the ball. But Aiden Richardson would get after him and frustrate him. But so if they're doing that to you, and the Big Ten isn't full of pass rushers, boy, when you get to the league, it's hunting season. Yeah, it's hunting season.
Yeah.
So I just don't like any of these guys upside. I see a lot of backup QBs coming.
Okay. If you were to compare CJ to a quarterback, to an NFL quarterback, who would you compare him to?
I may go kind of historical.
Okay. Yeah.
Or not in the league right. Honestly, I can see CJ being a Geno Smith type.
Okay, I was thinking that too. I was like, it sounds like it's very Geno Smith type. Yeah.
Like he may be able to come in and give you a year like this.
Okay.
But I don't see the consistency.
Okay.
I think he's got that
be
potential
consistent.
to be a bit like Sam Darnold. Come in with a big spark and then just kind of drop and just miss it a little bit.
Right. I could agree with that.
Yeah.
But and CJ, I would say CJ's probably maybe the best in the class. Bryce Young, I'm just not a fan of at all.
Okay.
This year is the one with the combine. I think it's the first year in a long time where the combine quarterbacks is actually going to mean something because they're all distinctly meh. I mean, there's some beautiful ones in the mid rounds to come in, like you say, to be that backup, that guy that can come in for 5 games, be electric, but then go and sit back on the bench and come back when you need them again.
Right. It's like of some of the top QBs taken lately. Like if I'm going to give a complete that, if Baker Mayfield would easily be the number 1 pick in this draft, to me.
Okay.
Easily be the number 1 pick. Trey Lance, and I'm not huge on Trey Lance. He'd be the number 1 pick in this draft.
But would Zach Wilson be the number 1 pick in this draft?
Zach Wilson would easily be the number 1 pick in this draft. I hated Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson came out of nowhere to be the solid number 2. No, Malik would go. He would go earlier than he did, but he wouldn't be the best. He'd have a better chance of being number 1 in this class than he did last year. But yeah, these guys. They're lucky that Caleb isn't coming out.
Yeah.
Okay. Couch Coach, what do you think about these QBs coming up in the draft?
Very interesting and like question marks. And I think that's where I'm always fascinated as far as the evaluation analysis of it. And almost like you said, like, what do you see in these guys that I don't see? Like Will Levis is like, for some odd reason, he's the flavor of the month. Right. But a part of me is like,
he's Zach Wilson this year.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, okay, he struggled in the SEC,
right?
And it's and SEC, I think in essence, if you as far as will get you more prorated than any other Power 5 conference in college. So I'm like this whole Will Levis is like this flash in the pan. I'm just like, where do you see him, and like why is he like in some mock drafts is like going to the coast at 4? And I'm like,
yeah, I've seen that.
What are you guys seeing? that I don't see. And like you said, it's just weird. Like I don't, and it just feel like it's never an inexact science. It's like some people, it's bizarre to me. But I think they're solid quarterbacks. Like you said, there are question marks. Like you said, there's no bona fide, like, okay, this guy from day one is going to be a starter. He's going to be, he's going to be the face of your franchise. This way it's kind of like, okay, do we take a chance on him? Like, and we know people going to get desperate. And so, like you said, and I know like the Colts can probably get desperate. I doubt if Houston will get desperate because they had 2. So definitely the Colts and the Raiders will probably get desperate, and hopefully Chicago will take advantage of that because they did get it last time with the Mitch Trubisky and what was it? Who was it?
They passed up on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, yep.
Yeah, and that's I mean, you think about it. Really, who was the last quarterback that you can remember seeing in college? Where you were just like, that dude's got it.
Watson was one of them, and
Joe Burrow. For me, I wasn't even that confident in Joe Burrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Joe
Burrow. I was not.
Joe Burrow. Yeah.
Because remember, he got chased out of Ohio State because he couldn't win the job, and then that first season at LSU was horrible. So
that last season was his flash in the pan. But
exactly.
From that. But I mean, Trevor Lawrence at college came into the league.
I'd agree
was
with
a
that.
great start.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Trevor Lawrence was probably the last guy you were just like, he's got it. He's going to be the guy.
Yeah.
But lately,
and then when he went to Jacksonville, we were like, maybe he's not.
Maybe he's not going to be.
But that was because of what's his face, Urban Meyer. You see now, it's like he now has a head coach.
Yeah.
And you see what he's doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Urban Meyer might be the greatest thing in Trevor Lawrence's career.
Right.
Jude Jets. Sorry about having I was trying to go around. What do you think about these quarterbacks coming up? And what do you think about the last QB that came out of college that you were just like, yeah, that's the it factor right there?
Well, Trevor Lawrence definitely would have to be, the it guy for me, just because that whole draft process, I was thinking Trevor Lawrence is going to end up being a Jet. And, I was just watching this dude's college film, and I was like, wow, he's so good. This dude's going to be legit in the NFL. And then, of course, we win against the Rams and the Browns end of the season and, ended up with Zach Wilson, and that worked out perfectly for us. But Trevor Lawrence definitely would have to be the best quarterback, or just the guy that I knew was going to be him. Because with Joe Burrow, I'm an LSU fan, and I knew he was going to be good in the NFL. I just didn't know how good he was going to be, just because that last season. Because as you mentioned, Bobby, like that 2018 year, it was like up and down. Some weeks he would be great, some other weeks he would be bad. And I was just like, okay, in 2019, all of a sudden, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. We have, of course, one of the best supporting casts in college football history. And I feel like, okay, maybe they're carrying him a bit, and, gets to the league, and he does really well. And I'm just like, okay, what in 2019 was legit. But Trevor Lawrence, I knew this dude was going to be great. I mean, the almost undefeated year in college football, lost to the in 2019, but outside of that, the dude almost won like every single game he played, and he was just awesome in college, won like almost every game in high school. Amazing recruit. I just knew he was going to be like that in the NFL, and it took some time for him, but of course he had to get the head coach, and he got the head coach. But this year, the best quarterback I feel like would have to be Bryce Young, but that's really the only quarterback I'm high on because I mean, at Alabama, normally Alabama quarterbacks aren't the best in the league. Tua, he's all right. Mac Jones hasn't been great. Bryce Young is undersized, but the undersized, I mean, it just works out sometimes in the NFL and it doesn't. Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, they're doing great in the NFL, but some other quarterbacks that, are coming in undersized and they're just like, they're not the best. Bryce Young could be a Kyler Murray, or he could be, I can't really think of a quarterback that's coming in undersized that didn't work out in the NFL, but, I definitely.
Baker Mayfield, probably.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I want to argue with one point on that. When you said Kyler Murray can be good until Call of Duty comes out.
Yeah.
That comes out. Good luck finding him.
Yeah, good luck finding him. As soon as Call of Duty comes out, it's over.
I do not disturb.
Yeah. Don't want to watch. What was it? They didn't want to watch game film. Is that correct, or something like that?
Yeah, they had to put in his contract. They had to watch game film for a certain.
It's so terrible,
bro. That's just horrible.
That's crazy.
With Bryce Young, I feel like he's been the best Alabama quarterback in a while, just because the talent he had on his Alabama teams hasn't been as good as guys like Tua and Mac Jones. Mac Jones is playing with Jerry
Very fair
Jeudy.
point.
Right, Tua is playing with Jerry Jeudy, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle in college, Mac Jones with Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. And Bryce Young, I can't name a single player outside of Jamari Gibbs that he had, and Jamari Gibbs was an okay running back. He just didn't have the talent, and yet he's making all these great throws and leading Alabama. I mean, Alabama didn't win a national championship with Bryce Young as the starter, but still they were great teams. Bryce Young was playing well, and we saw the impact Bryce Young had whenever he was hurt and whatnot. So Bryce Young, he's probably the only quarterback that I'm super high on in this draft. But C.J. Stroud, that offensive line at Ohio State was insane. The talent they have at receiver was insane. And I don't know how he would be if he's on a team like the Colts. That offensive line they have had great in the past, but this past season it wasn't great. And outside of like Michael Pittman and Jonathan Taylor, maybe they don't really have a lot of weapons. I just don't know how C.J. Stroud would be. Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, I'm not high on at all, just because they're in the SEC and they wouldn't produce. Like Anthony Richardson did horrible against South Florida this year, who is 1-11, I think, or might have won 0-12. Like they were horrible this season. He had a QBR of like 1 in that game. And then against Florida State, like their rivals, he didn't complete a single pass in the third quarter, and then almost didn't complete a pass until like 5 minutes left in the fourth. Like he went 9 for 28 in that game. He's really consistent, only 1 year as a starter. And to be honest, Anthony Richardson probably should have stayed another year in college. I mean, I understand, he's going to be a first-round pick. He's going to get the money, but if he wants to, not be a bust and have a long career in the NFL, he definitely, to develop, he definitely should have stayed another year in college. And then Will Levis, I don't like him at all. I mean, sure, he has great, traits like Josh Allen. He's very comparable to him, and everyone wants the next Josh Allen, but Will Levis did not perform in the SEC. Kentucky just didn't really play well this year. They were just a disappointment. Everyone was expecting them to be this great team this year in the SEC. Will Levis was going to have a Heisman caliber season, and he was horrible. Like, Will Levis just was bad this year, and Kentucky's offense was a big reason to why they couldn't be that team everyone thought they was going to be this year. And and it all starts at quarterback, and Will Levis was the QB, and he also puts mayo in his coffee. So, just Will Levis, he doesn't seem like he's going to be great in the NFL. So this quarterback class is definitely not amazing, but Bryce Young would probably be the only QB that I'm really high on and would want, my team to draft.
Same here.
Yeah, I'd really like Bryce for our team just because I think our team is a very like Alabama, like the Alabama connection is ridiculous right now with the Texans. Like D'Amico, you got was that John Mechie, and I think that would be a good weapon for Bryce, whenever, because Mechie, I believe he comes back this year, if I'm not mistaken. He
should be ready for training camp.
Yeah, so he should be ready by training camp. So I think that would help him. And then other than that, like I don't think for our team Brandon Cooks is gonna stay. I don't see that happening. So I think we lose a receiver there. So that's why for me the second pick in the 12th pick, I think we should the Texans should go for a wide receiver. Hopefully, if he's there, but I don't think so. Quentin Johnson is my first choice from TCU, and then who did you say from? You said from USC, somebody, right? Rios? I can't remember. Was it
Jordan Addison?
Yeah, Addison. Yeah, exactly. So honestly, I think that would be. Any of that would help out our team tremendously. If we do get Bryce for that, just give him some weapons. You have somebody you have a running back. Our boy Damian. Wait, I don't know if you can see it. Damian Pierce here. I'm glad that we finally have another running back. We haven't really had back. Foster was in there. The guy who said the script was the NFL was scripted. And
I love that. That was so.
The memes that came out right afterwards, dude. The memes that came out right after, like the NFL script, like they had one about. Sorry, I gotta bring it up because you're wearing the Commanders beanie. It said Alex Smith looking at his script for the Texans game. I was like, what? I was like, dude, those memes, they had me rolling for like a whole week. Like I was like, every time
his script, like I'm getting divorced.
Yeah, Tom Brady getting the script for 2022. Divorce.
And poor Matt Ryan, the script for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Matt Ryan Super Bowl against the Patriots after halftime. Yeah, those memes are hilarious. Sorry, but yeah, that's what I'm optimistic about for our team, just because we haven't had anything really in the last few years since the Bill O'Brien debacle, since since stuff, since DeAndre Hopkins. Really, ever since DeAndre Hopkins left, that was the point where like the domino effect just started and just made our team where it is now.
Hey, he didn't just leave. You guys kicked him out.
Oh, he got traded for David Johnson, and what did you say, Rios?
A half-eaten sandwich.
Yeah, one of the worst trades to modern day NFL history. Like that is the worst trade. That's why whenever we hear the name Bill O'Brien, I'm like, no, I don't care what he did at Alabama. I don't care what he, like after that, I'm like, no, he's
Bill O'Brien's on site. If he comes to Houston, it's on site.
Yeah, it's he catches the smoke. No, I'm kidding. No,
to be fair though, at least like nothing really came out of it for Arizona. Like they didn't win the Super Bowl.
You're right.
So it's like you can kind of sweep that one under the rug.
Yeah. After a while, it's like, all right, that was a while ago. But I think he's trying to. There's talks about him going to the Pats or something like that, or
I think he is. Yeah, I think it's official. I think
is it official that he's going to the Pats?
Yeah. I think he's offensive coordinator. Yeah, I think he was named offensive coordinator. But
he's gonna reunite over there with Bill O'Brien then. Same dude that traded him. Yeah. Wow. Okay. We would have taken again. Like, I wouldn't mind. Get that jersey off of Davis Mills.
As long as we don't have to go to Cleveland. Just not anywhere but Cleveland. I love my Browns nation, but one thing that they do that I absolutely hate. I don't know if other fan bases do this, but like, okay, we trade for Deshaun Watson. Okay. We've now been linked to every wide receiver Deshaun Watson has ever played with in his life as a trade. We need a wide receiver. Let's go get Brandon Cooks. Him and Deshaun Watson played together for 10 minutes. Stop it. Please stop it.
Well, no, if they get Hopkins, I mean, that'd be a good win for you.
If you get Hopkins, that'd be fine.
But just stop it. There are other wide receivers in the NFL or college or on the street.
Yeah.
But they're like, oh, we should trade Myles Garrett for. What if we could trade Myles Garrett for Will Fuller, Brandon Cooks, and DeAndre Hopkins?
Will Fuller, why?
Oh my! Just because he played with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, but
he's not even in the NFL anymore, too.
Well, Will Fuller would get injured just by making the trade alone. He wouldn't make it.
Oh, my finger!
But this is what Browns fans do, and I'm just guys, please stop. Just keep your minds open, but. Just because he took a snap with a guy does not mean he's coming to Cleveland.
Exactly. Even though they're linked players like your tight end and that was with us or whatnot. And that's the first thing that happens. Like think about it. Was it when DeAndre Hopkins went over there? Guess who went right after? JJ Watt. It was one of those things. But I'm just like, we thought he was gonna. They went over there because they thought that Arizona was going to be a contender, and it turned out that it didn't happen.
Yeah,
I think they got as far as we
they
did.
were like the last team that weren't they? Like 10-0.
10-0.
They fell apart.
They fell apart towards the end.
Until Call of Duty season came up, and
they had the Texans effect. It happened. So regardless, it was still the same thing. I mean, I get it. But no, man, that was like I said, I'm optimistic for this. I'm hoping that. See, I'm a proponent for Bryce Young. Jude Jess did bring some really good points as to why, and then obviously again we
and he succeeded.
That the Texans have with D'Amico, Christian Harris also that's in our team.
Yeah.
I think that Alabama connection is strong this year, so I that's one other reason why I feel like they're gonna do that. We also got, like I said, Slowick this year, and he what did we talk about? He runs a lot of the Kyle Shanahan offense, which is very kind of like QB friendly or something like that.
It's very QB friendly. And again, Clint Kubiak, Gary Kubiak's son is our run game coordinator.
Yeah. So those little pieces, I think those are gonna be attributes to that. So that's one of the reasons why it's like slowly, like it's almost like a hint. Okay, I think we're gonna go for a QB. But that's what I'm going for. The only thing that I'm seeing is with Slowick. I feel like because when before we found out that it was going to be him, I was like, okay, cool. Cliff Kingsbury's going to come in, maybe OC or something with the offense. But I thought to myself, okay, that means like D'Amico Ryans can focus a lot like more on the defensive side of the ball, But now it's like, oh man, it's going to be a little different with Slowick because I don't think he has that. He doesn't have that OC experience, does he? I don't think he's ever been an OC, has he? No. So
He has not. He's been a passing game coordinator. That's most experience he has as far as on the offensive side of the ball.
yeah, because on my end, I was like, I didn't want it to be like, you know how we had Lovie Smith last year, and Lovie Smith was our head coach, and then he focused a lot on the defense, you know. And I feel like it took away a lot from that offensive stuff also. So I don't know. And we also had Pep Hamilton as offensive coordinator, and that didn't work out either. I was hopeful for him because, you know, he did a lot for Herbert, and I thought that was going to be, you know, he was going to develop Davis Mills a little bit, but Davis Mills ended up regressing. So I was like, well, you know, but yeah, that's our stuff. So man, I think we all got a bunch of stuff. What up, Botkins?
What up, y'all? I'm back.
How was your lunch?
Hey, it was terrific.
Yeah.
You know,
I think we held it down all right.
Hey, yeah, I caught a little bit there. You know, I mean, it's about as crazy as I expected it to be with this bunch. You know.
Oh yeah, Tanner, look at you. What's up, bro?
What's up, guys?
Tanner, it looks like you got a 10. What gives?
Get out in the sun.
I'm messing with my camera settings.
Tanner got a 10. Upside down, bro.
Come on, Nick, give it to us.
Where is he? Camouflaging?
Nick is contractually obligated to sing the song, so sing the song.
When I make my pick, Scott, you're jumping the gun. When I make the pick before I get up out of here today,
Johnny Cruz is on now. This is his fifth show today, so.
Yeah, Bobby, I owe you one too, Bobby, man. My bad, bro.
It's all good, man. Get healthy first.
How you doing,
hey,
guys?
Bobby, don't let him lie to you. He's been in contract negotiations. Him and Dan had to bring in special lawyers and to work out his new deal. So he got
everybody.
It right time for the Super Bowl.
Everybody wants to go 15 rounds with the people's champ. You know, I fully understand.
So just so all you know, Dan told me Tom Brady's my next guest on Let's Talk Sports, my show. He said Johnny Cruz couldn't be on. He didn't have enough money to give him. So
Tom was cheaper than Johnny. I heard.
Johnny's expensive.
Johnny's very expensive.
Yeah.
He's bougie too. Look at him. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, boys, I think I'm gonna head out. Rios, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, we got to head out too. We got some company in the way, so.
Hey, we'll see y'all. Jude, go ahead, man. Some people want you to play some video games, so go ahead. You get out of here. Go play some tennis. It looks like.
I'll see y'all. Hey, thank y'all for having me on.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Again, thanks for having us. Bye.
Cheers. Hey, see y'all.
See y'all later.
Be safe, fellas.
See y'all.
All right,
Go Chiefs.
That's right. Jude. Got it right.
Bobby, you sticking around? You can stick around if you want, or hang with us cool kids. I think Bobby's dipping too. Everybody's
already out.
He gone.
Tanner, I didn't know we were supposed to wear that stuff.
I am right now. I wanted to save it for the final part, you know.
On my screen, Tanner just kept spinning, and now I know why. So I was like, oh, Jesus. It makes me want to throw up. You got one more to
the background, man.
One more to the front.
Yeah. What up, Rob?
Dude, what are you wearing?
I'm just getting ready. That's all I'm doing here.
I was just waiting for Rob to join in so I could get everybody back on track, you know.
I was clicking everybody in. I didn't know what the Larson brothers were over there doing, holding hands and, you know, talking about how good life.
I just wanted to wait for everybody that was supposed to be here to be here.
Ryan
is leave anybody out.
Ryan's telling Matt what it's like to be on a good team and be to the Super Bowl, and you know what was going on over there.
Nick, is that Chiefs gear you're wearing?
It is. Unfortunately.
A different shade of green.
Well, my boy Joe Burrow let me down. How should I say his offensive line let me down? So
just like the Packers.
That is a bet. That is a bet. Yeah, just like the Packers. I should have known better.
I'm still looking for the Patriots game. Anybody know what channel it's on tonight?
Yeah, hey, ESPN Classic, Scott. ESPN Classic. You can catch Super Bowl's one. You can catch the '85 Super Bowl against the Bears. You can catch the '96 after that against the Packers. Catch their losses, and then you can catch the Rams game real late at night tonight.
And then if you're feeling frisky, the 30 for 30's on at 9.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Man in the Arena's airing live on ESPN Plus all day if you want.
Last I saw, Mac Jones was on the Ocho just cleating people in soccer. All right, guys. I mean, we got to talk about the game. They weren't even at the end in there talking about the Super Bowl game, and we got myself, the lone Eagles fan, going up against Tanner, the lone Chiefs fan.
Botkins, the
pseudo Chiefs fan this week. Yeah, actually, Nick, are you rooting for Kansas City?
I'm not. Hey, I'm going to make my pick at the end.
Yeah,
so
I'm not going to get picks until the end.
Okay.
I'll go round table real quick just to let everybody kind of tell me what they think. We'll start with Philadelphia first because I feel like even though they're technically betting favorites, everybody's pretty much picking the Chiefs at this point to win this game.
Phillies
are they? 76% of the money is in on the Eagles.
On the Eagles, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
It seems like to me.
It's just like Burrow and Burrowhead, right?
Hey, if you'd stop watching, if in the sports buffoons, you'd see it and watch every other show. You would know that not everybody's picking the Chiefs.
That's true. I got to stop watching Tanner.
JG picked the Eagles, just so you know, on the Buffoons channel. So
I got one of them. I got one. I got one. Nick, what does Philadelphia have to do to win this game against the Chiefs?
I mean, it's just get after Mahomes. Get up, whoever wins this game. It's old fashioned, right? Get some turnovers, get after the quarterback. That's kind of for both teams. But if they can get after Mahomes, get them, rattled. Do something magic just because that's Mahomes, but you can limit the less magic plays, get after them, maybe get a few turnovers, get up at least by 10. I think then you're going to be all right because then you can pin the ears back and go get them. Rotate that defensive line. That's kind of the key there.
Tanner, how do I beat your Chiefs?
All right, here's what the Eagles need to do. And it's a very simple process. It's control the clock and control the possession. That time of possession is going to be huge. You know why? Keep Mahomes off the field. He can't hurt you if he's on the bench, right? So he can't hurt you. That's what you do. You got to convert those third downs. Those second, third downs are going to be just game-changing if you can convert multiple on each drive and make the drive last forever. It also helps your defense come into play too. So I really do believe it's going to be time of possession for the Eagles on basically keeping Mahomes off the field.
Johnny?
I'm completely with Tanner on that. You got to run the ball and keep running the ball. Long possessions, just like Tanner said, keep Mahomes on the sideline. And then, like Nick said, they got to come after him. It's crazy that you're talking about limit his magical plays, but it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? He's that good. So, run the ball, limit his possessions, and they can win this game. But you got to put points on the board. No field goals. You got to score touchdowns. Correct. And you know what I'm saying, and try to get off to a quick lead like you've done all season. Same game plan.
If there's anything that Philadelphia's done, it's put points on the board, especially the last couple of weeks.
Right.
Scott, what do you think Philadelphia's got to do to win this game against Kansas City?
They got to be around 50% on third down at least. I gave the stat this morning on the morning show. Jalen Hurts has thrown the ball 22 times total in the second half this season.
That's insane.
And that's insane. So what Philly wants to do, obviously, is run the ball. So they've got to either stay ahead or stay within one score. If Mahomes gets up by 10 going into the fourth or late third, Philly's going to have to come out of their comfort level. So they've got to, again, keep Mahomes on the sideline and make sure that they can run the ball and be in positive game script throughout the whole game.
Rob, you agree?
I do, but I think the Chiefs are going to make it a point to try to stop that running game of the Eagles. And at some point in time, Hurts is going to have to throw the ball down the field. And I think that's going to be a big key too, is what A.J. Brown can do if he can get open, Devontae Smith. These guys can get open down the field. That could be a problem for the Chiefs because, everybody's talking about that running game, but I really do think it's going to come down to Hurts and him throwing the ball.
I think Philly takes a shot early too.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have to.
Yep.
I agree, Matt.
I would say the two biggest things are containing Travis Kelce. He's the only person in the betting factor right now that's a negative for an anytime touchdown tonight. So it's almost a foregone conclusion that he's going to get in the end zone. It's also the Kelce Bowl, so I think that they're going to really focus on their skill players and try to get them the ball. As a Super Bowl, you're going to go with the guys that have gotten you to where you are now. And I think the other biggest thing for Philadelphia is just to play calm, cool, and collected. This isn't Mahomes' first rodeo. He's been to the Super Bowl before. He's been to many championship games, so I think he'll be ready and dialed in. But Philadelphia is a little greener, so I think that Hurts has to play calm. I think they established the running game first. You said take a big shot. I think that they will, but I think that they should get comfortable, have that first long sustained drive. Show Mahomes that they're not going to give him, all these opportunities to try and score. And I can't remember who said it, but absolutely, you have to get points. You can't go for these, field goals, things like that. Mahomes is not going to allow you to, get these small amounts of points. And I think that Philly's defense is, really the perfect matchup for Mahomes because Mahomes has really kind of experienced a lot of the AFC where the defenses were supposed to be something and they kind of puttered off. He played Jacksonville with Cincinnati, was obviously the best test for them so far. But Philly's pass rush and, their blitzing with Hassan Reddick is elite. I think that they're right next to the 49ers on a defensive perspective. So I would say that, Philly being able to blitz Mahomes, being calm, and stopping Kelce are the ways that they can win.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think we need to attack their corners because the Chiefs are starting to the rookie corners, and then you guys got Snead back from what I saw, correct?
Yeah,
He's good to go.
Yep.
And then I just got the inactives, Clyde Edwards, only real big inactive, I think, for you guys tonight.
Yes. There goes our morning talk. That was happening.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, if he plays, something will happen with him. But doesn't look like we get to see that.
Yeah, no, I mean, McKinnon is just the better version of what the Chiefs have wanted CEH to be. I since they drafted him, so
Greg Ward's in that
scared me more.
I thought we have Greg Ward going.
We got Siposs back, so we'll be.
No, Ian Book. What are the Eagles going to do without Ian Book in this game? I mean, what if they get fourth string quarterback hurt?
Notice
look at the Irish.
Brett Kern, the punter, Brett Kern is out. He's inactive. They brought up the guy from the practice squad there to replace him.
They don't plan on punting, Tanner. They don't plan on punting.
Yeah, this can't be a multiple punt game for either of these teams, but Philly especially.
Yeah, no, we can't have it. We can't have it. All right, well, I guess we should go around and talk about the Chiefs then, even though I don't want to. So, Nick, if you're dressed for the occasion, what's the keys for the Chiefs to win the game?
Can I ask a question real quick before, because you sparked my interest, and I've been on 3 different shows today, and I asked this question earlier. If I'm the Eagles, do I let Kelce get his and shut down everybody else?
Yep.
Or do I try to shut down Kelce and see if everybody else can beat us?
You shut down Kelce. You shut down Kelce. It's the only thing that makes sense because you've got, Juju is a threat, and there's no Mecole Hardman, Marquez Valdez-Scantling deep threat for them. They don't scare me as much as Kelce. Kelce can catch 20 balls in a game and go for 150 and 3 touchdowns, and I don't want that. So we have to try to find a way to. I would put Darius Slay on Kelce. I'm not even kidding. I would put him on him as a receiver. He's going to go play receiver anyways, and then find a way to shift everybody else around the way that you need to lock everybody else up. Because if they're going to beat, it's not going to be with Mahomes and Kelce. It's going to be with Mahomes and 50% catch MVS. On a good day for them. So I would do everything that you can to shut Kelce down. You have to. It's, when Tyreek was there, you did everything you could to shut down Tyreek and it let Kelce flourish. Now you don't have to worry about that as much. So do what you can to stop Kelce.
I agree. If you stop Kelce, it forces the other receivers to have to be involved. So
100%.
Yeah. question now. Sorry. I asked the question with the question. So what do the Chiefs need to do? I think the Chiefs get the screen game going. I think you see a lot of McKinnon, a lot of Pacheco out of the backfield. Get that screen game going. That way, those guys can't just pin their ears back and get after Mahomes. Dump it down to the running backs. Get that screen game going. Get the running game going a little bit. That way, it keeps the Eagles' defense guessing. I think defensively, the Chiefs, same thing. Chris Jones is going to have to show up again. Let's hope he realizes, hey, you got to play more than just one playoff game once in every 5 years if I'm a Chiefs fan. So those two things have got to happen for the Chiefs. Get after Hurts, and then just get the screen game going, I think is going to be huge.
Tanner, you're up.
All right. In case you guys are all worried, Mahomes' ankle looks just fine in case you need to see this here. Oh, look at that.
Is that Jackson Mahomes?
Lord have mercy.
So he's throwing layups. I don't think that's going to work in the game,
guys. This
I mean, however he needs to get it to the receivers. I don't care. I don't care what he does.
He'll probably throw a pass like that at some point in the game if you guys are, if we know Mahomes.
I mean, you never know,
around
right?
the road you play. We're good.
Yeah, you never know. Throwing the alley-oop right at the goal.
Secret weapon.
Guys, your keys to the game right here for the Chiefs is executing on offense and avoiding those third and fourth downs. I know they like to sometimes get out there and in the red zone decide to go for it on fourth down. I honestly think you just take the points at this point. I know Bucker can be out inside the 40. He can be questionable, but if you keep him outside the 40 and let him go for that 40 to 50-yard bomb, it's money. So
it's insane how that works out.
Oh, it's so weird. I don't get it myself, but I mean, if he wants to kick 40 plus, I mean, let him. But I think it's just getting the points. I don't think you go for it as much on fourth down. Gee, that's aggressive. I think you go for points essentially anytime you can, because they, like I said, they like to be aggressive. They like to be cute in the plays, and I don't think unless you're up by maybe a touchdown or two, maybe you can get a little cute in their plays. But I think it's just keeping it simple. Try to run the ball with Pacheco, slam it up, slam it into that line. And then just keep doing what you're doing. Use certain guys. Justin Watson is active today. He was not active against the Bengals, which was a huge mistake. Look for him to be a X factor for Mahomes here, as Kelsey will probably be, double covered. Juju, MVS, Juju's coming off that injury. MVS could open up some lanes too. So, but I like Justin Watson to be a guy that you need to go to on third down. So look for him and Noah Gray today.
I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Twitter about Kadarius Toney supposedly being the secret weapon for this game. What have you heard about that?
He could be, but I'm more worried that when the guy catches the ball, if he tries to make a cut like he normally likes to do. How's the ankle holding? I know. The ankle holding up. How's the hamstring? It's like I'm a little worried at this point, being only 2 weeks after what we saw him trying to do in the Bengals game. He's effective when it works.
Yeah, for the one he'll be out there Ryan. He is their secret weapon for 2 plays, and then after that, he's going to pull a hamstring and he'll be hurt again. So it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a secret weapon for 2 plays.
We all know Kadarius Toney sneezes, he's going to get injured.
He's a new. As soon as it blows up, he's not useful anymore. Johnny, what does Kansas City got to do to win the game?
I think it's all about Kansas City's defense. I mean, their offense is going to score points. They're going to do what they do. They obviously on offense they got to protect Mahomes as best they can. I agree with them about the screen game and the quick passing game. I'm not completely with you with the completely go to stop Kelsey, because I just think Mahomes is too good. He'll spread it around to everybody. He ain't greedy that way to where he'll force it. It's not Tyreek Hill out there. So Kelsey, if he's bringing double coverage to him, that's just opening up somebody else. I think you just kind of let Kelsey eat and just cover everybody else. But I think it's Kansas City's defense. Like Chris Jones has to show up. Like they have to slow down that running game. They have to slow down that running game, and they have to force Jalen Hurts to beat them. And Chris Jones and company have to put some pressure on Jalen Hurts. That's how Washington beat them, is putting pressure on Jalen Hurts. So if Kansas City can put some pressure on them, and obviously don't no turnovers, the usual stuff like that. But offensively, I think Kansas City is going to play well. They just defensively, are they going to be able to slow down Philly's run game and that read option that they do?
Yeah, Johnny, you said it. You said it too. Mahomes is going to have to spread the ball around. I'm predicting 10 different guys have targets today. 10 different guys.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
They even got 10 wide receivers, Tanner. That's the problem.
No, I didn't say
they got 3 running backs,
guys.
3 tight ends,
running back, and receivers.
We saw what happened in the second half of that Cincinnati game when they got down to their 4th, 5th wide receiver. He couldn't find nobody.
And they scored touchdowns.
That's the issues. he still won it.
Right.
That's true.
He just had to go to a different round. So,
So I'll go one offense, one defense. Offense, very simple. You got to get Travis Kelce the ball. Find a way to get him screen passes. Find a way to get him sit in the zone if they play zone. Any way you can get him the ball, you need to get him the ball. On defense, it's very simple. Crowd the line of scrimmage. Make Jalen Hurts beat you with his arm. Put a spy on him. Make sure he doesn't get going. If they could slow down the run and attack for Philadelphia, they should be in good shape to take this game. So,
Rob,
yeah, I was sorry. I was going to
go ahead,
mention that.
Johnny.
You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Reid's going to move Kelce around. That's why I wouldn't put Slay or somebody specifically on him, because I think he is going to try to move, Kelce all over the place and try to get him because of the Kelce Bowl. He will try to get him a ton of touches and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Reid does something like that. So we'll see what happens.
Rob, what are your thoughts on it?
For the Chiefs, they have to slow down that defensive line. They can't allow sacks. I mean, I saw a stat this morning. There's only 2 teams that have more sacks in a season than the Eagles this year. And both of them are the Chicago Bears back in the mid 80s when they had that incredible defense. So you got to stop, that. And then on the offensive side, you got to establish some kind of running game. I think that's the way to try to beat this line is to run at them and see what happens. You can't drop back, 40, 50 times and expect Mahomes to stay upright. So they got to establish some kind of running game at some point to, give Mahomes a little bit of a chance to, make plays on his own.
Go ahead.
So there's 2 stats I really like about this game. The first one is when a quarterback is more than team salary, they have never won a Super Bowl. And the last 9 MVPs to be in the Super Bowl have lost. So I think the one thing that the Chiefs need to do is not force Patrick Mahomes to be the hero that he has to be most of the time for them. I think that the offensive line needs to protect him. I think that they need to give him time. And especially like we've just been saying, they need to establish the running game, and that allows Mahomes to, you spread the offense out, spread the plays out. I think that McKinnon needs to be a huge factor in this game. Let Pacheco run, let McKinnon catch the ball. Obviously got to use your Kelce's, things like that. But, we'll see a few deep shots to MVS, I think. They'll take their shot with Tony. But if they don't give Mahomes space to just play the game and not feel like it's all on him, I don't think that the Chiefs are going to win this game.
I like that. There's some stats in there that I wasn't expecting out of that. See, and he's going to know all about that because all that Buffalo has is Josh Allen. You guys saw how that worked when all they did was
a bunch of streaks that had
Let's keep on task.
No, I agree with everything that you guys said. I think the biggest thing when it comes to Kansas City is offensively, they're going to be fine. It doesn't matter what defense they play against. They're going to find a way to put up 25 to 30 points, if not more. It's really defensively, are they going to be able to force Jalen Hurts to have to stay inside the pocket and throw? When he has been at his worst is when he's got a pass rush on him. So Chris Jones is going to have to find a way to get past Kelce and Lane Johnson. I don't know if they're going to move him all over the formation, trying to get him, to sit inside on those guards and find a way past them to. But the thing is when you do that, that flushes Hurts outside. Right. And that's exactly what you don't want to do is let him get outside and let him run. Yeah. So defensively, I think is a big thing for me for the Chiefs. They've got to find a way to keep Hurts in the Philadelphia offense out of scoring range because pretty much every single time that they're in scoring range, they score touchdowns. Jake Elliott had his lowest field goal attempt percentage in his 7-year career this year by a lot.
Mhm.
And he was only hurt for one game, I think. And his extra point attempts were close to 60, I think. So it's just you've got to we get into scoring range, you either got to take the ball away from us on a turnover or try and find a way to keep us out of the end zone. And most of the time that's not happening. And the Chiefs defense isn't ranked as high as some of the other defenses that we've put up 30 plus points on this year. So it's going to be interesting to see.
But they also don't have the offense that the Chiefs have.
Oh, 100%. That's the big thing is we haven't had to face Chiefs caliber yet. And that's we're going to find out today if we're going to be able to, actually finish that type of team off or if it's going to be too much for what our defense has been able to put out. But you guys got to stop the pass rush. And that's my big thing. If Philadelphia can find a way to get that pass rush going against Mahomes, man, that's going to be tough to stop. How should I do this next?
I think, we should go around and I'm going to say who I think the Super Bowl MVP is going to be.
I was going to ask about MVPs. Yeah, that's
the
a good
problem
idea.
with doing that is going to give away who we think is going to win because typically I think it's been like
typically, right? I mean,
60 years since.
I'm not going to give you any.
I think when you give your Super Bowl pick, you just name your. So let's skip that question.
Okay.
I got food in the oven.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Well, that's a good point to just get to our picks then, I think, because I think we all got to go get, filled up and ready to go before this game even gets underway. So, Nick.
Oh, we can go to the bottom. I'll go last.
Okay. All right. We'll let you go first. We'll go the opposite
Stay
direction.
to hear what Nick has to say because you will have to bet the opposite.
Hey, exactly.
Matt.
Well done, Matt.
I will give it to the Eagles 34-30. I think that Chiefs offense is number one, Eagles defense is in the top 3, Chiefs defense is in the top 10, and Philly's offense is in the top 10. So it's really close. I think the Chiefs or the Eagles pull it out. I would not. Obviously, this is probably going to be one of the closest Super Bowls we've had in a long time. So I will go Eagles, and I will say Hassan Reddick will be the MVP.
Oh, I love that. Okay, what's the score?
I might as well just go.
34-30.
Johnny, thanks for coming.
Right?
I mean, if I don't pick Philadelphia, I mean, what am I doing? That's just not right. I'll pick Philadelphia. I think we edged this out by a field goal. I was going to say 34-31, so you kind of stole my thunder there. And MVP for me, I think sleeper MVP is going to be Kenneth Gainwell. I think Gainwell comes out and has a really big game. He doesn't get the touches that Miles Sanders does, but he goes and he explodes and has some of those big runs that he's had in the past. Scott, I'm going to let you go next because I know you got to bounce.
I think the Kansas City Eagles are going to win. I picked the Chiefs this morning. I'll stay on the Chiefs. I think it'll be 24-20 Chiefs. I think the MVP is going to be Travis Kelce. I think he's going to have a 2-touchdown game, and he's gonna just take over the game in spots. So I like that, and I'm going to stay on until Nick goes. So.
Yeah, and can
thank you, Scott.
And can Jason Kelce win the MVP in any way, shape, or form? Is that possible?
If he has about 12 pancake blocks, he could.
Yeah, he'd have to have more pancakes than a Waffle House.
Yeah, needs a tutty.
Oh, he needs a touchdown. Oh, I mean, you can flex him out to tight end for.
I have the bet on it for both Kelce brothers touchdowns today. So.
I love that. What are the odds on a Jason Kelce touchdown?
12 or Jason Kelce touchdown. I think it was like 1,000 or something, like 12,000. Like the Kelsey's brother thing's 12,000 for me.
Man, I gotta get on DraftKings Sports.
Philly special part 2, man.
I gotta do that.
Yeah, right? Jason Kelce.
Rob, what's your pick?
I got the Eagles winning 31-27. I think it's going to come down to a close game. I think it's going to be Mahomes will have a chance to win the game at the end. But I think that Eagles defense shuts down Mahomes one last time to win the game. And I'm going to go AJ Brown as the just because I do think the Chiefs are going to try to stop that running game. So I think Hurts is going to have to pass the ball, and AJ Brown could potentially have a big day and put up some yardages and maybe a touchdown or two.
I like that. Maybe I should have put Devonta Smith as the MVP. He caught the most passes for Philadelphia this year. I should have given it to him.
You're killing me. You're killing me.
Johnny, sorry. I'm still here.
Nah, you're good. Rob had my score 31-27. I'm going to Eagles. This is the whole team against the great quarterback. Like my eyes tell me that Philly is the better team, but my brain is saying, yo, that's Patrick Mahomes over there. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm conflicted, but I'm going to go with the defense. So I'm going to say that Philly, I had Hassan Reddick as my MVP, so Ryan stole that from me. But I'm going to say Devontae Smith scores a couple touchdowns because they're going to try and take A.J. Brown out of the game. So I think Devontae comes up with a couple big catches. And Philly, 31-27. I think Mahomes is going to do everything he can to bring them back. And I think the Philly defense will make a play, probably Hassan Reddick, to close out the game.
I wasn't expecting this Eagles sweep, but I know the last two. Nick already took off his glasses, so I know that
It's coming for you.
Tanner, tell me why your Chiefs are going to win.
Tanner, before you go, Nick, you're getting roasted by Dan right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see in the comments. Dan lives another day to be able to chip back
out Dan.
Appreciate it. I know it'll be a long off season if the Chiefs do lose here. P.S. You're not worried that Nick will have bad luck wearing your team's colors. You've seen that done, Creamer.
And the Cubs. My gambling's been bad. Everything has been bad here lately. I'm on the cold.
That fantasy league.
If we would have played for money in fantasy, I probably would have been dead last.
That's true. There was nothing on the line.
All right. Similar to what Nick did is, I didn't make any picks throughout the week here. But I gave you guys clues of who I might be rooting for at times. In case you didn't get the hint. So, this is big. This moment. This is time. We got to get our second one here with Mahomes, and it's going to be massive. Okay? This is the big deal. Chiefs win 24-21 because we never blow out anybody. But within that 2 minutes, Matt's going to be having flashbacks to 13 seconds after we watch what did we do to the Eagles like we did to the Bills. And then Nick Botkins over here, he'll still be crying when the Joe Burrow is still not even Chiefs 24. Let's go.
And copyright infringement, we're gonna get stricken down off YouTube.
Just like Buffoon and Botkins.
Just like stole that from USC.
Yeah, right.
Calm down now. I got my Atlanta Braves fans going crazy too.
All right, Nick, put your glasses back on and tell me who you picked.
For 2 long weeks, I've had to wear this stupid, ridiculous, freaking outfit.
So good looking though.
And I've had to say, at home of the Chiefs for 2 long freaking weeks. You know what, boys? I'm freaking sick and tired of it. I'm going fly, Eagles, fly. Give me the team with the dog mentality. Give me the Eagles, baby. I got Hassan Reddick as my MVP. Eagles win. Fly, Eagles, fly. Dog mentality. 24-17. Hammer it home. Where's the damn hammer at? I don't know.
You think you're wearing pants?
24-17. Give me the Eagles over and over. Let's go. Fly, Eagles, fly.
You're a diaper?
Hey, Dan, that's what I put with you all day Super Bowl.
That was wonderful. That was awesome, Nick.
Yeah,
that was
Nick,
great.
my wife watches
We
this
can't
thing.
say anymore.
Yeah, she's gonna be thinking of Nick tonight.
Talk about getting banned or getting copyright infringement right there. We're gonna get banned just from that.
Oh my god.
Hey, Johnny, how do we end my show? Good night, people.
Say good night to the people, man.
Good night, people.
Oh my god! Wait, what a way to end your tenure on this show for today.
Have fun today, guys.
Thanks, Scott.
Good luck to the Chiefs.
Thanks, Scott.
See you guys.
All right, fellas. Hey, you guys have fun. Enjoy the game. It's gonna be a good one, man.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thanks for coming on to the show with us.
Absolutely.
Shoot, usually we plug everything at the end. Anybody want to do that? I don't know.
Well,
Mine
real
ended
quick,
so
you know what I'm saying?
perfectly. We gotta
Tomorrow
just end it,
night,
I feel like.
tomorrow night, the Johnny Cruz show at 9 p.m. and it'll be none other than Nick Bodkins on
With
the
a shirt
show.
on.
No, it has to be shirtless Nick. It has to be shirtless Nick.
I'll let him decide on that. But yeah, tomorrow night we're coming back, so I'll be here tomorrow night with that, and then of course Tuesday I'll be doing the Scott show.
Perfect.
Getting desperate there, Johnny.
Rob, you got anything to plug before we get out of here, man?
I don't have nothing. Guys, just I'm on all week after this, so whether it's
just tune in.
I'll be back on at all these shows. So
yeah,
man.
But let's go Chiefs. That's all I want to say. Let's
yeah,
go.
yeah. Well, I'll end it with Tanner. Good luck to your Chiefs.
Good luck to you. I hope it's a good
appreciate
game.
it.
That's why I put it within 3 points. So
if we lose, I don't know if I'll be here Thursday. I don't know if I'll be here Sunday. I don't know if I'll be able to handle all that. Nick just fired me up, man. He's a bigger Eagles fan right now, I feel like, than I am, which is crazy. I wouldn't rip the jersey, though.
Now it's fly eagle fly for it.
Oh, I love it. You have been waiting all week to do this.
Oh yeah, I'll peek behind the curtain here real quick. So when I bought the shirt, I told my wife exactly what my plan was. She said, "You're just gonna wear." I said, "Yeah, but it'll be great for great TV, so it's okay."
Yes,
that was awesome. You're able to whip it.
The next short is gonna be you ripping.
I'm actually gonna go create this right now.
Oh, it's gotta be. I want it sent to me. I'm gonna have it downloaded. Everything, the whole nine. I need it. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I hope you guys have a great time watching the game. We'll end the stream here. We'll see you guys whenever the next show starts tonight, tomorrow. I don't know when that is, but
whenever Johnny Cruz hits the start podcast.